that key briefing in just a short while from now. But let's get you updated on all the developments that have taken place since the morning, and the big cheer really for travelers, air travelers, is that the 32 airports that were closed across northern and northwestern regions of the country due to the hostilities and the restrictions and abundance of caution have now reopened, is what India's aviation regulator has said. It is going to take some time really for the air services to absolutely normalize, but these airports included several key airports like Srinagar, Chandigarh and Amritsar. Well, let's go across to Tanushka for more. And Tanushka, that's been some great news today, and really another big step towards normalcy in these border states is the reopening of the airports.
Right, this is a welcome relief for all the passengers, and definitely with these 32 airports being reopened, this comes in from the Airports Authority of India in a notification wherein the closure, temporary closure of these 32 airports in the northern and western region of our country has been lifted, which means that from now, with immediate effect, these 32 airports should be resuming with their civil flight operations. Some of these airports were that of Jammu, Leh, Srinagar, Amritsar, Chandigarh, Porbandar, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, to name a few, and these will start off with their operations. Now, of course, the authorities are discussing with respect to the smooth transition back to normalcy, and this does involve a reallotment of staff, crowd management as well, and understanding how can this be a smooth process for both the airport authorities, respective airports, as well as the passengers. Now, the Airports Authority of India in its notice has said that passengers are advised to maintain constant touch and communication with the respective airlines on the updates with respect to their flights.
To where the briefing is taking place of that key briefing is taking place on Operation Sindoor. Let's just listen in there. You can see all the Vice Air Admiral and Pramod and all have gathered for that key briefing. Let's listen in.
नाश मनुज पर छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है हित वचन नहीं तूने माना मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना तोले मैं भी अब जाता हूँ अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind. Welcome to this special press conference on Operation Sindoor. Like yesterday, we'll have the opening statements by the three senior officers who are here with me. You all know them well now. However, for those who were not here yesterday, let me introduce you to them. In the middle, we have Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, Director General Air Operations, who will provide insights on the air domain. To his right is Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, Director General, Military Operations. He will cover the land aspects. And to my immediate right is Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod, the Director General, Naval Operations. Following these briefings, we will be having a few question and answers. May I now request the DG Air Operations to commence the proceedings.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind. दोस्तों, हमारी लड़ाई आतंकवाद और आतंकवादियों के खिलाफ थी। इसलिए 7 मई को हमने केवल आतंकवादी ठिकानों पर ही हमला किया था। पर अफसोस इस बात का है कि पाकिस्तानी सेना ने आतंकवादियों का साथ देना उचित समझा और इस लड़ाई को अपनी लड़ाई बना ली। इस परिस्थिति में हमारी जवाबी कार्यवाही अत्यंत आवश्यक थी और इसमें उनका जो भी नुकसान हुआ, वे खुद इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं। हमारी तरफ से हमारी एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम्स देश के लिए दीवार की तरह खड़ी थी और इसको भेदना दुश्मन के लिए नामुमकिन था। This brings me to the point, how have Indian forces managed to minimize the damage to both civilian and military infra in the country, in spite of the unrelenting efforts by the Pakistani forces? Most of you and the majority populace within the country have had a lot to say about the layered and integrated air defense systems put in place by the Indian Armed Forces, which includes the assets of the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, in addition to the primary air defense assets of the Indian Air Force. As you all are well aware, this robust AD system comprises of a large variety of multi-layered AD sensors and weapon systems, from point defense weapons like the low-level air defense guns, shoulder-fired manpads, and short-range surface-to-air missiles or SAMs, to area defense weapons like the air defense fighters and longer-range surface-to-air missiles within our inventory. Additionally, the numerous waves of drones and unmanned combat aerial vehicles employed by Pakistan were also thwarted by the indigenously developed soft and hard kill counter-US systems and the well-trained Indian air defense personnel. All this was brought together as an efficient and effective AD environment by the Integrated Air Command and Control System, or the ISCCS, of the Indian Air Force, which accords us the net-centric operational capability which is vital to modern days warfighting. While much has been said and written about the newer systems, I would like to place on record the performance and efficacy demonstrated by even the older battle-proven AD systems like the Pechora, the OSA AK, and the LLAD guns in countering the Pakistani threat vectors in the current operations. They were all modern generations, but these battle-proven systems stood the test of time and took them on head-on. Another highlight has been the stellar performance of the indigenous air defense weapon system like the Akash system. Here, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to mention that putting together and operationalization of this potent AD environment has been possible over the last decade due to unwavering budgetary and policy support provided by the Government of India in acquiring state-of-the-art equipment and weapon systems. Some of the results achieved in countering the enemy threat vectors over the last week are now being shown on the screen. Shown on the screen is the probable enemy PL-15 missile, which is of Chinese origin. This missile has missed its target, and you can see the pieces now which are available with us. Another weapon system or weapon which was found was the long-range rocket, the pieces of which you can now see on the screen. We have talked about the loiter munitions and the unmanned aerial systems, and here are some of the glimpses of those systems which we have brought down. To your right, with the right undercarriage or the wheel, you can see is the Yeeha system, which is of Chinese origin with Pakistan. You can see some quadcopters, and you can see one odd Sonka drone hanging by the wire. All these have been brought down by our trained crew and air defense systems. As far as our offensive actions are concerned, yesterday I had already shared some details about the targets engaged by the Indian Air Force. The composite picture of the Indian Air Force targeting so far is now shown on the screen. As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Rahim Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. I would now hand over to the DGMO to cover his portion.
धन्यवाद एयर मार्शल भारती। मैं आज आप सब के साथ भारतीय सेना के एयर डिफेंस मेजर्स जो कि हमने इंडियन एयरफोर्स के साथ मिलजुल कर तालमेल में लिए, उसके बारे में कुछ बातचीत करूंगा। इस विषय में मैंने कल भी कुछ टिप्पणी करी थी, लेकिन आज मैं इस युद्ध के अहम एस्पेक्ट के बारे में आपको थोड़ा और पर्सपेक्टिव देना चाहता हूं। हमें एयर डिफेंस ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के एयर डिफेंस की कार्रवाई को एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट में समझने की आवश्यकता है। मैंने आपको कल बताया था कि पिछले कुछ सालों में आतंक की गतिविधियों का कैरेक्टर जो है उसमें कुछ बदलाव आ रहा था। अब हमारी मिलिट्री के साथ साथ मासूम सिविलियंस जो कि अपना बचाव करने में विफल थे, उन पर भी हमले हो रहे थे। 2024 में जम्मू सेक्टर में शिवखोरी मंदिर को जाते हुए यात्री और इस साल अप्रैल में पहलगाम में मासूम पर्यटक इस खतरनाक ट्रेंड के विशेष उदाहरण हैं। पहलगाम तक पाप का ये घड़ा भर चुका था। उसके बाद जो हुआ उसके बारे में हम कल विस्तार में बातचीत कर चुके हैं। क्योंकि आतंकियों पर हमारे सटीक हमले लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल और इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री को पार करे बिना किए गए थे, हमें पूरा अंदेशा था कि पाकिस्तान का वार भी बॉर्डर के उस पार से ही होगा। इसलिए हमने अपनी एयर डिफेंस की पूरी तैयारी पहले से ही कर ली थी। हमारी इन्वेंट्री में शामिल काउंटर मैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर के साधन और एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स का इंडियन एयरफोर्स के इसी प्रकार के सिस्टम्स के साथ एक अनोखा मिश्रण किया गया। इसलिए आपने देखा कि जब जब पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ने हमारे एयरफील्ड्स और लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस में 9 और 10 मई की रात को लगातार हमले किए, वो इस मजबूत एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड के सामने विफल हो गए। आपके सामने इस ग्रिड को एक तरीके से दर्शाया गया है। आप देख रहे हैं कि इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से कितनी लेयर्स, रडार्स, काउंटर अनमैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, उसके पीछे शोल्डर फायर्ड वेपन्स, हमारे विंटेज एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स जो कि काफ़ी सालों से हमारी सेना में हैं। एयर मार्शल भारती ने भी उसके बारे में बात करी। और लास्ट में हमारे मॉडर्न एयर डिफेंस वेपन सिस्टम्स। तो कोई मौका नहीं था कि पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ये मल्टी टियर डिफेंस को पार करके पीछे हमारी एयरफील्ड्स या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस को टारगेट कर पाए। ये जो डायग्राम आप अपने सामने देख रहे हैं, ये मुझे एक इंसिडेंट की याद दिला रहा है। और मैं आपको इस उदाहरण के ज़रिए से एक ये एस्पेक्ट हाईलाइट करना चाहता हूँ। जब मैं स्कूल में था तो तकरीबन मेरे ख्याल से ये 70 का दशक था और उस समय इंग्लैंड और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच में, आज शायद क्रिकेट की बात भी करनी चाहिए क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था कि विराट कोहली ने टेस्ट क्रिकेट से रिटायरमेंट ले ली। कई भारतीयों की तरह वो मेरे भी फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैं। तो 70 के दशक में ऑस्ट्रेलिया और इंग्लैंड की फेमस एशेज सीरीज चल रही थी और उस समय ऑस्ट्रेलिया के 2 बहुत तेज़ गेंदबाज जो कि क्रिकेट हिस्ट्री में बड़ा उनका नाम है, जेफ थॉमसन और डेनिस लिली, उन्होंने अंग्रेज़ी बैट्समैन और उनकी बैटिंग लाइनअप को तहस नहस कर दिया था। और ऑस्ट्रेलियंस ने उस समय एक कहावत निकाली थी, दैट फ्रॉम एशेज टू एशेज एंड फ्रॉम डस्ट टू डस्ट, इफ थॉमो डोंट गेट हियर देन लिली श्योरली मस्ट। और अगर आप इस लेयर को देखें तो आप समझ जाएंगे कि मैं आपको क्या बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। तो अगर आप सारे सिस्टम्स को पार कर भी गए तो आपको फिर भी एयरफील्ड या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशन या जो भी चीज़ को आप टारगेट कर रहे हैं उसमें पहुंचने से पहले कोई ना कोई इस लेयर्ड ग्रिड का सिस्टम ज़रूर गिरा देगा। जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी और शायद आज भी एयर मार्शल भारती की प्रेजेंटेशन में, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं। यही नहीं, पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स और वेपनाइज्ड यूएवीज से की गई हमलावर कोशिशें भी इस ग्रिड के कारण नाकाम हुई और जो बचे कुचे ड्रोन्स थे उन्हें हमारे शोल्डर फायर्ड हथियारों से मार गिराया गया। मैं यहाँ पर अपनी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स की भी सराहना करना चाहता हूँ। उनके डायरेक्टर जनरल साहब से लेकर बॉर्डर पर तैनात बीओपी पर पहरा देने वाले आखिरी जवान भी हमारे इस अभियान में बढ़ चढ़कर शामिल हुए और बहुत बहादुरी से उन्होंने हमारा साथ दिया। उनके काउंटर अनआर्म्ड सिस्टम्स भी हमारे इस मल्टी टियर्ड एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड का हिस्सा थे, जिसके कारण पाकिस्तान की नापाक हरकतों का विनाश किया गया। आपने सुना ही होगा, जब हौसले बुलंद हों तो मंजिलें भी कदम चूमती हैं। In the end, I would like to highlight again that in every single domain that Operation Sindoor has been prosecuted, there has been absolute synergy between the three services. Not only have we, in this endeavor, been fully supported by our government, departments, and agencies, I cannot here not mention our 140 crore countrymen that have stood behind us with their prayers and goodwill, urging and inspiring us to achieve our mission and objectives. For that, we salute you. You are indeed the best. Jai Hind.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To talk about the air defense capability, the Indian Navy operates as a composite network force capable of simultaneously addressing threats emanating from all domains, that is
air, surface, and subsurface, through amalgamation of advanced sensors synchronized on the combat management systems. In effect, the maritime force is able to ensure persistent surveillance, detection, and identification for a comprehensive maritime domain awareness, including the airspace. Effectively using multiple sensors and inputs, we are maintaining continuous surveillance to degrade or neutralize threats as they emerge or manifest, to ensure targeting at extended ranges. All these are conducted under the umbrella of a comprehensive and effective layered fleet air defense mechanism that caters for all threats, be it drones or high-speed missiles or aircraft, both fighters as well as surveillance aircraft. The fleet operates as a composite force, maintaining a surveillance bubble at extended ranges using advanced radars. Any aerial target that attempts to penetrate this bubble is detected and identified using various techniques and technologies, affording quick and clear distinction between commercial, neutral, and hostile aircraft or flying objects at ranges in excess of the anticipated attack range. The carrier battle group, with its integral air wing, provides the first layer of this layered mechanism. Adequately equipped and trained to high degree of proficiency, our pilots are able to operate both by day and night. In the current standoff, the presence of our aircraft carrier with large number of MiG-29K fighters and airborne early warning helicopters prevented any suspicious or hostile aircraft to close the carrier battle group within several hundred kilometers. अगर मैं सरल शब्दों में बोलूं तो कोई भी संदिग्ध और दुश्मन के हवाई जहाज को कैरल बैटल ग्रुप के कई सौ किलोमीटर पास आने का मौका नहीं दिया. Over the past few years, and most importantly, immediately after the cowardly incident by Pakistani-sponsored terrorist attack at Pahalgam, we had validated our anti-missile and anti-aircraft defense capability in a complex threat environment using cross-platform cooperative mechanism. Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space. The Indian Navy maintains a credible capability to detect, identify, and neutralize any aerial platforms that threaten our units at sea. To sum up, the Indian Navy's dominance thus ensured that, should we choose to, we can strike at will. Thank you. Shamdo Varna, Jai Hind. May I now hand over to Director General Air Operations for further proceedings.
Thank you, Pramod. I think a lot has been said, and I would only end by saying and emphatically state that all our military bases, all our systems continue to remain fully operational and ready to undertake any future missions should the need so arise. और अंत में यह मैं स्पष्ट शब्दों में कह देना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सभी मिलिट्री बेसेस और सारे इक्विपमेंट और सिस्टम्स ऑपरेशनल हैं और ज़रूरत पड़ने पर अपने अगले मिशन के लिए तैयार हैं और तत्पर भी हैं। शुक्रिया दोस्तों, और यदि कोई अभी क्वेश्चंस हैं तो हम लोग तैयार हैं उसके लिए।
Ladies and gentlemen, like yesterday, I'll request you to raise your placards, which most of you are doing. Again, repeating it, anything which is confidential in nature will not be responded to. And as you are aware, the DGMOs, all three of them, have got an important assignment after this, which you also are very well aware of. So we shall not be taking too many questions today. I started with both the ends yesterday. Today I'll start from the center, 237. 237. And I'll request you to please maintain, I'll ask you, I'll come to you.
हेलो हेलो सर, मैं आवाज़ आ रही मेरी? हेलो सर, मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से आपके प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के शुरू होने के ठीक पहले एक वीडियो हमने स्क्रीन पर देखा जिसमें राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की कृष्ण की चेतावनी की प्रमुख पंक्तियों को उद्धृत किया गया और सीधे सीधे दुश्मन को ये संदेश दिया गया कि याचना नहीं। मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू होने के ठीक पहले राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की जो कृष्ण की चेतावनी है उन पंक्तियों को सामने रखा गया और कहा गया कि याचना नहीं अब रण होगा, जीवन जय या मरण होगा। कल शिव तांडव स्रोत के जरिए दुश्मन को संदेश दिया गया था और आज राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की इन प्रमुख पंक्तियों के जरिए ये किस तरह के डिटरेंट को क्रिएट किया जा रहा है, किस तरह के मैसेज को दिया जा रहा है, इसको थोड़ा इलेबोरेट करके अगर आप बताएं तो जाहिर तौर पर ये संदेश और व्यापक तौर पर जाएगा। और एक छोटा सा सवाल मेरा यह है कि ड्रोन अटैक को लेकर जो बातें सामने निकल कर आई हैं, एक बहुत हाइप क्रिएट था टर्किश ड्रोन को लेकर, TV2 और उसके तमाम ड्रोन को लेकर। ऐसा लगता है कि वो हाइप और ओवररेटेड ड्रोन जो है वो भारत में धराशायी हो गया, एक मैसेज दुनिया को चला गया कि अब हाइब्रिड वॉरफेयर में इसकी औकात नहीं बची है।
ओके, ऑल राइट, ओके, थैंक यू। आपने क्या नाम बताया अपना और किस एजेंसी से हैं? न्यूज़ नेशन से। बहुत अच्छा लगा आपकी हिंदी सुनकर और हिंदी कविता सुनकर। तो मेरे कलीग ने अभी बताया, आई थिंक आई मेंशन्ड यीहा टू बी ऑफ चाइनीज ओरिजिन। आई वुड लाइक टू करेक्ट माई सेल्फ, द यीहा ड्रोन्स आर ऑफ टर्किश ओरिजिन, सो दैट कम्स टू योर क्वेश्चन। ऑल राइट, चूँकि आपने शुरू किया श्री रामधारी सिंह दिनकर जी की कविता से, हमारे राष्ट्रकवि रहे हैं, और क्या संदेश दिया जा रहा है, तो मैं बस आपको रामचरितमानस की एक कुछ पंक्ति याद दिलाऊंगा, आप समझ जाएंगे। तो याद कीजिए वो पंक्ति जो है, विनय न माने जलधि जड़, भय 3 दिन बीत, बोले राम सकोप तब, भय बिन होए न प्रीत। तो समझदार के लिए इशारा ही काफी। और जहाँ तक ये ड्रोन, टर्किश ड्रोन्स का सवाल है, आपने देखा किस तरह के रेकेज यहाँ पे फोटोग्राफ्स हमने दिखाए हैं, चाहे वो टर्किश ड्रोन्स हो या और कहीं के भी ड्रोन्स हो। हमारे काउंटर यूएस सिस्टम्स, हमारे ट्रेन्ड एयर डिफेंस ऑपरेटर्स पूरी तरह सक्षम हैं और हमारी देश की जो इंडिजिनस कैपेबिलिटी है काउंटर यूएस के लिए, उसने दिखा दिया है कि चाहे किसी भी तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी आ जाए, हम उसको काउंटर करने के लिए तैयार हैं। और मुझे बोलने की ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं है, आपने खुद ही अपनी आंखों से देखा है हमने इनका क्या हश्र किया है। धन्यवाद।
All right. 226.
Sir, Aditya Raj call from TV9 Network. Yesterday, the DGISPR came out with a press conference, and while you have been continuously providing satellite images and proofs, undeniable proof really, of the airstrikes that happened and the damage that is caused, there's no evidence coming in from the other side. What do you think is there? Are they trying to bluff their people? Are they trying to build some kind of a propaganda for the anger that domestically is there in Pakistan? And secondly, related question, you mentioned Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists. The brother of Maulana Masood Azhar, Rauf Asghar, who was killed. Pakistan DGISPR is trying to build a propaganda where he's saying that Lashkar-e-Toiba, Rauf from Lashkar-e-Toiba was at the entire funeral, but he's saying that he's alive, and they're trying to confuse the people because the two names are similar. The Jaish chief, who is the brother of Maulana Masood Azhar, and the Lashkar guy who was with the Pakistan army at the funeral. So could you clarify what has really happened? Because there is a lot of propaganda and information warfare happening from the Pakistan side. Thank you.
I think the first part of the question you have answered yourself. I need not delve more on it. Why they are doing what they are doing, information is not forthcoming from there. Obviously, that is expected, and they would do whatever it takes to assuage their people and minimize whatever information about the damage comes out. Here, I would like to clarify, as I said yesterday, our fight is with the terrorists. Our fight is not with the Pakistan military or Pakistan civilians. So that is very clear, and we are very clear in our targeting. So coming to the second part of your question as to what media or what propaganda spin the other side is trying to make out a story. Well, it is for them to answer, and it really is not a military question for us to answer here. We've done our job. We have done what we're expected to do, and that is it.
I'll come this side, 249.
सर, मैं पूनम पांडे हूँ, नवभारत टाइम्स से। पाकिस्तान ने जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी उसमें एक सेंटेंस उन्होंने यूज़ किया था कि दिस इज़ न्यू आर्ट ऑफ वॉर। तो हम सब ने देखा, शायद पहली बार देखा कि किस तरीके से आसमान में दोनों एयरफोर्स के एयरक्राफ्ट थे। क्या आप बता सकेंगे, क्योंकि हम जो लगातार जब कवर करते हैं हम देखते हैं 2016 में के बाद ड्रोन का जो पूरा वॉरफेयर में रोल है वो दिखा था, तो हमने भी वो दिखाया, और किस स्तर की ये वॉर थी? अगर थोड़ा आप क्लैरिटी दे सकें कि कितने एयरक्राफ्ट उनके इन्वॉल्व थे, लगभग कितने हमारे थे, क्या इसे अब तक का सबसे बड़ा जो जंग हुई है आसमान में वो कहा जा सकता है? और ड्रोन के रोल पे थोड़ा और ज़्यादा, क्योंकि 2016 के बाद जिस तरीके से बढ़ा है।
देखिए, जैसा मैंने कल कहा था कि इस लड़ाई के डिटेल्स अभी हम शेयर नहीं कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि इसमें काफ़ी कुछ ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स होंगे। कितने जहाज़ थे दोनों तरफ से, किस तरह की लड़ाई हुई, these are questions of technical details which we may not be able to share firstly, and which we may not be able to share to explain to you the way it needs to be explained. Suffice to say कि yes, ये एक दूसरी तरह का वॉरफेयर था, and it is bound to happen. हम लोग पिछली लड़ाई, अगली जो कभी भी लड़ाई होगी, भगवान करे ना हो, लेकिन अभी यदि हुई तो ये पिछली लड़ाई की तरह नहीं होगी। हर एक लड़ाई जो है अलग तरीके से लड़ी जाती है, और टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट्स हो रहे हैं। हम भी उस एडवांसमेंट्स के हिस्सा हैं, हमारे एडवर्सरीज भी हिस्सा हैं। सो इट इज़ अ कैट एंड माउस गेम, एंड यू हैव टू बी अहेड ऑफ द कर्व टू बीट योर एडवर्सरी. So that is what is going to happen. So if you ask, was this different? Was this engagement different? Definitely it was different. And a lot of new aspects have come out, but we were prepared for it. We were
trained for it, and we were equipped for it. That is the only aspect that I can share with you at this time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last question, 161.
Hi, sir. Thank you, sir. Snesh Philip here from the print. So the social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. As I said yesterday, as I said earlier and yesterday, it is difficult to take everybody's questions, and the DGMOs have to reach somewhere right now. So thank you for coming. Please send in your questions on paper. We will definitely answer them. Thank you.
Key DGMO briefing on Operation Sindoor. Indian Armed Forces have reiterated that Operation Sindoor targeted only terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that Pakistan military was responsible for any loss that they incurred. Well, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti earlier was saying that our fight was against terror, and that is why we only struck the terror camps on May 7th. But Pakistan's military sided with terrorists and they made it their own fight. He said Indian forces successfully marked and hit Pakistani military bases. We understand now India also has been continuously providing proof of the strikes carried out, with more pictures of the debris and the wreckage that have been recovered. At the same time, no evidence has been given by the other side. India has also confirmed that a Pakistani Mirage was destroyed in Operation Sindoor, but how much damage has been incurred on the other side, they haven't really given out details very clearly. But yes, photos and pictures have been given as proof. Those videos also on your TV screens in earlier briefings also they were provided, and more information, more evidence is being provided by the DGMO here in this press conference. All right, so the press conference is over now. My colleague Shiv Arur is also joining us on the broadcast. He is in Uri in Jammu, Kashmir. My colleague Vishnu will be joining us in just a bit. Shiv, India clearly reiterating and emphasizing on the fact that Pakistani army has been responsible for their own losses. This was said before and once again emphasized in this very briefing, clearly saying that our target, our aim was the terrorists in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And how Pakistani army really responded, it's their own fault.
Very correct. The Armed Forces briefing that's just gotten over had the senior commanders of the three services emphasize repeatedly, not once, not twice, but thrice, that the enemy here was the terrorists and this was not an operation against the Pakistan military or the Pakistan people. That is a very important shift, considering it comes just 48 hours after the Indian Air Force bombed at least 12 military bases in Pakistan, which we now know also includes a military cantonment surface-to-air weapon system in Karachi. I want to quickly just go through the big takeaways from this hugely crucial press conference, the second in 2 days by the armed forces. Number one, the armed forces have confirmed that every single Indian military or Air Force base is intact, operational, and ready to continue operations if deemed necessary at short notice. That is a huge clarification coming in from the armed forces, because there's been all sorts of misinformation and rumor mongering over damage to different places in the country, military installations. Number two, the Indian Navy giving us more information at this press conference about its operations. The INS Vikrant carrier battle group that we know was deployed in the North Arabian Sea, we now know officially and on the record from this briefing, had basically started flying its fighters, its MiG-29K fighters, which forced the Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan Navy aircraft to remain confined to the Makran coast of Balochistan. They were not able to fly over the ocean. So that is a huge pressure tactic that was built upon Pakistan. Number three, this is for the first time at this briefing that the Indian Air Force, Army and Navy have revealed pictures of failed Chinese systems, whether it was missiles, whether it was air defense systems, whether it was Turkish drones as well. Imagery was put out officially for the first time so far that was confined to open source and social media. Number four, a large part of this briefing was dedicated to talking about the Indian integrated air defense system, which included indigenous homegrown systems like the Akash and the anti-drone system developed by the DRDO. And this was given a huge amount of attention. Its efficacy and trial by fire has happened.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Finally, of course, the Indian Armed Forces saying that India's offensive posture continues against Pakistan.
Absolutely. I'll just come back to you, Shiv. Well, India's also clearly said, even as there has been a night of calm yesterday, India has also made it clear all military bases, systems, equipment remain fully functional and if needed in future will be ready for operation. My colleague Vishnu Shom also joining us on the broadcast. He is at the NMC where this key press briefing was held. Vishnu, big takeaways from this briefing. India clearly saying what happened on between India and Pakistan, and Pakistan clearly siding with the terrorists. What has happened is Pakistan's fault.
Let me explain to you what exactly took place at this press conference. Now, over the last couple of days, we've been talking about India's airstrikes into Pakistan, whether it's air bases or against terror training hubs. Another key part of this, as important, were India's defenses. Now, India operates an integrated air defense system. It is integrated between the Army, Air Force and the Navy. There were several incoming Pakistani strikes which were thwarted. And at this press conference, there was video evidence and there were photographs of drones and rockets and missiles which were launched by the Pakistanis, which was demonstrated. It is as a result of the successful deployment of all sorts of surface-to-air missiles, of air defense guns, indigenous systems among them, that we were able to thwart the threat which was coming in. Had that threat not been thwarted, then there would have been a lot more damage on the ground, whether in military bases or in civilian areas. It was as a result of India being able to maintain the integrity of our ground resources, our forces, our Air Force on the ground and at our bases, that we were able to launch comprehensive airstrikes on several Pakistani air bases, whether they were cantonment-related radar facilities, command and control hubs, hangars at air bases. Very significantly, while this was brought out in the press conference yesterday, it's a point that needs to be mentioned again, that Karachi, or the cantonment over there, was one of the hubs which was struck. Remember, the attack on Karachi in the 1971 war was something which was, it's a story which is the stuff of legends as far as we are concerned. But there's been another strike on Karachi, and not just that, but other major Pakistani centers as well, not least of all Rawalpindi. One final point before I take anything else you have is that the Director General of Air Operations denied that nuclear sites of Pakistan or sites where they house nuclear weapons were struck by the Indian Air Force, contrary to claims which have been made online.
Absolutely. As you've also been mentioning earlier here, Vishnu, that and this has been reiterated in the press conference here, that Pakistani military bases were also hit. Some damage was also caused to the Pak army bases. But if something major would have happened, well, India was all ready to strike them hard.
Yeah, so I think what the manner in which we need to really summarize this is to explain that, number one, there have been very successful strikes against a series of Pakistani air bases. There have obviously been very successful strikes against the terror hubs, whether in Muridke, in Bahawalpur, in Muzaffarabad, and in several other centers, just some close across the line of control. But beyond that, we were scaling up our attacks. We were progressively escalating our attacks and responding to what Pakistan was doing. Remember, it was never India's intention to escalate further. In fact, on day one, after carrying out our attacks on Bahawalpur and Muridke and those other areas which have been terror hotbeds, and the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba, our Director General of Military Operations reached out to his counterpart and said that, look, we have done what we've had to do, and the reason that, and what we need to tell you now is that we don't want to escalate. At that stage, the Pakistanis rebuffed that offer and said that no, there would be a Pakistani response. But it was that Director General of Military Operations who then called up his Indian counterpart 2 or 3 days later and said, no, let's get into a ceasefire situation. The bottom line the government believes is that it was because of the success of India's strikes on Pakistani air bases that Pakistan arrived at that conclusion.
Absolutely. It wasn't really what India had wanted in the first place, but it was Pakistan's provocation that led India to strike hard. And it would have gone to another level if the ceasefire agreement wasn't reached upon. But India has very much made it clear at this point in time. Also, Prime Minister Modi also said that if any other sort of escalation happens in the future, we are ready to give them a befitting response. Shiv Arur, my colleague, continues to be with us on the broadcast here. Shiv, as I've been saying, that India has, of course, made it clear that their military units, their installations are ready in case, Pakistan doesn't mend its ways, comes back to what it is known to be doing.
And I can confirm that in all my travels here in J&K, Kitty, that the Indian armed forces are not seeing this ceasefire as, a cessation of hostilities, as some kind of a trigger, to back down on their operational alert. This country, let's be very clear about it, is on war alert right now. We haven't scaled back even an inch since that understanding was arrived upon 2 days ago. The Director Generals of Military Operations will be speaking in a couple of hours from now. They're scheduled to have that conversation where they assess what the last 2 days have been like since that understanding was agreed upon. But let's remember, and you're right, the offensive alert, the long-range strike alert, the operational readiness alert across all of the 3 armed forces, its military bases, including those that Pakistani misinformation had suggested had been damaged, are all ready to jump into the next phase of escalations if deemed necessary. India has also made it very clear that even the smallest deviations, Kitty, smallest of provocations or escalations from the Pakistan side, will probably attract an inordinate or an incongruous reply. It will not be equitable. It will not be within the same domain. It will be punitive from the start, which means it will be much more damaging. To give you an example, if one line of control post gets fired upon, 10 line of control posts will probably be destroyed as a punitive response. That's the kind of template we're looking at right now. That's the kind of mood the military and the political leadership of India is in right now after having arrived at that ceasefire. I'm here at the line of control, Uri, the last village in Tilabari, where people still haven't returned. That's going to be the next phase, but the country remains on war alert.
Absolutely. Well, Shiv, we understand now, till the time normalcy actually returns to Jammu Kashmir, other parts of India, we understand in Jammu Kashmir there has been a major impact of this conflict between the 2 sides, and people are still, waiting to return to their homes. But we will keep an eye on the developments there. Thank you so much, Shiv and Vishnu, for getting us all those details. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Meanwhile, this is the big development now coming in. We are learning that India, in this very press conference that was held just a while back, has made it clear that it has hit the military bases in Pakistan and much damage has been caused. But what has also happened at this point in time is Pakistan's doing. Indian armed forces have reiterated that Operation Sindur targeted only terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and that the Pakistan military was responsible for any loss that they incurred. Well, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti earlier was speaking to the media, addressing the DGMO conference, saying that our fight was against terror, and that is why we only struck terror camps on May 7th. We understand, Vishnu. Let me come back to Vishnu Shom, my colleague, who's been reporting from the NMC here. Yes, Vishnu, we understand, how the future strategy would also have been planned out in that important meeting that was held. The military hotline conversation also that was held between the two sides.
Kitty, let me just come in and offer a couple of key points of what has actually taken place over here at this press conference. And the key point which is being mentioned over here are two or three. We need to understand the context of what has happened. In as much as India has spoken about offensive operations, the focus of this press conference was to speak about defensive operations. Had those defensive operations not been successful, in other words, had we not been able to defend against incoming missiles, incoming drones, or incoming rockets, then the damage on the ground which would have been sustained, whether in military areas or in civilian areas, would have been problematic for India. If we look at what has happened in Pakistan, what they have been talking about yesterday and today is the very specific damage which has been incurred, which has taken place in military bases in Pakistan, which has prevented the Pakistan Air Force from being able to operate in the manner in which they would have liked. This is perhaps the primary reason why Pakistan came to us and said, let's get into a ceasefire agreement. I cannot stress enough, the damage done to the Pakistani military bases has sent a very strong message. Yes, selective areas were struck. These were precision strikes. But the fact that our BrahMos missiles went through, presumably our Scalp missiles went through, and our Hammer missiles went through, and the Pakistanis were not able to defend it, perhaps gave the Pakistani military leadership a reason to take pause and reflect on what has just happened. If India is able to strike across the frontage from Karachi in the south to Rawalpindi, which is the headquarters essentially of the Pakistani military, then if there were more attacks coming in, if India were to saturate these bases, then the Pakistan Air Force's ability to fight would no longer exist. So I think that is the significance of what has happened in what has been conveyed to us yesterday. And this is actually part two of that, because it's all linked up. We made it clear to them that they no longer would have the ability to fight us, but we were able to ward off their attacks, which is why we were able to fight.
Absolutely. So the next steps would also have been discussed between the both sides, we understand, in that conversation that happened earlier?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by next steps, but that would have likely been India's game plan to move into an escalation. Yes. After the ceasefire agreement, there is another conversation which is going to be taking place between the Directors General of Military Operations. That's going to be taking place today. But in terms of whether India would escalate to a larger area, that would have taken place potentially had Pakistan not agreed to a ceasefire. Now, Pakistan did agree to a ceasefire. There were certain violations. However, by and large, in the last 24 hours, by and large, it has been peaceful. The Directors General of Military Operations holding their press conference in a little while, holding their conversation, I should say, in a little while from now is important, because there is a sense that they might reinforce the existence of that ceasefire, which is essential in ensuring that there is relative peace between both sides. Because if there isn't, government sources have told us that India will keep striking. It's not as if Op Sindur is over. This is a point that has been mentioned, and I'd like to reiterate, Op Sindur is not over. It's still very much in place. Our forces have not stood down. They remain on alert. Therefore, this is something that will be conveyed to Pakistan. I am fairly sure that, look, you need to maintain that ceasefire, which you have wanted, or else you have seen what we've been able to do. We may do more.
Absolutely. All right. Vishnu, stay on with us. We have, Lieutenant General Rameshwar Yadav also now joining us on the broadcast. We will continue to get more information about the situation here. We understand now this briefing is over already, but important points that have been reiterated by the forces here, clearly saying that the fight wasn't against Pakistan's civilians or its population. It was against terror. It was against terrorism and terrorists in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And that is why the terror camps were struck on May 7th. But it was Pakistan that's responsible for what has happened. They sided with the terrorists and they made it their own fight. All right, let me go across to our guest here. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. How do you read this entire situation, sir? Of course, we've seen the ceasefire agreement came into effect, and after that, last night also, there has been much calm on the LOC, but India clearly reiterating that if Pakistan resorts to any such, nefarious activities in the future, it is definitely going to give a strong response.
Kitty, Jai Hind and Bharat Mata Ki Jai to all our viewers. Now coming to your question and proper, you see, as Rome has told, the Op Sindur has not stopped. It is only the military content of Op Sindur, there is a little pause. So therefore, what is happening now? Politically, Pakistan is, they're back, politically they have done nothing much and they are in a corner. What do they explain to their population as of now? That there was a war, they started, they escalated it, and now they are the one, all their bases, they have been destroyed, and the Air Force is virtually grounded, thereby giving, creating a space for Indian Air Force to take on in case there is a violation of any ceasefire hereafter. The second and the most important point here is, India has conveyed one point very clearly, that any act of terror would be treated as an act of war. What is the implication? Implication is that should Pakistan indulge in any other terror act within Indian boundaries or any state or hinterland, India would be free to carry out military operation deep inside their territory. So that is a very big danger and very big worry for Pakistan. Secondly, this entire game plan is for water. And by suspension of Indus Water Treaty, India has put Pakistan on notice. Now, by going in for military ceasefire, that is not resolving that part of it, which is the most important aspect for the Pak economy. So it is a state of checkmate politically, militarily, and diplomatically. So Pakistan is in a corner. It is for them to see now how do they proceed hereafter. Do they mend their ways or they continue fighting with us, and in case they do that, they are doomed for times to come.
But sir, there is a very interesting saying about Pakistan that we've been reading and hearing since a few days once again, that whenever Pakistan loses, it comes back. It wants to come back to attack India, and we have to be on our on guard. And we have to be cautious, and that is what in this briefing also it was very much made clear that all our military units are ready and very much in place, and our forces are ready in case Pakistan comes back to attack us.
Kitty, you're right. Pakistan has always, their intentions are to conserve the military power, and by agreeing to ceasefire now, at the back of the mind is to conserve the military power to fight another day. They would like to reorganize and recoup themselves and upgrade the technology in times to come so as to come back to the India. So they want to conserve the military power. All right. So their intentions are not very pious or anything else. So we have to read in between the line what are their intentions. So therefore, the way we have taken our stance as of now, our government, that act of terror would be treated as an act of war, and IWT continues to be in state of animation, and as far as military is concerned, we are on full alert. So it is a difficult time for Pakistan.
But Pakistan, yes, absolutely, sir. You're right in saying that, but Pakistan is literally crippled when it comes to, even if they think about, hitting India once again. There has been the satellite images also, the evidence that is being provided here by the forces here on a day-to-day basis clearly shows how, significant damage has been caused to their bases, to their military units and sites. Pakistan, as I've been saying, at this point in time, doesn't really have much of an option.
Absolutely correct. If you have heard this press briefing by our DGMO, the Army DGMO, he has said that the Indian Armed Forces have got backing of 140 crore people. So that is a very big strength, despite the fact we are multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multilingual society, wherein this cannot be said regarding Pakistan. You see, Pakistan internally is a divided society. Baloch, they are fighting for the independence. TTP and the Pathans, they are also not cohort with the Punjabis. So, and Sindhis are also not very happy with Punjabi stance of diverting the water to the southern Punjab and and making new canals. So it is a divided society altogether, and this operation, what they have done in Pahalgam, is primarily was to create a situation wherein they can gather the entire nation together, but that has not happened. So there's a vast difference between India and Pakistan, their societal stance as on date, and the way they are trying to fight this battle.
Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV and sharing all those inputs there. We hope we get to talk to you again very soon. But we understand at this point in time as well that this is a sensitive situation. And of course, this is important to note that last night has been a night of calm and peace on the LOC. We hope that continues to prevail in the coming days as well. But India has very much made it clear in that press briefing also that was held by the military heads of our armed forces of India that in case Pakistan tries to strike on India, Pakistan attempts to target us, we will give a strong and befitting response to Pakistan, one that they will never forget. Well, that is the message that comes across from our forces. We'll keep an eye on the developments here on this big story that we're tracking and get you more. It's time for a quick break here. More continues on the other side.
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimiar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Naval Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled.
Welcome back after the break. Amid the India-Pakistan conflict, Pakistan's PR stunt has put it on the back foot as well now. Pakistan tried to do a copycat press conference as in India's, but without giving any proof of the claims that it made. Now the international media is also taken on Pakistan for its baseless claims. My colleague Arjun is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Well, international media also mocking Pakistan now for the claims that it has been making, but without any evidence, Arjun.
That's absolutely right. You know, for perspective, just hours after India's armed forces, in fact, released verified footage of targeted military operations, the Pakistani side, in fact, also held a presser. They held a late evening press conference, in fact, and it was visibly, you know, modeled on India's earlier briefing. However, this event quickly drew international criticism for what analysts and international analysts are now terming a presentation without proof. Now, you see, unlike India's very detailed visual and multi-service representation, Pakistan's response, you know, it lacked any sort of video evidence, credible imagery, or even official documentation, you know. Observers, including neutral international media outlets, have also pointed out this glaring absence of substantiating material, prompting growing skepticism, ever-growing skepticism, in fact, over the credibility, the very credibility of the source of Pakistan's narrative. You know, commentators, not only this, commentators worldwide are in fact now highlighting what they described as a missed opportunity for transparency. Now, this is Pakistan's claims remain unsupported and unsubstantiated. The contrast has left Islamabad facing uncomfortable questions, and rightly so, from the global community that also demands clarity and accountability, especially in matters where military engagement is, you know, in the picture. Now, as security mounts, as scrutiny rather mounts, Pakistan's information strategy desperately finds itself in an increasing difficult position. Back to you.
Absolutely. Well, also, this is not the very first time for Pakistan. It has been the subject of mockery many times in the past. And once again, we've been seeing, as India, of course, has been doing these press conferences and giving proofs and evidence of the strikes that have been carried out for the last 4 days. Of course, there has been some sort of calm last night, but we are all prepared. Well, Pakistan also tried to do that, but Pakistan hasn't given even one single proof to back its claim, and that is why it has now become the subject of mockery from international media as well. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news. In another big revelation, DG operations for IAF, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti confirmed that the Air Force had carried out strikes against targets near Karachi in Pakistan. Air Marshal Bharti told the reporters earlier that strikes were carried out at Muridke in Karachi as part of the Indian military's measured and calibrated response to Pakistani aggression. This included a surface-to-air missile site at Muridke cantonment in Karachi. Well, all big Pakistani cities were hit, but this is very much significant now that strikes were also carried out near targets, at targets near Karachi.
In a measured and calibrated response, we once again targeted his military installations, which included his SAM sites at Muridke. This also included his surveillance radar sites at Lahore and close to Gujranwala.
All right, we have more information now. Prime Minister Modi also had chaired a key security meeting at the 7 LKM, that is his residence. This was about an hour-long meeting that took place at Prime Minister's residence, where Defence Minister, External Affairs Minister, CDS also met the PM. Well, Tri-Services Chief also had met the Prime Minister in the meeting, where we understand the future course of action was the focus. Well, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan, and all three services chief attended this high-level meeting at Prime Minister Modi's residence earlier today. And while Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has also spoken out now exclusively to NDTV, he said that Jammu Kashmir economy lies in tatters now. There are no tourists, the valley is empty and everything is shut here. He's spoken on Operation Sindoor, saying that our immediate purpose has been served, but we hope that things will improve from here on. Listen in.
This is your first interview after Pahalgam massacre. So where are we now after that incident and what we saw on the borders and here over the last 4-5 days?
Where are we? We are in a place where we didn't expect to be. We are in a place where there has been bloodshed, suffering, turmoil, upheaval. We are in a place where everything has changed, and yet in some ways nothing has changed.
Can you explain?
Everything has changed in as much as normally at this time we should have been full with tourists, booming economy, children should have been at school, airport should have been functioning with 50-60 flights a day, whereas the valley is empty, schools we've had to close, airport is closed, airspace is closed, and yet when I say nothing has changed, Pakistan has by design unfortunately again managed to internationalize the question of Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire, which until the last few days had held in spite of whatever other difficulties exist in the relations between India and Pakistan. Today that ceasefire has been in tatters. We await to see what happens tonight. So that's why I say so much has changed, and then in some ways so little has changed.
But the fact is, there's a larger question, is that when that massacre happened, it changed everything when it comes to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir. Till that time, we're saying militancy, separatism, everything is a thing of past.
Well, it changed once and for all, once again, the perception of Jammu and Kashmir, and it changed it for the worse. Okay. Jammu and Kashmir was a place where, like you said, tourism was bustling. And it wasn't just tourism in terms of numbers. It was also tourism in terms of value. You were seeing high-spending tourists who did not mind spending even up to ₹1,00,000 a night for a hotel room. Today, that part of our economy lies in tatters. Those who were actively engaged by hotels, restaurants, shops, they are in the process of being disengaged. Then coupled with that, people had taken loans to buy taxis, to buy deluxe buses, to convert rooms into homestay, to convert smaller houses into guest houses or hotels. All of that now adds to an economic pressure. These people will be knocking on the government doors for jobs that are already in short supply. So the long-term effects of what happened in Pahalgam, we will be counting for some time to come.
There is definitely going to be an impact of this conflict on the economy and tourism of Jammu Kashmir. But we do hope that things improve very soon, and the centre also has assured that all efforts will be made in that regard. Now, former Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar has also spoken to NDTV and said that Pakistan has had a dubious history of distraction, and there has been an unprecedented reach demonstrated by India. We have drawn a new red line. There is nothing token about our capability. Listen in to this exclusive conversation we had with him.
And joining us now on this broadcast is Rajiv Chandrasekhar, former Union Minister, and Nikunj Garg, our senior managing editor, is also joining us on this. Mr. Chandrasekhar, starting with you, of course, there are a lot of reasons for India to cheer, because India has managed to send a strong message to the world that there will be a new rules of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned. Operation Sindur has been a massive, massive success, and India has significantly managed to demonstrate its military and strategic prowess. What are your thoughts, sir?
Look, I think it's very clear that Pakistan has had a long, dubious history of trying to distract its own people from its failings and its slide towards a failed state by occasionally having these terror attacks against India, targeting innocent Indians to try and blackmail India and shift the narrative into a narrative of Kashmir and India, and as this general, very, very dubious general tried to make it a Hindu-Muslim thing recently over the last 10-15 days. But what has happened this time around, I think, is that India has demonstrated that while Pakistan and its generals can try and do whatever it needs to do to distract its people, there will be severe cost imposed on them by the actions of India. And these unprecedented type of destruction that we have seen on 11 Air Force fields of Pakistan, the reach that India has demonstrated deep within Pakistan is certainly drawing a new red line, which is that you can still toy with terrorism if you think that is very, a smart thing for you to do, but be prepared to have severe costs imposed on you. And India has demonstrated that there is nothing token about what India is capable of doing. It will impose severe costs on Pakistan and the Pakistani establishment if it continues to play terror and use terror as some sort of a war against India.
All right, more information now coming in. We're learning 32 airports across northern and northwestern regions of India that were closed earlier due to airspace restrictions in the wake of heightened tensions with Pakistan have now reopened. India's aviation regulator has said that these airports include Srinagar, Chandigarh and Amritsar and are now available for civil aircraft operations. The closure was announced on Saturday, 3 days after India began an anti-terror campaign, Operation Sindur, which involved striking terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And while the NCW and Association of Indian Diplomats have come out in strong support of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and his daughter, who've been relentlessly trolled online. The NCW has said that trolling of the Foreign Secretary and his family is unacceptable. Meanwhile, the Association of Indian Diplomats also backed Misri, calling him a distinguished diplomat and thorough professional. The trolling was such that Vikram Misri made his account on X private.
Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, was trolled relentlessly and he had to go private on X. Of course, the IAS and IPS officers associations have condemned it. But, you know, the madness that we saw on social media in particular, there is a situation right now where you have Shashi Tharoor, Salman Khurshid, several Congress leaders coming out in his support saying that this is preposterous. What are your thoughts?
No, look, Vikram Misri is an absolutely gentleman. He's a patriot. I know him reasonably well. He's an absolutely top-class bureaucrat and public servant. And I think the efforts yesterday of trying to intimidate him and undermine him on social media are absolutely shameful. This is a government that is working 24/7 to protect the interests of India and protect the interests of every Indian citizen. They have conducted Operation Sindoor in an absolutely meticulous manner and delivered justice to 27 families. And therefore, I would urge people to get off this, trolling and really be supportive, be united with the government of India, with the men and women in uniform, because we have a common enemy, and that is Pakistan. We have a common threat, which is terrorism. And united, we can prevail and demolish this. And that is certainly what our anger and our frustration should be focused at, not on our own people, and certainly not on distinguished public servants like Vikram Misri.
A few hours ago, the Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri, has been, has faced relentless trolling. And so have the two women officers, Sophia Qureshi and also Vyomika Singh. They were the face of communication for these 4 days that we have seen. How unfortunate do you think it is? I mean, to target a diplomat who has been working tirelessly, to target two officials who were presenting the decisions and actions taken by the executive and also by the military.
Well, I think it's very, very sad because we can say without any hesitation that these three have been a remarkable face of our determination, the clarity of purpose, determination, and the sense of confidence that they gave. All three of them have been remarkable, and I see no problem there at all. There are people in the country who will troll anybody for decisions that are taken at a higher level and decisions that are taken in the enlightened self-interest in modern times. We are not a country of jingoists. We are a country that believes in protecting its rights and its sovereignty, but it's also a country that believes in the nature of diplomatic interaction with the world. And constraining our top officers by putting this kind of pressure on them is very sad. It's really very sad. I would just salute them, and I believe that the best that we can offer to them, we should truly proud of the work they've done.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
Welcome back after the break. The US and China have agreed to lower tariffs for the next 90 days in a major de-escalation in the tariff war that's threatening to cut off trade between the world's two largest economies. As part of the agreement hammered out in Geneva, the US has agreed to lower tariffs on Chinese goods to 30% from 145%, and China will reduce the duties on US imports to 10% from 125%. And there has been a significant jump marked in the global markets. Investors are now cheering the US-China trade deal. US futures spike nearly 1,000 points, while Asian markets have jumped over 3%, while European markets have gained over 1%. Well, news from the world of sports now. After days of speculation, Indian cricket great Virat Kohli has confirmed his retirement from Test cricket with immediate effect in an emotional post on Instagram. After India Test captain Rohit Sharma had confirmed his retirement from the longest format of the game, the reports of Kohli communicating the same intent to the BCCI emerged, sending shockwaves across the cricketing spectrum. It was reported that the board was in talks with Kohli to make him change his mind, but it seems that the outcome was unsuccessful.
Virat Kohli using his feet, getting to the pitch of the ball, and a nice flurry to finish it.
And well, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
NDTV science editor Pallav Bagla has been honored. Those visuals on your TV screen.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
from ashes to ashes and from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं.
Indian Armed Forces reiterate that Operation Sindur targeted only terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and that Pakistani military was responsible for any loss that was incurred. Forces say all military bases are intact. We are fully prepared. Big relief for flyers India-Pakistan. Amid the truce, all airports have now opened in India for flight operations. 32 airports were shut amid the tensions. Adani-made drone has been used in Operation Sindur. Adani-owned Alpha Designs built this drone. Sky Striker drone was made in Bengaluru. And it's been the best day for markets in the last 4 years. Sensex and Nifty have been up nearly 4% each. US-China agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer US-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli has announced retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14-year career for India. Says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kati Bahel. In a key briefing by the DGMO on Operation Sindur, Indian Armed Forces today reiterated that Operation Sindur had targeted only terror camps in Pakistan and POK, and that the Pakistani military was responsible for the losses incurred on their side. Air Marshal Bharti, addressing the DGMO conference earlier, said that our fight was against terror, and that is why we only struck terror camps on May 7th. But Pakistan's military sided with terrorists and they made it their own fight. Well, it was also said that Pakistan's Chinese air defense system had failed, while India's air defense system was multi-layered and could perceive the threats from the enemy. Indian forces successfully marked and hit Pakistani military bases. Also, we understand now India has been continuously providing the proof of the strikes that were carried out against Pakistan, with more pictures of the debris and the wreckage recovered, and satellite images also that have been given out. At the same time, no evidence has been given by the other side. Listen in to what was said in this press conference first.
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimyar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space.
Well, Director General of Air Operations Air Marshal A.K. Bharti also now confirmed that the Indian Armed Forces did not target the nuclear facility at Kirana Hills in Pakistan. Listen in.
Social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
Air Marshal clearly denying the rumors of action at Pakistan's Kirana Hills, clearly saying that we don't know what is there and we did not hit that facility. All right, my colleague Vishnu Shom as well as Shiv Arur joining us on the broadcast. Vishnu, if I could come to you first. The key takeaways from this briefing, we understand that this is also important, the bite that we just played out of the Air Marshal clearly saying, denying the rumors that have been floating around about India's action at Kirana Hills.
Well, I think we need to listen to that soundbite in its totality. And while he did on record deny that India had struck any nuclear weapons depot of the Pakistani armed forces, he did begin that statement with a smile on his face. And there is video to suggest that, there were certain strikes which took place in the vicinity of an area which is believed to house Pakistani nuclear weapons. But as you can understand, none of this is publicly disclosed, nor is it confirmed. So we will take the Air Marshal's denial at face value, particularly since crossing or hitting targets which might have a nuclear implication in terms of hitting a depot with nuclear weapons or anything of that sort crosses a massive red line, which I don't think the Indian Air Force intended to do.
Also, Vishnu, we understand India has also made it clear in that press conference that if Pakistan actually tries to engage in any sort of nefarious activity in the future also, we are all ready, all set to give them a strong response. Our military units are all ready as well.
Well, that's been the Indian position now for the last couple of days. In fact, right after the ceasefire, they made it absolutely clear that Operation Sindur remains operational and that, if there is some sort of a hit which comes in from Pakistan, we will respond immediately. So he wasn't saying anything new over there. In fact, in speaking to very senior sources last night, I was led to believe that the situation that now exists will be the new normal, that Pakistan cannot expect a return to normalcy. Therefore, if there is any attack on terror, an Indian military response can never be ruled out.
Absolutely. That is what something India has been saying time and again. Well, this was a second press conference that was held in a matter of 48 hours, we believe. Let me go across to my colleague Shiv Arur also. Shiv, we understand, that has been, last night has been a night of calm and peace at the LOC, but we do hope that continues to remain, that continues to prevail. At the same time, we understand India also making it clear if any sort of action comes from Pakistan, we are all set. But, an important point that I also want to make here, Shiv, is that India has been continuously giving proof of the strikes that have been carried out, with more picture of the debris and wreckage also that has been found. At the same time, the other side has only been making false claims and has been the subject of mockery from the international media as well.
You're right. There's a huge amount of misinformation that's come in from Pakistan. And today there's evidence to suggest that China has been helping fuel this disinformation. For example, just about 15 minutes ago, we got to know that China has been peddling old satellite images of certain Indian Air Force bases to suggest that damage has been caused there. But these have been proven by open source experts to be from, March and February, long before Pahalgam and long before Operation Sindur, definitely. And therefore, China appears to be trying to assist Pakistan in selling, a story of fantasy to its domestic audience. It's a familiar playbook. Both China and Pakistan are similar that way. They try and sort of hypnotize their domestic audiences to a reality which is obviously not real. This is a country that's had a dozen frontline air bases in big cities being attacked in the last 48 hours. And therefore, misinformation is something that they need to resort to because the reality is so agonizingly painful. On the other aspect that came out from today's Armed Forces briefing, hugely important, that the first officially released pictures of Chinese, failed
Big
Chinese
breaking news
missiles
now coming in at the moment. We're learning Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the nation today. Prime Minister Modi's address is going to be at 8 p.m. on Operation Sindoor. This is what is expected. The first address after Operation Sindoor. This is big. Prime Minister Modi will be speaking at 8 p.m. He is going to be addressing the masses tonight. This is what we are learning at the moment. What Prime Minister Modi is going to say, that of course remains to be seen. All eyes will be on that. But this is his first address post-Operation Sindoor, and this is big. Prime Minister Modi will be briefing the nation first time after Operation Sindoor came into play, and we understand now the tension seemed to be between India and Pakistan continues to be, it seems to be withdrawing, but at the same time, India has made it clear that we are all ready, all set to give a befitting reply to Pakistan in case of any misadventure by the neighbor. But we understand now Prime Minister Modi will be speaking to the masses, will be briefing the nation at 8 p.m. This marks his first address after Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Modi has been continuously monitoring the activities in the last 4 to 5 days. And we understand that this key briefing comes at 8 p.m. Just a day before the ceasefire agreement between the both sides came into effect, and normalcy at the moment seems to be returning at the LOC. This has been a night of calm and peace as we've witnessed last night, but we do hope the situation continues to remain the same in the coming days as well. All right, my colleague Maria Shakir also now joins us on the broadcast here. Maria, this is big. First address of the Prime Minister post-Operation Sindoor at 8 p.m.
Yes, that's right. And this will be an address to the nation. And it certainly becomes significant because, we have had DGMO's address, 2 sets of press conferences where details came in of the kind of, military action which was taken by the various forces. During the course of Operation Sindoor, we do know that Prime Minister was monitoring all the movements and all the details through the night. And thereafter, we have seen series of meetings being held at 7 LKM, which is the official residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where he has met all the administrative heads in terms of the External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister, the 3 army chiefs, the 3 chiefs of the various services, CDS and others in attendance. That has been happening almost on a daily basis, sometimes twice or thrice in a day as well. So he has been very hands-on taking all the calls necessary at whatever point that was needed. Now it is time to communicate to the country as to what India has done and what India has managed to achieve. So, you know, in terms of the information and communication, I think Prime Minister Modi's art of communication is very well known, and he understands fully well as to how should he tell the country what has been achieved through Operation Sindur, which was carried out to avenge, Pahalgam terror attacks, and post that there was military action against air bases, which was carried right inside Pakistan as well. So India first, taking defensive move and then going on an offense is what we know about. But overall, I would say that, remember, Prime Minister Modi had famously spoken from Bihar, Kishanganj in Bihar, where he had said and communicated directly to the entire country, saying clearly that he will track, identify and ensure that each and every perpetrator of that heinous crime, the dastardly attack which happened on Indian soil, is punished. And that was a promise he made to the people of the country. And at that time, Mr. Modi was reflecting the sentiments of 140 crore Indians. And right now, when he addresses the nation, he will be able to communicate effectively, which is needed at this point, as to what was the objective of Operation Sindur and what India managed to achieve through Operation Sindur, and where do we go as a nation from here onwards.
Absolutely. So far, we've seen the heads of military, the chiefs had been addressing the media on the operations that have been carried out, the strikes that have been carried out against Pakistan. And that definitely has come as a big reassurance from our forces. But Maria, this also, Prime Minister Modi's message, as you've been saying, is definitely going to be very significant while he is going to be talking about the operations that have been carried out. There is also going to be a sense of assurance coming in from the Prime Minister, as people have been really tensed. There has been, of course, tensions at the LOC as well. People had to move out of their houses, and normalcy now seems to be somewhat returning once again.
Look, Kitty, I think more than that, the sense of relief is there among the people of India.
Yes.
But Prime Minister Narendra Modi communicating to the citizens of India at this point, and the time that has been chosen is 8 p.m., becomes very, very significant. Mr. Modi is an effective communicator. Throughout the COVID times, when there was the health emergency, he would address the nation repeatedly, try to really assuage the sentiments of a country which was worried about its future. Right now, diplomatically, militarily, action has been taken against Pakistan. Where do we go as a nation from here onwards is something that will be communicated by the Prime Minister. We do know that a new normal has been, set in place. Operation Sindur was perhaps the defining moment, or in terms of the inflection point strategically. It was a new red line which has been drawn between India and Pakistan, that every time if there is an act of terror, India will go and, not only retaliate and target the terror bases, it will go ahead and target even the military installations in the heart of Pakistan. All that message having been communicated to the global audience, I think the moment is now for the Prime Minister to tell the country, India at large, as to how he sees Operation Sindur. It was a promise that he made not once but repeatedly to the citizens of India post Pahalgam, post April 22nd, when we lost 26 of our citizens. He had famously said then that India was united like never before, because those who lost their lives came from 16 states of India, and hence it was a nation which was mourning. Right now, there is a sense that, that post the dastardly attack, the government of India stand, the move which has been made by the armed forces is a message which has gone loud and clear. Now what next is something that we'll wait and listen to the Prime Minister himself when he addresses the nation at 8 p.m.
Yes, absolutely. Prime Minister Modi also at the same time, we understand, has also given out a strong message to the army on Pakistan's escalation, if that happens in the coming future, saying that we will have to give a strong response to them. There will be cannons for bullets. Well, that was the messaging that came out from Prime Minister Modi earlier. So he's given a free hand to the forces as well, Maria, in case of any sort of escalation. But we do hope that's not something that we get to see in the coming days.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, throughout those 15 days before the Operation Sindoor was carried out, you know, the message was that there would be action. That Prime Minister had given a full freedom to carry out any, you know, operation across the border to you know, counter the terrorism emanating from Pakistani soil to the armed forces. They were given complete operational freedom to decide the time and place of their choosing. He has been very, very hands-on. We do know that on the morning at 1:44 a.m. that night, when we came to know that Operation Sindoor has been a success, Prime Minister Modi was up through the night, you know, speaking to the CDS, was in touch with the Raksha Mantri, and was getting all the details that was needed. This is the point when we have moved on from Operation Sindoor, which is now ongoing, although the defense forces continue to maintain. But at this point, I would say, when there is, you know, the kind of misinformation which is almost flooded online by the Pakistanis and the Western media, there is a need for the Prime Minister perhaps to communicate to the country, and also through that address to the nation, to the world at large, as to how effective these 4 days has been. That India is not an aggressor, as we have been saying. The first act, or the original act of aggression, was on 22nd of April. And thereafter, both militarily and non-militarily, India's Operation Sindoor has been a massive success.
Absolutely. And that's a very important point that you've touched there. We'll come back to that in just a bit. My colleague Ishwarya Jain also now joining us on the broadcast here. Ishwarya, big update now coming in, big development. We're learning now Prime Minister Modi will be addressing the nation at 8 p.m. Any more details coming out?
Well, since the Pahalgam terror attack, I've been covering multiple meetings that Prime Minister was chairing. He was closely monitoring the entire situation panning around. He was briefed on a regular intervals by the tri-service chiefs, the CDS, NSA, Defense Minister, or the External Affairs Minister. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi had given several directions. I remember the Prime Minister's office sources told NDTV that at last yesterday, on Saturday, I beg your pardon, the sources have indicated that Prime Minister had stated that any further or any future terrorist activity will be considered as an act of war, and if that happens, then India will retaliate accordingly. There was an entire narrative that was said by Pakistan that was busted by the Indian Armed Forces during these press conferences, and it was, of course, the Congress Party which was on the other side demanding a special session of Parliament, Prime Minister to address the all-party meeting as well after the successful Operation Sindoor concluded, and as Indian Armed Forces stated that justice is delivered. The sources in the Indian Armed Forces also indicated that there were more than 100 terrorists which were killed. Specific targets were neutralized. For 35 to 45 Pakistani armed soldiers died in this entire Operation Sindoor, and India achieved its target. India achieved its objective of Operation Sindoor. But of course, there were many questions that were raised in the past few days by many in the country or externally as well. And now Prime Minister Narendra Modi will himself come out, address the nation, will tell about the objectives being achieved out of Operation Sindoor. Remember, the government was always in a view that India will only hit the terror camps, the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, and India had only retaliated when Pakistan army came and targeted our civilians, our base, and it was a retaliatory measure that Indian Armed Forces opted. Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be directly giving out that strong message that terrorism will not be tolerated.
Under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, it was under the directions of Prime Minister Modi that the operation was carried out. We understand his leadership, of course, is being lauded, but at the same time, we understand Prime Minister Modi will be now speaking at 8 p.m., giving out, we understand, speaking about the Operation Sindoor and giving an assurance to the people of the country as well about the misinformation as well that has been going on in the media since some time now. This information warfare that has been continuing from Pakistan, about that also much needs to be cleared. But yes, we'll keep an eye on the developments here and this big story. It's time for a quick break here. More continues on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from
Welcome back after the break. Amid the state-of-the-art weaponry that Indian forces deployed in the Operation Sindoor against Pakistani terrorists was built in Bangalore Skystriker. The unmanned aircraft system is made by Adani-owned Alpha Designs. The Skystriker flies like an unmanned aircraft system and strikes like a missile. It is classified as a loitering munition designed for long-range precision tactical strikes. The Skystriker has a low acoustic signature, enabling stealthy, low-altitude missions. Powered by electric propulsion, it can identify, track, and engage operator-designated targets using a 5 or 10 kg warhead housed within its fuselage. These suicide drones were produced at a manufacturing facility in western Bengaluru through a collaborative partnership between Alpha Design, based in Bengaluru, and Elbit Security System of Israel. All right, with that, it's time for a quick break here. More coming on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Naval Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam.
It is stumps for Virat Kohli in Test cricket. One of the most loved cricketers of our generation has walked away after 9,230 runs in 123 tests in 14 glorious years in whites. In the interim, he captained India in 68 tests and won 40 of them, becoming India's most successful test captain as well. He stopped 770 from the test club of 10,000 runs. Virat leaves behind a Virat-sized hole in test cricket. Of his 30 test tons, the most recent 100 not out came in the first test against Australia in November last year. It was his first in 15 innings across 16 months. And so cricket's greatest showman leaves the grandest stage, not with a final century, wave of a bat or guard of honor, but with a post to his 271 million Instagram followers. He'll be remembered as the man who dragged the Indian Test side into the 21st century. We will discuss on this show what made Kohli retired and what happens now. But before that, let's dip into this tribute by the International Cricket Council. Well, we'll get you that video in a little bit from now, but at this hour I'm joined by senior journalist Sharda Ugra and Gautam Bhattacharya on the show. Sharda, Kohli leaves behind a Virat-sized hole. Tell us, what is really the story? He is really close to that 10,000 run club, and considering it's Virat Kohli deciding to walk out of Test cricket at this juncture, it seems a little unbelievable.
Yeah, Rika, it's not unbelievable because we'd heard stories that he was thinking of this. I mean, these are just stories. It's not like he was speaking to me personally. But there was a sense that the selectors were trying to convince him to stay, particularly for the England tour. He's had I think, Indian Test cricket has taken a bit of a beating in its last two series. We lost to New Zealand at home.
Ask Mir to publish with the audio.
And we lost to Australia, and both Kohli and Rohit Sharma, who were the sort of the pillars of their team, they didn't have the kind of results and the scores and the performances that they wanted. So this was coming, but maybe I think it was thought that one between either Rohit or Virat would go to England. It was assumed to be Virat, and he's decided that no, he wants to call it a day, and there's no more of this. And the thing about 10,000 runs, 10,000 test runs, what you say is true, but he's still up there amongst the the top 4 Indian Test batsmen in history.
I'm also actually joined at this hour by Atul Vasan, former India cricketer. Atul, we were talking a little while earlier about Virat Kohli leaving a big hole in Test cricket. Tell us a little bit about, the impact it is going to have on the cricket verse, on the Test verse, so to say, now.
Yeah, I think they're the last of the, the breed who actually
brought back Test cricket into relevance, because, you will never get to see players like this, who are so proficient in all the formats and, literally geniuses. And I think lost Indian team, yes, because once somebody goes, it's not the runs he was getting in the last 3 years, it was the presence of the mentorship, that he was there, he gives that assurance. And I think that was much needed. But, the whole world has lost a cash cow. People come and throng to the stadiums to watch him play. And he's like a magnet, because he brings this kind of passion. And he's got so many people to join, to watch cricket all over the world, not just India. And I think his persona also just adds to the picture, because he just saw the runs. And I think even if he would have got 10,000 runs, I mean, he wouldn't have become a better player. And he is the last guy to actually play for these numbers, because a lot of people judge. But when you compare all the formats and, the low-hanging fruit, the T20s, and then you see the kind of cricket is dished out, I don't think so any cricketers who are big stars in the shorter format are willing to go the hard grind which needs to go and where Tendulkar and Virat have reached.
I'm also joined by former India cricketer Dilip Doshi, who lives in the UK. Dilip, the next tour that India is looking forward to is in the UK. How is the British press now reacting to this sudden announcement by Virat Kohli?
First of all, I thank you for inviting me. And just a small correction. I used to live in the UK. I'm just visiting. I live in Mumbai in India.
Okay.
That's one. And secondly, more importantly, when I learned this morning that Virat has retired from Test cricket, it made me very sad from the point of view that he is one of the truly great players that I've ever seen. And I would pay actually money to go and see him. And I think he has brought so much stability to Indian Test cricket team that the others around him have rallied and started realizing that Test cricket is the proper form of cricket. Virat always, if you look at his career, he has always led from the front. Irrespective of whether he was a captain or not, he has an inherent leadership quality of taking the burden on his shoulder. Even if he hasn't scored runs, he would be encouraging the bowlers, running around the field like the youngest player in the team. So I think his enthusiasm and his love for the game would have rubbed off on many, many youngsters who have played with him. And let us hope that his being with a lot of them have inspired many other youngsters to reach higher levels. As Atul was saying that after Sachin, if there is one cricketer that people flock to see, it's Virat. And this is across the world. And I think I don't like to compare people, but Virat has won many games on his own and batting second many times. His quality of his batsmanship and chasing runs has been phenomenal. So I just feel that Test cricket is deprived of a great spectacle. But you also understand that Virat has done enough, and he is left when he is at his peak.
Okay, on that note, let me go over to a fan of Indian cricket, Test cricket, Rishi Chhabra. Rishi, now that Virat Kohli leaves the stage, who is that one man you are going to flock to the stadium for?
Rika, very difficult question because, honestly, the kind of aura that Virat Kohli had created in this Indian cricket team, it's going to be unmatched when it comes to the batters. But, credit to him, he's taken a call on his retirement at his peak. We all saw the kind of, performance that he had in Australia. He wasn't scoring runs. So definitely that was something playing on his mind. But if you talk about, the current players, I think there's just one player who can match the aura of Virat Kohli, Jasprit Bumrah. So, there's a lot to look into the future. I'm sure there will be someone who will live up to the expectations of the fan and the, spectators. But it's going to be very difficult to fill Virat Kohli's shoes. It's going to be next to impossible.
Right. Let's quickly listen into Mr. Rajiv Shukla, who has also reacted on Virat Kohli's announcement of retiring from Test cricket.
I think his contribution to Indian cricket, to the world cricket, in Test format has been par excellence. Superb. His performance has been superb. So salute to his performance, and we will miss him in Test cricket, but it's purely his personal decision. Because besides, policy is very clear. We don't pressurize or ask any player to take retirement or not to take retirement. It's purely up to the player to decide. So I think he has taken a personal decision, and we all should respect that personal decision.
Sharda, the way Virat Kohli decided to walk away, there was no century, no celebration, no guard of honor, just an Instagram post to his 271 million followers. How would you read into that?
I think fans will be upset that there is no farewell. I think this is a new age of social media communication with the fans of how many ever hundreds of millions he has. And that's the way he's chosen to do it. It would have been nice had there been some kind of match where you knew this was going to be the last sort of time that you see a cricketer like him playing Test cricket for India. But this is also a reflection of the generation at which these players are operating in. They said, look, this is what we want to do. We want to play one-day cricket. We want to play a white ball cricket more. And that's the choice we're going to make. And in a way, both Rohit and who just quit about 5 days ago, and Virat have sort of followed in the footsteps of MS Dhoni, who also sent off his retirements in these through social media posts and things of that, and sudden announcements. He's still playing 2020 cricket. So you'll see them around. You won't see them in India whites, and I think Kohli will be missed particularly in that. More than, I mean, that's just in my head. I think he'll be missed in that format quite significantly.
Atul, let me go over to you. These are not the days when any cricketer anymore needs a benefit match. So a final match, a benefit match will not be played. But will BCCI for its own fans want Virat Kohli to play in India one last time?
No, I think we'll see him play cricket in some form, but that is these old traditions actually just fade away, and Sharda is right. Actually, it's the day and age we live in, and they are not big fans of tokenism, symbolism. So I think what he has done, he felt it right. Yes, if he could have given a roadmap that okay, I'll play, this is my last series. That time also is gone because. Players live day to day, and I think he's realized that he's got 2 kids. He is taking too much of bandwidth because Test cricket is hard. It's just not the time you spend playing a match. It's before and after that, and then that grind actually is something which I don't see any of the other players, the big stars of shorter formats, going for. And I think that's why I feel that who's gonna get these fans back to Test cricket? We need players like him, and that is why world cricket is poorer. In revenue-wise also, I think monetary-wise, we lose a lot of moolah because, he brings people, and I think eyeballs will be less. So it's a loss all around. But he is beyond the place where he needs a farewell match, and we'll see him play in other formats. He is probably going to aim for the Olympics. That's where he's heading to.
Right. In fact, I was with him during one of the discussions when he was asked whether he would like to come back for the Olympics. He didn't say very clearly whether 2028 is one last time when we would see him in the T20 format or not. Of course, he's retired from the T20 format, but in some ways, he did express his keenness on coming back for that one last match if India reaches the final of the Olympic Games. Going over to Mr. Doshi, what would you really say has been Virat Kohli's biggest legacy in Test cricket?
Virat has always played to win. And this is what I admire most in any sportsman. But, he didn't mind losing if he was trying to win. As you can remember, some series back in Australia, Australia set up almost impossible tasks, but we got very close to it, and Virat fought from the front. So the greatest asset that Virat had was a self-belief in himself, willingness to win at any cost meaning sporting manner. And of course, he raised the standards of people around him. And as I said, that he played for a good result. And this is the most sporting behavior from a great cricketer. And I remember that there were times when people would be quite happy to close the shutters and have the game as a draw, and not Virat. And this is one of the things I admire the most. And I hope that there will be some younger players who will take the cue from him and follow in the same vein.
Let's also talk about Virat Kohli's contribution in grooming the fast bowlers. Gautam, would you say that, you know, his foresight in grooming the fast bowlers to take 20 wickets is what also gave India that, that aura in Test cricket which they were missing before?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that pace battery comprising of Bumrah, Shami, Ishant, and Umesh to some extent, and the fitness culture. I mean, when we're discussing about Virat's legacy here, the manic, almost the manic obsession for fitness. I mean, these two things had also been two of the biggest, part of his legacy in the way he brought about or he played his cricket. Absolutely.
Sharda, while he also revolutionized the culture of fitness in the Indian dressing room, he's also been criticized for that, for pushing other cricketers to follow what he is doing.
Rika, every captain has their own personality, which they bring into how they, how they run the dressing room. And following Dhoni, who was much more sort of quieter, he was, Virat was the absolute opposite of it. And particularly in Test cricket, as everyone is pointing out, he made a real push to try and make sure that India succeeded and was successful overseas. We'd had these two very bad series under Dhoni, 4-0, 4-0. So Virat tried to turn that around. And that, but captains just bring that to a particular, to a dressing room. You can't have a cookie cutter sort of a type that follows everything. And it's almost like teams sometimes get the captains that time seems to require. So after Kohli's time, you had Rohit, who had a different way of working with players, working with the team. Captains have something like a 4 to 5 year shelf life, and I think that's about the best amount of time that you get when people then start sort of pointing fingers and saying things. It's just his personality, and he wanted to be that way. And he wanted everyone to be super fit and push and be intense and everything. It's just it's what makes Virat Kohli who he is, and which is why he was so successful in his own career.
Atul, if we are to talk about Virat Kohli's regrets when it comes to Test cricket, should we say the series in England, which we almost won, but we couldn't close it out because of COVID? When India eventually went back, he wasn't the captain anymore, or the fact that he couldn't win a World Test Championship medal?
I don't think so, because if you have not been able to do something, probably 300 runs in Test cricket and all that, you can just, but I think this is just wishful thinking, because I don't think he looks back at the series where he could have won or didn't win. Actually, the loss against New Zealand in India is probably what must be actually bothering him the most, because the way the whole team played. And but when you have done so much, been there, done it, got the T-shirt, you actually look at the good times. You don't actually now cherry pick what could have happened. And he's not the kind of player or the guy to actually just dwell over something which has gone past. He wants to live. His next phase of life is starting. He wants to enjoy the family life. He's superbly fit, and I'm sure he's going to find a lot of things to occupy himself.
Mr. Doshi, you belong to a generation of cricketers when Test cricket particularly, was termed as a gentleman's game. Now, Virat evolved from being a brash teenager, a brash cricketer, to King Kohli. How do you look at his personal transformation?
Well, Virat started very young, almost as a teenager or soon past it. So there is certain exuberance in a young person and the willingness to win. Now, you have to look at different times. In our times, a lot of cricketers and India as a country did not have the self-confidence that the young India has had in the last 30, 35 years. And so whatever Virat represented the current young modern India. And he wanted to win, and he wore his heart on the sleeves, as they say. And I think as he grew up and he controlled his emotions more. But I would say that Virat's greatest asset was that despite his personal failure in a game, his enthusiasm to win and to encourage the fellow team members was infectious. I think that is a great asset in a team man. everybody knows about Virat Kohli's fitness, his greatness as a player, his willingness to fight and, lead from the front. But these things, when you are down yourself as a great player and questions are being asked in public and by the press, he didn't allow that to really interfere with his thinking. And he was single-minded in his approach for the team and the Indian cricket. So this is where I would say hats off to him.
I think his wife, Anushka Sharma, beautifully put out a post saying it was not just those wins, there were tears too, which the world wouldn't have seen, and she has, and there were moments of defeat, not just a victory, that together they have experienced, and the lows. It was not just the highs, but the lows. Rishi, coming to you, there are a lot of talks about either Shubman Gill or Rishabh Pant taking over as the next Test captain. What is that one trait of Virat Kohli that you would like for the next captains to imbibe?
Rika, it has to be the intent. I mean, we've seen the kind of intent that Virat Kohli brought into the team, be it while he was batting, while he was, in the field trying to pull up the entire team. So I think that intent and, obviously that fitness level as well. So these two things that, would be very, as fans, we would be keen to see in the next upcoming captain. But as we've all seen, I think chances are that Shubman Gill will lead the team in the future. So really hoping that he can live up to the expectations and do well for the team.
Gautam, coming back to you, while Virat Kohli has had many partnerships, would you say his partnership with Ravi Shastri was what really, transformed India's fortunes in Test cricket?
Yes, I mean, if you look at that period, he took over at 2014, and then there was a bit of a, like a transition when Anil Kumble came in. But then again, subsequently from 16 to say about 19, this is the time during which coincided with the golden phase of batsmanship. Say sometime around 16 to 2018, he had hardly put a foot wrong. In fact, I was looking at some of his figures. Those 3 years, he had scored over 3,600 runs daily. Right. And that was the time. Yes, I mean, they couldn't, win a ICC championship title, that's fine. But then again, it was the most productive time when they fed off each other. Their philosophy was somewhat similar.
Right.
Yeah, their philosophy was somewhat similar, and it was definitely a productive time.
Yeah, before, I wrap up the show, I'll have to ask all four of you your favorite Virat moments in Test cricket, and I'll start with Atul. Your favorite Virat moment in Test cricket?
Well, I think what defined him and what actually, started him off and showed people that he's not your run-of-the-mill, he's different. He's when he showed the finger in Australia. That's for me.
Okay. Mr. Doshi, your favorite moment, Virat moment in Test cricket?
I find the win in Australia a few years back when he was willing to chase runs and Pujara and him fashioned the victory, that was possibly a pinnacle in his career because not many teams have won in Australia.
Gautam, yours?
Mine, when he was young and he just started, there were doubters about his potential as a Test batter. 2013, it was wondrous. I think it was 113 and it was some 90 odd against an attack which still had Dale Steyn. There was a guy who showed the spunk, and this was if there's one guy who enjoyed pace and bounce on the wicket, challenging conditions, he showed that he had it in him and he had arrived.
Rishi, what would be yours?
It has to be the first series win down under, because the kind of situation that we were in, COVID, and then a lot of players getting injured, and then the reserve players coming in. So definitely that has to be one series that Virat will always be remembered for in Test cricket.
I have to tell you my favorite Virat Kohli moment in Test cricket. It was the win in Joburg after India was down and out 2018-2019 series. The way India came back under Virat Kohli, and it was his phenomenal captaincy that helped India come back. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the show. And that is not all. Virat Kohli is being talked about in all circles. Virat Kohli was even being discussed by the DGMO today, earlier in the day during the press conference, and he spoke about not just his contribution, but citing an example how today, in today's world, in changing times, how pertinent this gentleman, this legend of the cricket is, as he signs off. Listen into this soundbite.
आज शायद क्रिकेट की बात भी करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था कि विराट कोहली ने टेस्ट क्रिकेट से रिटायरमेंट ले ली। कई भारतीयों की तरह वो मेरे भी फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैं।
Gorgeous cover drive to the boundary for 4.
That's a proper Virat Kohli special. Up there, cover driving, extension of the elbow. Beautiful to watch. What a shot.
Off his toes, there are few better sides in the game than Kohli hitting that ball.
That is a glorious, exquisite drive from Kohli.
Safe pair of hands for Virat Kohli. You could keep watching this day in and day out, still you won't get bored.
Oh, that's a super shot. Exquisite. Nicely played.
Full ball on the leg stump, forget it. Goes to the boundary in a flash.
Those are the kind of shots that went off Kohli's bat when he was at his best.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that
The Prime Minister is addressing the nation tonight at 8. This is his very first address post the success of Operation Sindoor. There has been an all-important DGMO briefing for the second straight day. The video proof of strikes at the Pak air bases has again been put forward. Forces again reiterate all military bases are intact. We continue to be fully prepared. The Pak Army, they say, is responsible for their losses. The DG Army Ops also has mentioned a cricketing reference.
From ashes to ashes and from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं.
Adani-made drone was also used in Operation Sindur. Adani-owned Alpha Designs had built that drone, Sky Striker drone, made in Bengaluru. It is the best day for the markets in the last 4 years. Both the Sensex and the Nifty are up nearly 4% each. US and China have agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer the US-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli is announcing his retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14-year career for India. He says he's walking away with a heart that is full of gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. I'm Deepti Sachdeva. You're watching NDTV, and our top focus is what is expected in just the next 3 hours. The Prime Minister, for the very first time, is going to be addressing the nation. He's going to be speaking to the people directly, and this is his very first address post the Operation Sindur that has been a huge success, where we have ensured that we've hit at the terror targets, where we've also ensured that our military might has completely pummeled Pakistan. Let's open this up with the very first perspective that we'll get in from our guest, Amitabh Tiwari, who's just going to join us, along with our team of reporters, Aishwarya Maria. Both are tracking that story. And I must tell you earlier, for the second straight day, we've also seen that all-important DGMO briefing, again reiterating the kind of losses and reversals that Pakistan has suffered. But for the very first time, when you will have the Prime Minister speaking, Maria, what could this entail?
Look, soon after the Pahalgam terror attack, which happened on 22nd, Prime Minister's first address to the country and also to the world came in from Bihar, where he said that the terrorists and their perpetrators, basically saying that the handlers will meet the fate beyond their imagination, and that the forces, and he will ensure that they are punished, they will be tracked and then punished thoroughly. So, you know, the message was loud and clear that there is something that India is planning and that the Prime Minister will be walking the talk. Thereafter, we heard, the details emerged of Operation Sindur, where Indian forces actually decimated the terror launch pads and also, you know, the heart of terror in Pakistan, which had Muridke and Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. And then the second part and the third part of Operation Sindur had India going ahead and targeting military bases inside Pakistan and trying to send a message that that when it is about action, a new normal is being set, that there is a need for new engagement between India and Pakistan. This is for the first time, Deepti, as you pointed out rightly, Prime Minister will be speaking in the context of Operation Sindur. Becomes particularly important because Prime Minister Modi has been extremely hands-on. When details emerged roughly around 1:44 a.m. that night about Operation Sindur's success, we were told by the sources who were right inside the Prime Minister's office that the Prime Minister was monitoring each and every aspect of this crucial operation, military operation. Through Operation Sindur, India has sent a message that it can set that new red line on terrorism and that this war against terrorism is something which is ongoing. Remember, Prime Minister Modi was the one who had famously said that this is not an era of war and that India is being forced to take action against Pakistan terror outfits. It started again as as responding to an act of terror, and then it was about military action when Pakistan carried out those indiscriminate firing along the LOC and disturbed our international border as well. So having said that, I think this is the right time. Post-ceasefire, when there has been no action whatsoever, it was a peaceful night and the DGMO talks have happened as well. It is for the Prime Minister to communicate to 140 crore Indians as to what really happened and how he sees the success of Operation Sindoor and how should the country be seeing, because there is a misinformation campaign which is ongoing. The Pakistanis and particularly the Western media is going all out to question India if it had actually achieved anything out of Operation Sindoor. I think Prime Minister's address to the nation will answer all those questions.
Absolutely. Maria, for the moment, why don't you just stay with us? I'll take this to Aishwarya before we get an Amitabh also into this conversation. Because, Aishwarya, the message is not just for all of us. It is not just for us here in India, for also people in Pakistan. But I think also a lot of those people who have been doing a lot of monkey balancing over the last, many perhaps years, where you've seen Pakistan launching that proxy war against India. So I think there is also going to be that message for the world that this is a new India. And keeping in mind that, Kashmir again is a bilateral issue when it comes to both India and to Pakistan, and we will talk to Pakistan only on our terms, Aishwarya. Is that also a thinking that you've picked up from your sources?
Well, and remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing a public rally in Bihar, he switched from Hindi to English and gave a strong message to the world as well, that how India is going to hit the terror camps in Pakistan and will neutralize the terrorists who had been given a safe haven in Pakistan. A loud and clear message was sent for the first time after Pahalgam terror attack by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who also lauded the Indian Armed Forces, given free hand to Indian Armed Forces to go ahead and neutralize the terrorists. India was not, at any point of time in a position of being aggressor. We were retaliating to what Pakistani forces had been doing, and our only objective Operation Sindoor was to demolish those terror camps back in Pakistan, and we had proved so. Remember the statements coming from the Indian Armed Forces. The objectives of Operation Sindoor had been achieved. It's a successful Operation Sindoor that Indian Armed Forces had conducted, and justice is delivered to those who lost their lives, the loved ones, 26 innocent citizens who lost their life. And then India decided to hit those specific targets of the terror camps, the terror infrastructures back in Pakistan. And then we were just retaliating to what it has been coming from Pakistan in terms of drones, missiles, and what Pakistani army went on to a scale to hit our civilians, and Indian Armed Forces retaliated. I had covered multiple rounds of meetings that Prime Minister took at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and the messages that came in. First, of course, after that all-important meeting that Prime Minister chaired, Prime Minister stated that a free hand has been given to Indian Armed Forces. Prime Minister also stated that he believes in the professional abilities of Indian Armed Forces, and it is time to track and punish them. The second message was loud and clear after, the diplomatic talks were and was engaged, and it was a DGMO level talks that happened after, and soon before that, Prime Minister chaired an all-important meeting. The sources in the Prime Minister's office also categorically stated that a message, a straight line has been drawn, a message has been sent across to Pakistan that if in the future there is any sort of terror activity perpetrated by the terrorists out there in Pakistan, then it will be considered as an act of war, and India will retaliate accordingly. India will act accordingly. And now, after the entire narrative being said by the Pakistanis, the Pakistani media, the Pakistani armed forces, the message would be coming directly from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That will certainly set a tone, and the red line that India has drawn as far as the terror activities from Pakistani soil is concerned, that will be the last word. All eyes would be at 8 p.m. when Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be addressing the nation.
Oh yes, we are, close to Amitabh, 2 hours, 51 minutes away from that big address. But clearly with the expanse, Amitabh, of what has happened in the last many days post the attack in Pahalgam, And also the position that Narendra Modi and India has taken vis-a-vis terror, whether this was about the Balakot, this is about Uri, everything else. There is a larger messaging, Amitabh, that goes out. What in your expectations could be what the Prime Minister could today be saying? And, you know, clearly you will be looking at a larger political impact of India versus the rest of the world, where we say that anytime now you inflict pain or, you know, such kind of a cowardly attack on India, we are smart enough, we are capable enough to respond in kind.
Yeah, clearly the Prime Minister, all the Indians are eagerly awaiting the Prime Minister's speech today. And if you recall, even after the Balakot airstrike, the Prime Minister had addressed the nation. So clearly after this Pahalgam attack, we had seen that from Bihar, the Prime Minister had promised that the perpetrators of this terrorist act will be avenged and will be taken to task. Now, clearly, I think in today's address, what we are likely to see is that he could list out what were clearly the objectives of the Operation Sindur, what have been the achievements which have been partly addressed in detail by the DGMO briefings and the daily MEA briefings, and also clearly as to giving a future warning to Pakistan, because we've also said that any act of terror from now on will be considered as an act of war. So he could lay down the clear expanse of this entire military operation, our objectives, our achievements, and how in future Pakistan needs to be wary of our strength. The message is also not only to the Indian populace, it is, as you mentioned, it is also to the people in Pakistan and also to the global audience as such, that today's India is not dependent upon any country. It would, while it does not on its own act against anybody, it would definitely react and react very strongly against the perpetrators of terrorism, and it would not leave anything to chance for the territorial integrity of the country. So that message is very, very clear, I think. And of course, the today's world, the wars are not fought only on borders. It's also an era of social media communication, misinformation, fake news, etc. What a clear communication helps is that it assuages the sentiment of the people and give them clarity as to what has happened and what has not happened, because we have been living in a fog of miscommunication and misinformation, and we have clearly seen that the pressers by the DGMOs have brought a lot of clarity, to the people of India and also to the world. So people will be expecting these things largely from the Prime Minister's address today.
Yes, I think, Amitabh, you make a very good point there, because, you know, we haven't just called out Pakistan's bluff, Aishwarya, its fake factory, fake propaganda and everything else, because this is India not just speaking in thin air. I mean, we are putting out the evidence. We are showing them the before and after. And I think this is also a strategic change that has happened under this government, that the moment you're dealing with Pakistan, which is a rogue state, that still has, you know, some kind of support in China, in Turkey, let's put out the evidence. Let's then see that which are those countries that stand with Pakistan, because clearly there has to be a larger messaging that goes on to the world, Aishwarya.
Well, and I got this information from the top government sources a few days back that this time India had all the visual evidences recorded. There is a documentation of the evidences that how India has hit those terror infrastructures. There is technological advancement. Data intelligence team has been set up to document all the visual evidences, and time and again in the press conferences, be it Operation Sindur Phase 1 or Phase 2 or Phase 3 or the DGMO level press conferences, where we have seen those evidences being shown to the world. It's just not about telling Pakistan, but to the entire world, that how Pakistan is a safe haven of terrorism and how India has hit them deep inside the Pakistan's mainland and Pakistan occupied Kashmir as well. And in the future, if anybody will ask us the proofs, the evidences, then certainly we have all of that kept, be it the international organizations where Pakistan will of course go and will cry in front of them, be it the United Nations or the OIC, it will be Pakistan who would be going. But India have all of those proofs now. We have documented them, and India can show to the world. And that's where India, technological advancements, the kind of radars that we have used, and specific instructions being given. I remember Border Security Force issuing that video where India neutralized 7 terrorists at the Samba sector, and that was a proof that was shown that how Pakistan was giving cover fire and terrorists were trying to infiltrate into Indian territory. And all of those evidences clearly shows that how Pakistan, was giving shelter to terrorism. And also, I remember when the press conferences were done, it was also showcased that our civilian airlines were used as a shield to when the Pakistanis were sending off the drones, missiles towards the Indian territories, and how they have stooped down to this low. So clearly Indian, armed forces had been giving proofs, showing to the world how Pakistan has been the safe haven for terrorism, and they will continue to isolate on every front in the near future as well.
Yes, I think that's obviously a fair point. And Amitabh, as Aishwarya was sharing this information, I just took this opportunity to figure out that how many times has the Prime Minister spoken on Pahalgam. So I think these are 3 important times. Kishangan's speech is what, all of you also alluded to. So that is one. Also in his Mann Ki Baat address, the Prime Minister did speak about this. So, there has been that regular conversation. And then there was a statement in front of the Angola president on May the 4th. But for the very first time, when you have the Prime Minister today speaking post the success of Operation Sindur, Amitabh, there has to be a lot of, I think, importance attached to this. Keeping in mind his very stern position he's always taken vis-a-vis Pakistan. We've said we as a country, talks and terror will never go hand in hand. We've also, in fact, drawn our own red lines. And this time again, I mean, not to say that the terms of engagement with Pakistan, Amitabh, have again changed.
Clearly, the terms of engagement have changed, and the Prime Minister, the people would also like, because there has been a lot of debate internally as to why this ceasefire took place, etc. So I think he would also speak on those aspects, because as you mentioned that there are 2 clear strategic objectives of the government. One is that the talks and terrorism cannot go together, but India is also a peace-loving country, and it has said in the Russia-Ukraine conflict that that it is not an era of war. Correct. So I think he will clearly explain as to the number of targets we have hit, the objectives we have met, and clearly this was a time to have a ceasefire. The terms of engagement have clearly changed. Now Pakistan is fighting on many fronts, not only the armed conflict, but also it has now the problem of the Indus Water Treaty. It has international pressure. It has also economic issues to deal with a recent bailout package by the IMF. So Pakistan is now circled around by many problems. And clearly, with this clear communication, what we have established is that these are the targets we have hit. These are the casualties. These are the number of before and after scenarios. So it is a very clear message also to a section of the Western media which is still biased, which is still carrying out articles and op-eds in favor of Pakistan. So it's all this misinformation and miscommunication which is happening in this chaos, all this I think will be brought to finality with this speech. And also I think it is very good in a sense that he has come at the end of the conflict, correct? So he's not taking credit during the conflict. He is giving the people who have fought on the battle, on the borders, to get a chance to speak on the various aspects, and only at the successful conclusion of the Operation Sindoor is that when he will be speaking. So there's a subtle message in that also, because it earlier said that he had given a free hand to our armed forces to deal with this.
Oh yes, and Amitabh, in the last bit, it seems like you've just read my mind, because this is the question I wanted to bring forward to both you and to Aishwarya, that look at how you have a country like India that has dealt with this versus a country like Pakistan that is the aggressor, that is the hotbed of terror. Because in Pakistan, Aishwarya and Amitabh, both of you and our viewers would agree that you instead of the military, you also had the deep state, calling a lot of shots. You had Shahbaz Sharif, who was merely a puppet. And, every time he came out, he only had misinformation to speak about or playing the victim card, not recognizing the proof that India has put out. So, keeping even that in mind, Aishwarya, the fact that you will have Prime Minister Modi today speaking at the end of it after, one night of relative calm at the LOC, again is a statement that India has exercised maximum restraint. We haven't escalated the situation. We haven't caused any kind of provocations.
Well, and it's a bilateral understanding between India and Pakistan that there will be no kinetic action, no firing along with the line of control and the international border. All other decisions that the Indian government has taken, that will continue to go on. The DGMO level talks that will happen later today will have a single agenda as to how de-escalate things, and no other agenda as being reported by many Pakistani outlets, the media outlets over there, that they can talk about IWT or the other things as well. But India had made it clear that only and only single agenda that will happen as far as DGMO level talks are concerned, that how to de-escalate things and how this this bilateral understanding between India and Pakistan will move forward. It is, of course, at a time when within the country as well, the Congress party is asking for an all-party meeting that should be chaired by Prime Minister. Externally, many of the Western media, clearly bashing the Indian side, although the Indian government has been giving proofs after proofs, the Pakistani media creating a fake narrative. It will all come to a full stop after Prime Minister will be speaking and will be telling the world, just not the country, that India will not tolerate terrorism at any point of time in any form, whether coming from Pakistan or from anywhere. It could be language that Prime Minister can use, could be in English as well, to address the world in large. As India had not been an aggressor in this position, they have retaliated. India had specific targets. They have not hit the civilians out there. We have, we have a measured attack on the Pakistani mainland as well as Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and Prime Minister and will certainly laud the Indian Armed Forces, who had done a tremendous job as far as Operation Sindur is concerned. And as the DGMO Rajiv Ghai stated, that justice is delivered, and something that will directly come from the horse's mouth. We have heard from the military, we have heard from the officers in charge, the commandos, and now it will come directly from the horse's mouth as to what India has achieved through Operation Sindoor.
Oh, absolutely. Amitabh, before we actually move, I think this is a good way to look at the things, because much of the difference that you have seen between India and Pakistan is also the fact that here, unlike in Pakistan, you had the entire country standing with the Prime Minister. The opposition also, apart from those questions that they've been asking, they've said that we are with the government. Let's go all out to teach Pakistan a lesson. And look at how Pakistan was responding to what Shahbaz Sharif was saying. Some of his own people were actually calling him quote-unquote weak, when they listened to his address. There were so many memes about him. And this is why, to even people and the world, that draws an equivalence between India and Pakistan, I think it will be very important to hear what the Prime Minister says.
Clearly, there is no comparison between India and Pakistan today. In 1999, when the Kargil war was fought, India's economy was 5 times that of Pakistan. Today, it is 11 times that of Pakistan. And militarily, we have clearly shown that we are way superior to Pakistan. We can go and hit more than 100 kilometers inside Pakistan along the international border, and no Chinese equipment or help could probably help Pakistan. So there is clearly, it is visible to the world. It is just that the old age biases are not dying. In India, the entire populace was with the government. All the political parties were with the government. In Pakistan, we saw many people were clearly not believing what the government was saying, because neither Sharif's speech nor the DGMO's presser, which was seen as a copy of what we had held here, had any concrete evidence to show, because they were just blabbering of their achievements, but they had no concrete evidence to show to their populace or to the entire world as to what they had achieved, because they had not achieved anything. So now let's wait for the Prime Minister. I think there are important signals which will be given to the entire world, to Pakistan, and also will come to know as a nation as to what were behind the scenes activity of this ceasefire and what was his logic of agreeing to this ceasefire, and what is the road ahead with respect to Pakistan.
Absolutely. So we are a little over 2.5 hours away from that big but all important address. Aishwarya, I'll let you go for the moment, and Amita, we look forward to coming back to you again as and when we have more updates on the entire story. But gentlemen, thank you so much right now. But let's also keep in focus what the day today has looked like. Remember, for the second straight day, you had the DGMO speaking about what's happened with proof, with evidence, point by point, putting out details of how Pakistan has been hurt. Remember, the Indian Armed Forces have reiterated that Operation Sindur targeted only the terror camps in Pakistan and in POK, and that it's the Pakistan military that was responsible for any kind of losses that they say that they have incurred. Now, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, while he was addressing the conference, said, and I quote him now, that our fight was against terror, and that is why we only struck terror camps on May the 7th. But he said it's Pakistan's military that sided with terrorists and made this their very own fight. Something, again, that is not surprising. Now, what we've also heard so far is that a lot of this Pak Chinese air defense system completely bombed. It failed. While India's air defense system is multi-layered, it could perceive the threats from the enemy, and all this was also detailed as a part of the briefing today, images of which you see on your screens. Then Air Marshal A.K. Bharti continued to also tell us that Indian forces successfully marked and hit Pak military bases with precision. That is the operative word. He also said that India continuously is providing proof of the strikes that are being carried out, with more pictures of the debris, the wreckage that has been recovered, and at the same time, there is absolutely no evidence, zilch, that Pakistan is wanting to put out. Now, India has also confirmed that Pakistani Mirage has been destroyed in Operation Sindoor, the Pak military bases have been hit, and there is considerable amount of damage that has been caused. But it would have been hit harder in case there was a major escalation, a position that India continues to maintain. Let's get you highlights of day 2 of this all-important briefing.
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, 2 of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimiar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure, and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space.
And during this entire press conference, there was another important and a telling moment. This is when the Director General of Air Operations, Air Marshal Bharti, actually confirmed that the Indian Armed Forces did not target the nuclear facility at the Kirana Hills in Pakistan. Do remember, Pakistan and its fake news factory has been peddling this misinformation, and he, in a very subtle manner, actually said, we did not hit there, whatever there it is.
Social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
So I'm sure Pakistan must have got the message. Let's move on to get you more analysis of why this day has been so significant. Obviously, we are building up to the Prime Minister's key address at 8, but before that, our colleague Shiv, who's been on ground zero getting you his reportage, now tells us his important takeaways of day 2 of the briefing and why, again, this was a huge success for our forces.
A very significant part of today's press briefing by the armed forces was devoted to India's integrated air defense system, considering that the country came under attack by swarm after swarm of hundreds of drones, loitering munitions, possibly even missiles from Pakistan. It's not surprising that the spotlight was put on India's air defense weapons and systems. Very interestingly, after first saying they did not want to talk about specifics of weaponry and otherwise, well, today they went ahead and named some of those weapon systems. And the good news is many of them are indigenous, meaning homegrown, designed and made here in India, which is a huge statement for Atmanirbharta as far as defense and weapons are concerned. The officers particularly mentioned the Akash surface-to-air missile and the Defense Research and Development Organization built anti-drone comprehensive integrated system, which they say did much of the heavy lifting in defeating swarm after swarm of Pakistani drone. There were many sophisticated systems as well, but they, we understand, performed more of a role of deterrence, keeping manned aircraft well within Pakistani airspace and not daring to enter Indian airspace.
And with this, it's time for us to head into a quick break. But on the other side, this is a non-stop rolling coverage that continues. And do remember, we are building up to the Prime Minister's big address at 8 today.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The Prime Minister is all set to address the nation tonight at 8. This is his very first address post the success of Operation Sindur. It was day 2 of the DGMO briefing, where the video proof of strikes at Pak air bases has again been put out for the world to see. They've also reiterated that all military bases are intact, we continue to be fully prepared, and it is the Pak army that is responsible for all their losses. The Adani-made drone was also used in Operation Sindur. Adani-owned Alpha Designs had built that drone. Sky Striker drone was made in Bengaluru. It is the best day so far for our markets in the last 4 years. Sensex and Nifty both are up nearly 4% each.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Welcome back. Now, in another big revelation, the DG Operations for the Indian Air Force, Air Marshal Bharti, has confirmed that the Air Force had carried out strikes against targets near Karachi in Pakistan. And accordingly are also these images that you see on your screens. Now, the Air Marshal also told reporters that strikes were carried out at the Malayar Camp in Karachi as a part of the Indian military's quote-unquote measured and calibrated response to Pak aggression. This included a surface-to-air missile that, remember, is called a SAM, site at Malayar Cantonment in Karachi. And also the assertion is that all big Pak cities were hit. Now, Malayar Cantonment, for those of you not very familiar, is a cantonment town of the city of Karachi in Sindh. You're looking at those images also on your screens. Our colleague Shiv also gets us more insight into why this was such an important target and what more do we know about the ops so far.
In a measured and calibrated response, we've once again targeted his military installations, which included his SAM sites at Malayar Camp. This also included his surveillance radar sites at Lahore and close to Gujranwala.
I'm in my bulletproof jacket and my helmet. I've got my protective gear on just under a kilometer from the line of control here in the Uri sector of Kashmir. But I can tell you that hostilities against Pakistan by India are revealing themselves to be much more dramatic and of a scale not understood just 24 hours ago. NDTV broke the news earlier today that it was also Karachi that was struck by the Indian Air Force. This was something that may have been missed, but the Indian Air Force did mention the Malayar Cantonment, which happens to be in Karachi. With this, you have every major city and urban center of Pakistan having been struck by Indian Air Force missiles on the early morning of May the 10th as part of Phase 3 of Operation Sindur. Lahore, Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sargodha, and now also Karachi. Now, the reason why Karachi is significant is because we already know that the Indian Navy, in its briefing yesterday, had said that Karachi was on target. The Indian Navy's missiles on its warships were primed to bomb the Karachi harbour and reduce it to rubble if there had been another escalation. Karachi is also historically important because, remember, the same Indian Navy had bombed Karachi harbour back during the 1971 war. With Karachi added to the list of sites, in this case an air defence or surface-to-air missile site at the Malayar Camp in Karachi, the scale of India's attacks across Pakistan just got a whole lot bigger.
But let's also tell you how the last few hours really have panned out. It was the first peaceful day and night in Uri, and NDTV, remember, continues to report from ground zero. On your screen, some multiple images that come in from Rajouri, from Akhnur, and a lot of other sectors in Jammu and Kashmir, essentially reiterating and underscoring normalcy. There is peace after 18 long days of hostilities. The sense of calm continues, people going about doing their normal businesses. But again, when it comes to Pakistan, there is only that much. Remember that you can trust that rogue state. Let's get Shiv again to help us decode how the last few hours have been, what are the preparations still on ground zero, and what could be the road ahead.
Hello and welcome to this very special ground report from the line of control in Uri. That is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, less than a kilometer behind me near the Indian Army's last post. We have permission to report from here, and we are reporting after the first day and night that has gone without any hostilities since tensions began between India and Pakistan 18 days ago. Over the next half hour, we're going to bring you the highlights of the Second Armed Forces briefing, talks between the two countries, and how much bigger India's military operation against Pakistani targets really is than we ever imagined. The laughs of children, the sounds of livestock, birds twittering away. These are the sounds of normalcy one would imagine, even in this forward village, the last village before the line of control in this Uri sector of Kashmir. But it's going to be a while before the people of this final frontier settlement actually return. Some have because they have no choice, but most are still in the depth areas, in safety, still fearing Pakistani shelling. And there is another danger, the fact that there could be unexploded shells and ordnance in different parts of this village. State authorities and administration have warned all villagers to make sure that they do not return until everything is fully sanitized. Normal? That's not a word you see very often or hear very often in places like this. Maybe in a few weeks, maybe in a few months, maybe in more than a year.
And our next ground report, ladies and gentlemen, is coming in from the Poonch sector, where we are also trying to bring to you ground reality. There is an eerie calm at the LOC post the ceasefire, but what you still see around are deserted streets, houses still locked, people still not very clear whether they can return back to their homes or not. The locals here are recounting the Pak shelling horror. Even a madrasa in Poonch was earlier hit by Pak shells. And you have seen a lot of damage there visible in also these pictures. And they say that this has been the worst firing that they have seen and experienced and lived since the 1965 war. The locals there, though, are still continuing to pray for normalcy. Nazir has been on ground zero and he tells you more.
I'm in Poonch, which has suffered massive damage due to Pakistani shelling, and Pakistan is just behind these mountains. But here in Poonch, you can see Indian flag tricolor flying high. And what happened here, when Pakistan started shelling, they shelled this madrasa also. This was the under construction part of the madrasa, and first shell landed here. You can see this. And then another shell hit the residential quarters rooms of the teachers of this madrasa. And in this room, Maulana Muhammad Iqbal was killed. Another teacher was also injured in shelling from Pakistan. So when we talk about Poonch, it is Gurdwara and a madrasa that were hit in Pakistani shelling. But after killing of Maulana Iqbal, some of the news outlets tried to show that perhaps they use his picture and showing a terrorist from Pakistan has been killed in Muzaffarabad. And that is what has hurt the people, students in this madrasa who are patriotic, who are nationalists. I'm joined by Maulana Saeed. Saeed साहब, आपको भी बहुत उस वक्त हुआ जब ये बम गिरे इस पे कई लोग?
एक्चुअली हुआ ये कि 6 तारीख को जब ये
7 तारीख को
6 तारीख की शाम को जब हमला हुआ, रात को जब हमला हुआ तो उस वक्त तो खौफ हिरास का आलम था पूरे पुंछ में। जब सुबह 7 तारीख की सुबह को हम चूँकि यहाँ पर हमारे पास लगभग हॉस्टल में 1200 करीब बच्चे और बच्चियाँ हैं, तो हम
इसमें आपके यहाँ ये बड़ा मदरसा है,
जहाँ ये गर्ल्स यहाँ ये बॉयज़ का मदरसा है और साथ में गर्ल्स का है। तो दोनों इदारों में लगभग जो है वो 1200 बच्चे बच्चियाँ जो है वो ज़ेर तालीम है जो हॉस्टल में रहते हैं।
तो बम जब गिरा बच्चे यहीं थे?
हाँ, बच्चे नहीं, उस वक्त ये हुआ कि ये को लगभग 8 और 9 बजे के बीच का वक्त था। बच्चे चूँकि हम तैयारी तो सुबह से कर चुके थे कि बच्चों को हमने डिस्पैच करना है, इनको घर घर इनको एवोकेट करना है और घर घर भेजना है इनको। हम उसी तैयारी में लगे थे। हम बच्चों को निकाल रहे थे, उनके लिए गाड़ियों का अरेंज कर रहे थे, उनके पेरेंट्स आ रहे थे, हम इंट्रीज कर रहे थे। हम इसी काम में थे कि किसी तरह से जितना जल्दी हो सके हम बच्चों को घर घर
यहाँ से निकालें
और घर घर भेजें। तो मैं अपने ऑफिस में था, मेरा ऑफिस यहाँ से कोई बमुश्किल 100 मीटर दूर है। तो बहुत ज़ोरदार धमाके की आवाज़ आई, पूरा ये इलाका थर्रा गया।
आपके मदरसे के बिल्कुल बाहर ये है This is the tricolor which is flying very high, and it is right next to the Pakistan LOC. The Pakistan is on the other side of the mountains, and this madrasa has borne the brunt of this Pakistani shelling. And three teachers of this madrasa have been killed, including Maulana Iqbal. Thank you so much, Saeed Saab, and we feel very sorry कि आपको इतना नुकसान पहुंचा. Not only there's huge damage to madrasa here, but also it has 3 teachers and have been killed. 3 students have also been injured in this madrasa during Pakistani shelling. 2 days after the ceasefire understanding between India and Pakistan, I'm walking through the lanes and by-lanes of Poonch city, which has been the worst hit by Pakistani shelling. The town is like a ghost town, and you can see here almost every house here in this lane remains is closed. It's like a ghost town. You just see, wherever you go, you see houses are locked. Look at this house, locked. Look at this side, right side, locked. But there are some people who would be here, and let me talk to you, sir. Namaste.
नमस्ते
सब बताएं, इतनी सभी मकानों को हम देख रहे हैं बंद पड़े हैं. अभी क्या डर है? 2 दिन हो गए सीज फायर को.
वो तो डर है इनको शल्लिंग को, इनकी कैजुअल्टी हुई है और लोग मरते हुए इन लोगों को देखा है. एक मकान में 2 आपने देखा है, सिंडिकेट मल्ला है. वहाँ में 2 एक ही जगह पर खड़े थे, तो वो उन्हीं ऑन स्पॉट वहीं पर उनकी डेथ हुई. तो जब ये इन लोगों ने देखा तो जो मौजूदा जनरेशन है उन्होंने सोचा यहाँ पर तो रुकना बड़ा मुश्किल है. सभी के लोग यहाँ से चले गए. आप देख रहे हैं कि तकरीबन मैं तो जो मेरा अनुभव है, ये भी यहाँ के काउंसिलर मेरे के लिए यहाँ पर तकरीबन
ये मुझे बताएं कब आ जाएंगे लोग वापस.
ये जो आज की मीटिंग जो DMGO की जो मीटिंग, हाँ, इनकी जब जो मीटिंग जो हो रही है इसमें को क्या डिसीजन लेते हैं. अगर
आप बुजुर्ग हैं, आपने इतनी शेलिंग कब देखी थी लास्ट टाइम पे, और आपने कितने जगह देखी?
देखिए जी, मेरा नाम बेहरलाल दत्ता है और मैं POKJ का रहने वाला हूँ और वहाँ से रिफ्यूजी होके यहाँ पर आया हूँ और 47 से यहाँ पर आ रहा हूँ. मेरी एज इस वक्त 84 years. I am still feeling myself as a young man.
Okay.
That is why I am
84.
हाँ 84. और that is why I am.
तो आपने सारी जगह देखी होंगी.
सारी जगह देखिए. 40
इतनी शेलिंग कब के बाद हुई?
ये तकरीबन साहब 65 के बाद.
साहब सभी मकान बंद है यहाँ. सब मकान
90% मकान यहाँ पर
90% मकान बंद.
90%
डर खा. लेकिन अब तो सीज फायर हो गई. अब
मगर गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से यहाँ पे कोई इंतजाम.
लेकिन आज चीफ मिनिस्टर तो आया है अभी शहर में.
चीफ मिनिस्टर ने आके आज विजिट की है, मगर
आज अभी वो शहर में ही है.
हाँ, अभी वो शहर में. मगर यहाँ पे 90% लोग बाकी हैं.
अच्छा
90% लोग यहाँ पे कोई नहीं है.
तो अब आ जाएंगे वापस.
देखो अगर हालात ठीक रहे, अभी कंफर्म कुछ नहीं है. सीज फायर का अभी कोई कंफर्म नहीं.
अच्छा. So people appear to be, the amount of shelling this town has faced, clearly it would take some time for people to come to terms and see things are now will be actually improving, which is in fact improving. There have been no firing since yesterday, but still I can show you in this town, as he's saying 90% population, most of the houses are locked here in this Poonch town. Shops are still closed, but one good thing is that since 2 days now, there has been no violation of ceasefire, yet still people say they are waiting for the second meeting of DGMOs so that they would be reassured that there would not be further violation of ceasefire.
So this is about what locals are feeling and how they're experiencing whatever's been happening both in Uri and in Poonch. Let's move on to get you more details now. Now, amidst the state-of-the-art weaponry that Indian forces have deployed in Operation Sindur against the Pakistani terrorists was also built in Bengaluru. This is Sky Striker. This is the unmanned aircraft system that is made by the Adani-owned Alpha Designs. Now, what is the Sky Striker? You're looking at a descriptive image on your screens. This actually flies like an unmanned aircraft system. It strikes like a missile. It is classified as a loitering munition designed for long range, precision and tactical strikes. The Sky Striker has a low acoustic signature, enabling stealthy, low altitude missions. Powered by electric propulsion, it can actually identify, track and engage the operator-designated targets using a 5 or a 10 kilogram warhead housed within its fuselage. Now, these suicide drones were produced at a manufacturing facility in western Bengaluru through a collaborative partnership between Alpha Design, that is based in Bengaluru, and the Albit Security Systems of Israel, which you're looking right now on your screens. And now let's shift our focus to other key stories, because we are also talking about what's been happening in the world. Now, the US and China have agreed to lower tariffs for the next 90 days in a major de-escalation in the tariff war that is threatening to cut off trade between the world's two largest economies. As a part of an agreement that was hammered out in Geneva, the US will now lower tariffs on Chinese goods to a 30% from an existing 145%. And what China will do in return is that it will reduce duties on US imports to a 10% from the current 125%. Now, Vishal, this clearly is good news. This tells you that there is progress being made. And this also tells you that, playing hardball, Disha, can only take you that far. But what happens from here on? What are the other details, the modalities that you believe can interest our viewers?
Absolutely, Deepti. So it really shows that US President Donald Trump's really hardball, as you mentioned, when it comes to trade and trade deals and this tariff turmoil that he's really imposed on the world, saying that countries must come on the table and agree to his terms, really won't work for everyone. And China really showed that with now US and China finally agreeing to slash the tariffs. Even US President Donald Trump over the past couple of weeks had been reiterating and saying that this level of tariffs was really harmful for the trade between the two countries, and hence it is crucial that they come to the table. And now they've finally decided to slash tariffs. So it is US will reduce tariffs to 30% on Chinese goods from a whooping 145%, and China in turn will reduce tariffs from 120% to now a mere 10%, which is a huge shift. It's almost 115% slash in tariffs in total. But this announcement really came after 2 days of long negotiations between the top officials from US and China in Switzerland, and this is just the first step when it comes to reaching some sort of trade deal, which both countries will continue to have conversations about. And both US and China really called it a constructive meeting. And we really have to wait and see how these talks progress and how it's going to really impact India. Because to remind our viewers, US and India are also currently in talks to reach some sort of trade deal, which will hopefully reduce the impact of the American tariffs that are currently on pause. And now if these tariffs have really been reduced, the US tariffs on China have been reduced to such a low extent to a mere 30%, it really does impact the Indian market as well. And Indian products could now be affected in a detrimental sense. So we really have to wait and watch to see whether this is, the US and China have called it a temporary slashing, but we have to see whether it's a permanent move as well.
Oh yes, 90 days is what they say, Disha. And in a brief statement, in fact, they say the importance of a sustainable, long-term and mutually beneficial economic and trade relationship. It's a joint statement. But clearly, as Disha was just underscoring, what this has done is that this has soothed a lot of tempers for the moment. You've seen a direct relation to how the markets today have responded. Let's get you those details also. Where the investors are cheering the US-China trade deal. The US futures has spiked nearly 1,000 points. Asian markets are up about 3%. Indian stock markets have also surged over 3%. The European markets are also faring better. They have gained over 1%. So this is exactly the kind of sentiment I think that you see prevailing vis-a-vis the fact that you have both US and China that have been able to seal that deal. Remember, there have been negotiations in Geneva, and like Disha also underscored for us, you've seen a lot of hardball initially being played by the US, but finally these two economies have decided to lower down tariffs, and this, they say, is going to be for the next 90 days, within which they will continue to discuss this issue and thrash the other differences. And now let's get you back to Pakistan, a lot of Pakistan propaganda and how that has boomeranged. Because amidst all this India-Pak conflict, Pakistan's PR stunt has put it on the back foot as well. Now, what Pakistan tried to do is that they put out a copycat press conference, but without giving any kind of proof. No images shared, no details shared, unlike what you've seen vis-a-vis India. So the international media has also now taken on Pakistan, and they are questioning those kind of briefings. The foreign press also says that there is no proof. It's only bluster, baseless claims that have been made without any kind of proof. Arjun decoding what we know on the story so far.
Released verified footage of targeted military operations. The Pakistani side, in fact, also held a presser. They held a late evening press conference, in fact, and it was visibly, modeled on India's earlier briefing. However, this event quickly drew international criticism for what analysts and international analysts are now terming a presentation without proof. Now, you see, unlike India's very detailed visual and multi-service representation, Pakistan's response, it lacked any sort of video evidence, credible imagery, or even official documentation. Observers, including neutral international media outlets, have also pointed out this glaring absence of substantiating material, prompting ever-growing skepticism, in fact, over the credibility, the very credibility of the source of Pakistan's narrative. Commentators, not only this, commentators worldwide are in fact now highlighting what they described as a missed opportunity for transparency. Now, this is Pakistan.
Let's move on now to get you a quick breaking update. In fact, on your screens, you're reading more details. The BJP is planning to launch nationwide Tiranga Yatra. This begins starting May the 13th. In fact, this is a yatra that's expected to go on for at least 10 days from the 13th to the 23rd of May, where the idea is to crisscross the entire country to reach out to every citizen, highlighting the achievements of Operation Sindur. What we can tell you is that senior leaders, including Shambit Patra, Vinod Tavade, Tarun Chugh, could be among those coordinating this campaign. Top BJP ministers and other leaders could also be leading these yatras across various regions of the country. So May the 13th is when this yatra begins, continues for 10 days. The idea is to go out and tell people more about the success of Operation Sindoor.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
address the nation at 8 p.m. This is his first address post the success of Operation Sindoor. Second day of briefing by the Director General of Military Operations of all the three forces. Video proof of airstrikes at the Pakistani air bases revealed. Forces say all military bases intact and they are fully prepared. DG Army Ops, in fact, they talk about how the Pakistan Army is responsible for their own losses.
Ashes to ashes and from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं.
Adani made a drone used in Operation Sindoor. Adani owned Alpha Designs builds drone. In fact, Sky Striker drones are made in Bengaluru. US-China agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer US-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli announces retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14 years of career for India, says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the nation at 8 p.m. This is his first address post the success of Operation Sindoor. Remember, the Prime Minister had addressed the country via his public meeting in Bihar post the Pahalgam terror attacks, where he had said that he will trace, track and identify and punish each and every terrorist and their perpetrators and ensure justice for the families of those who lost their lives in Pahalgam. Through the Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister had been extremely hands-on. He had been holding regular meetings with the Raksha Mantri, with the External Affairs Minister, getting all the operational details from the Chief of Defence Staff and also from the three services chief. He was constantly in touch with the National Security Advisor, who was briefing the Prime Minister on a regular and hourly basis. Now, this address to the nation becomes very, very crucial because there are a lot of questions being asked and a barrage of social media misinformation which is going on as well. Aishwarya is joining us live at 7 from 7 LKM. That is where all the activities has been, Aishwarya, in the last few days. Prime Minister Modi, even on the night of Operation Sindoor, was taking minute-by-minute update, and thereafter a series of meetings. We have visuals of one such meeting which is currently on our television screens, but even that meeting which was chaired by him, in which secretaries of all departments were in attendance, the civil defense preparedness, all that has been a case in which the Prime Minister was leading from the front.
Well, that's right. After cutting short his trip from Saudi Arabia when Pahalgam terror attack happened, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who first ensured at the airports itself that what sort of developments have taken place. I remember Foreign Secretary NSA Ajit Doval, all were there at the airport. The first meeting happened at the airport itself, and later we saw back-to-back meetings, Prime Minister keeping updated and also the Prime Minister was briefed on regular intervals. He was monitoring the entire situation since the time Operation Sindoor was carried out by the Indian Armed Forces. We got to know about multiple source-based information as far as the Prime Minister's message to the armed forces are concerned, or what had been the final straight line that was drawn to Pakistan. Remember, it was the Prime Minister, who gave a clear-cut message to the armed forces that the entire country is behind them. Prime Minister believed in the professional capabilities of Indian Armed Forces and had given free hand to the Indian Armed Forces. Prime Minister stated from a rally in Bihar that he will track, the Indian Armed Forces will track, identify and punish the terrorists, the perpetrators sitting across the border. And of course, the last message that we got from the Prime Minister's office, as far as the sources are concerned, they stated that in the future, if there is any terror activity on the Indian soil, then it would be considered as an act of war. It is, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi giving top instructions, being briefed by the top security officials. But, there is on the other side, on one side, the opposition demanding a special session in the parliament, Prime Minister to chair all party meeting. On the other side, from Pakistani media, from Pakistani armed forces, fake narrative was being spread throughout. A campaign was launched, and now we will hear directly from the horse's mouth, from the Prime Minister, about the achievements, about the objectives being achieved of Operation Sindur, how successful it was, and Indian Armed Forces proved it, that they have gone inside the Pakistan mainland, inside the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and neutralized the terrorists over there. It was 100 or more terrorists that was killed, with 35 to 40 Pakistani soldiers were died in the entire operation. So, key objectives, the justice is delivered, is the larger message that is coming in, and now from Prime Minister, who would be addressing the nation at 8 p.m.
That's right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us. We are counting down to that crucial address to the nation by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Joining us now is Shashank, former ambassador of India. We also have Captain D.K. Sharma, former spokesperson of Indian Navy. Ambassador Shashank, the question here is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had clearly said that terrorism can not really go, there is zero tolerance to terrorism. And I think in the last 5 days now, and of course there is ceasefire, do you think it's important for him to communicate to the country as to what happened, and that is the reason why this address to the nation becomes important?
Well, we have had the discussions between the DGMO of Pakistan and our DGMO and other operations in charge from Navy and Air Force. So I think that is the level at which all these actions have taken place so far. I think people of India would like to really know from the Prime Minister as to what is the overall picture about, number one, tracing the terrorists and their supporters and promoters, up to what extent, to what time, and secondly, what happens to the other economic diplomatic measures which have been taken already, that do we go back on them, or is ceasefire is only because there were certain reasons why the ceasefire had to be achieved by accepting our goals having been achieved, that now that we can go and put a halt to it for the time being, but not go back on the other measures which have been taken. Thirdly, we have to see whether any more terrorists would be handed over by Pakistan, that there would be a change of behavior on the part of Pakistan establishment, that supporting terrorists, they would now be handing them over to India or to other countries wherever they have committed the atrocities. So I think these are the major issues which we have in mind. And finally, of course, for a very long time, we have been saying that India and Pakistan have been dealing with the issue, they will sort it out. Now, suddenly the first information about the ceasefire came from the United States. Of course, we know that they were keeping in touch with everybody, but it would have been better because Pakistan has been able to show that they are now put on equal terms with India, which perhaps is not the true situation.
All right, Captain D.K. Sharma, this address to the nation by Prime Minister Modi. I can see Lieutenant General Anil Kumar Bhatt also joining us. Welcome to this broadcast, General. But yes, Captain Sharma, address to the nation by the Prime Minister after a successful operation, and also ensuring that there has been ceasefire, there has been a largely peaceful night. Last night was peaceful, no action whatsoever, no skirmishes reported either. So do you think this is the right time for the Prime Minister to communicate to the world and to the country in particular as to what really happened?
Maria, good evening to you and all the fellow panelists and also to the viewers. I think it is the right moment. The nation is with bated breath from the last 48 hours when the ceasefire was announced, are waiting for the highest leadership to come and convey what has happened. And suddenly, when we were expecting that we will go all out to, finish the terrorism in our neighborhood, suddenly we called for truce and ceasefire came in. So people are waiting for, some answers. And I'm sure the most popular Prime Minister of the country will now talk to us and will share some thoughts that why did it happen and what is the way ahead. Because as such, we know all the three forces are deployed, briefings are happening, and you saw the tweet from the Indian Air Force that Op Sindur is an ongoing process. It has not been called off. It was just a temporary ceasefire till 12 o'clock today. And now I believe that talks at the DGMO level got little postponed, and now they're happening as we are talking. So some outcome will come from there. So I think it is best that now the top leadership addresses 140 million people of this country who are waiting with bated breath to know the truth behind the things or the facts.
All right. Lieutenant General, but we are counting down to that crucial address by Prime Minister Modi. What are your thoughts on that, and how crucial is it at this juncture?
Oh, well, if the Prime Minister had decided to talk to the nation, this means the situation which started on 22nd after the Pahalgam attack, and by our robust, controlled response and our message to Pakistan after we had taken on and attacked the 9 terrorist camps of Pakistan, that we had achieved what the Prime Minister wanted to. Thereafter, there was some escalation for some time, and now the indications are that the situation presently has stabilized. In such a scenario, where a lot of activities has happened in the last 72 to 96 hours, and the nation was nearly on the verge of war, and of course, operations short of war were conducted, it is very important that the Prime Minister speaks to the people and conveys his thought on the entire operation and what is there for the future.
Let's actually play the sound bites now of the briefing which was carried out by the DGMO, DGAO and DGNO. These are the officers who were in charge of Operation Sindoor at multiple fronts, from the Indian Navy to the Indian Army and Indian Air Force. And then I come back to
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, 2 of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimyar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side.
आतंकियों पर हमारे सटीक हमले लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल और इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री को पार करे बिना किए गए थे। हमें पूरा अंदेशा था कि पाकिस्तान का वार भी बॉर्डर के उस पार से ही होगा। इसलिए हमने अपनी एयर डिफेंस की पूरी तैयारी पहले से ही कर ली थी। हमारी इन्वेंट्री में शामिल काउंटर मैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर के साधन और एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स का इंडियन एयरफोर्स के इसी प्रकार के सिस्टम्स के साथ एक अनोखा मिश्रण किया गया। इसलिए आपने देखा कि जब जब पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ने हमारे एयरफील्ड्स और लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस में 9 और 10 मई की रात को लगातार हमले किए, वो इस मजबूत एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड के सामने विफल हो गए। तो कोई मौका नहीं था कि पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ये मल्टी टियर डिफेंस को पार करके पीछे हमारी एयरफील्ड्स या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस को टारगेट कर पाए।
We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorists, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space.
Okay, Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt, let's talk about air defense preparedness and how firm and impenetrable they are as far as India is concerned. I think India this time in this DGMO press conference has made a difference between how the actions move from defense to offense and how the entire process or India's military strategic move shifted from 7th, when actually Operation Sindoor happened, to intervening night of 8th and 9th, when India went ahead and targeted the military bases right inside the Pakistani mainland.
So, as you have already mentioned, our initial operations were carried out with a clear-cut aim of targeting the terror infrastructure of Pakistan, which we effectively did on the first night. Thereafter, the response of the Pakistan Army and armed forces, and especially using drones and missiles to attack our air bases on the first night, and thereafter even tried to attacking our cities, was what was responded in a restrained manner, but very effectively. Firstly, by neutralizing the enemy's drones and missiles, and what we are so happy and proud of, that the effective air defense of the Air Force and the Army was able to prevent that there were no losses anywhere to our side. Not only that, we were able to inflict punishment on the adversary by destroying his air defense infrastructure and also targeting his number of his airports, which you would have heard when the DGO, DG Air Operations mentioned today in his briefings. We were able to effectively hit military targets and punish Pakistan. Send a clear message of India's resolve, India's strength, ensuring, however, that the strikes were precise and not escalatory.
Okay, so Captain Sharma, a little more elaboration on how India's messaging has been that Operation Sindoor was a mix of military and non-military action, and it certainly has sent a message of deterrence. A new red line has been drawn. Whether the ball is in Pakistan's court, if they, God forbid, another act of terror happens, then India is ready to go an extra mile. This is the new red line, a new normal between the two countries.
Absolutely, Maria. It is very clear now. Any act of terrorism will be taken as act of war, and there is no ambiguity in that part. Insofar as the further actions today or hereinafter, should the other side try and get into any kind of misadventure, they are very well aware that we have not pulled back. We are there. We have been told to be there. Their deployments are on. And let me tell you, you see, the Navy was not seen in action, and I'm not, in a competition or trying to, draw comparisons between what Air Force did or the Army did. We were all in sync. And as you have already brought out, that the loitering munitions which were used on day one, there was a concerted effort from all the three services, and the best of the things were used and utilized. And you saw the result on the first night, that within 15 minutes, we were able to destroy 9 camps, which are spread apart almost from end to end, around 200, 250 kilometers. Having said that, you see, now the point is that we are in a position of strength. We are deployed. We have shown them their AD cover has been blown. The radars and everything have been taken out by the Indian force. And they also know it, that the Indian Navy is deployed just outside. I'm very sure that the Pakistan ISR capability, whatever they have with their P3s and the works, they know that Indian Navy is spread out and deployed all across the Makran coast, and we are tactically placed beyond their weapon ranges. And should there be a need, the attack will come, and a multi-pronged attack will come, as the DGMO has already spelled it out, that the CBG is there. We have a big air defense cover. We have a bubble created, the safety bubble, and in which you will have the fighters, you have the shore-based strikes coming in, and of course, all the ships with the latest weapons, BrahMos, the sea-launched BrahMos, the air-launched BrahMos, and the works. So it is up to them now that, whatever they did and who did it, they know it all. Everything is known to them, and I don't think they will now, ever try and do what they did on the 22nd of April.
Ambassador Shashank, the final thought from you. There is a lot of narrative building which is happening from Islamabad and Rawalpindi on expected lines. Of course, this is how narrative is the optics. It's a battle of optics which is happening. Do you think there has to be more effective communication while we have it this way, that the 3 DGMOs sat through one press conference yesterday, another today? It was about a very professional communication. And what we have seen from the Pakistani side is a lot of bluster, which is very departure. That's not how soldiers in India function. But then that's how the neighbor is.
Yeah, well, I would say that Indian spokespersons have been talking to the Indian people, whereas the Pakistanis have been talking to the international media, particularly those who would be friendly to them or who are made friendly by all kinds of inducements. And then they are giving all wrong, distorted information, which is then spread all over the place. Because Pakistan has for a very long time been the favorite child of particularly the Western countries, and they were getting huge amounts of money, whether through the international channels or through the bilateral donors. Only lately they have gone to China, and so there they are trying to set up all kinds of new artificial intelligence and networks and all kinds of other communication networks with the Chinese help. So therefore they feel that it's at the international level that they have to try to project their position. Because I don't think people in Pakistan have any trust in their own leaders, particularly the military leaders who have been killing their own people by using helicopter gunships, by using all kinds of violent means and human rights violations. And so therefore, It's a question of that here we have complete trust among our own people. Pakistan has the lack of trust among themselves. And you have seen that when some of these terrorists whom we had been searching, or America had been searching for a long time, others had been searching for a long time, finally they were neutralized. Who were present at their janazas? All the top military leaders were present there. All the terrorist leaders were present there, which means that there's all this talk that they are not traceable anywhere, or all these activities have been stopped in Pakistan. This is all a charade, and the international media laps it up because of this kind of press conferences which are being organized by the Pakistani spokespersons. I'm quite sure that they are giving all kinds of inducements to the international media to get a favorable projection there. So I think this is what is the major difference. But of course, I think our Prime Minister, who is very highly regarded all over the world, will have the last say. And I'm sure that once he comes out with the statement for his own people, that would be also setting the score right as far as the international audiences are also concerned, particularly international leaders.
Right, Ambassador, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much, Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt and Captain D.K. Sharma. During the press conference, the Director General of Air Operations, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, spoke about Kirana Hills and said clearly that Indian Armed Forces did not target their military at Kirana Hills in Pakistan. Let's listen into that soundbite, and here's a special report by Shivarur.
Social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
A very significant part of today's press briefing by the armed forces was devoted to India's integrated air defense system, considering that the country came under attack by swarm after swarm of hundreds of drones, loitering munitions, possibly even missiles from Pakistan. It's not surprising that the spotlight was put on India's air defense weapons and systems. Very interestingly, after first saying they did not want to talk about specifics of weaponry and otherwise, well, today they went ahead and named some of those weapon systems. And the good news is many of them are indigenous, meaning homegrown, designed and made here in India, which is a huge statement for Atmanirbharta as far as defense and weapons are concerned. The officers particularly mentioned the Akash surface-to-air missile and the Defense Research and Development Organization built anti-drone comprehensive integrated system, which they say did much of the heavy lifting in defeating swarm after swarm of Pakistani drone. There were many sophisticated systems as well, but they, we understand, performed more of a role of deterrence, keeping manned aircraft well within Pakistani airspace and not daring to enter Indian airspace. It is not without reason that the Indian Navy is called the silent service. For 18 days now since hostilities began, very little information has emerged of what the Indian Navy has been up to. At yesterday's briefing, we got the first official word of how the Indian Navy had caged in the entire Pakistan Navy to harbour or close to port, and that Karachi had been on target. Now we know even more from today's briefing. The INS Vikrant Carrier Battle Group, an indigenously built aircraft carrier and its constituent elements, including submarines, aircraft and warships, had confined the Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan military aircraft to the Makran coast of Balochistan, basically meaning that the Pakistan military was unable to perform or conduct any overseas operations because of the presence of the Indian Navy's INS Vikrant, its aircraft, its MiG-29Ks, and all the other elements that were part of it. Another example of how the silent service was keeping Pakistan pinned down. There has been a huge amount of offensive misinformation weaponized by Pakistan and also China about damage inflicted by Pakistani drones or missiles on Indian military and air bases in different parts of Punjab and Kashmir. The armed forces today, very importantly, clarified that not only is there no damage to any military base or air base in Punjab or in Jammu and Kashmir, but that each and every one of those bases is intact and is fully operational and ready to leap back into operations as part of Op Sindur, should they be deemed necessary to actually continue. This is a huge deal because one would imagine that in such a high energy exchange, including air warfare, there might be some damage somewhere. But whether it is Adampur, Pathankot, Amritsar, Avantipora and Srinagar, no damage has been reported, and that's been confirmed on the record by the armed forces. This also means that operational readiness is not a joke.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Par ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
if it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
And another big revelation from that DGMO press conference was DG Operations for the Indian Air Force, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, confirming that the Air Force had carried out strikes against targets near Karachi in Pakistan. Air Marshal Bharti told reporters that strikes were carried out at Malin Port, Cant in Karachi as part of the Indian military's measured and calibrated response to Pakistan's aggression. This included a surface to air missile site at Malir cantonment in Karachi. All big Pakistani cities were hit. Malir cantonment, remember, is a cantonment town of the city of Karachi in Sindh.
In a measured and calibrated response, we've once again targeted his military installations, which included his SAM sites at Malirkant. This also included his surveillance radar sites at Lahore and close to Gujranwala.
I'm in my bulletproof jacket and my helmet. I've got my protective gear on just under a kilometer from the line of control here in the Uri sector of Kashmir. But I can tell you that hostilities against Pakistan by India are revealing themselves to be much more dramatic and of a scale not understood just 24 hours ago. NDTV broke the news earlier today that it was also Karachi that was struck by the Indian Air Force. This was something that may have been missed, but the Indian Air Force did mention the Malir cantonment, which happens to be in Karachi. With this, you have every major city and urban center of Pakistan having been struck by Indian Air Force missiles on the early morning of May the 10th as part of Phase 3 of Operation Sindur. Lahore, Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Sargodha, and now also Karachi. Now, the reason why Karachi is significant is because we already know that the Indian Navy, in its briefing yesterday, had said that Karachi was on target. The Indian Navy's missiles on its warships were primed to bomb the Karachi harbour and reduce it to rubble if there had been another escalation. Karachi is also historically important because remember, the same Indian Navy had bombed Karachi harbour back during the 1971 war. With Karachi added to the list of sites, in this case an air defence or surface-to-air missile site at the Malirkant in Karachi, the scale of India's attacks across Pakistan just got a whole lot bigger.
And news just coming in that the crucial DGMO level talks has just concluded. This was, of course, after the ceasefire. Vishnu Shom is joining us live from the newsroom. We'll try and get details in just a bit. Remember, this talk began roughly around 5 p.m. and continued for over 1.5 hours. So it's good 90 minutes conversation which has happened between the two DGMOs, the DGMO of Pakistan and India. The talk has ended. This is the talk on day 3 of the ceasefire. But we'll try and get details from Vishnu, who will be joining us in just a bit. This was a crucial talk between the Director General of Military Operations of the two countries. And it lasted for 1.5 hours. And now it appears that this entire talk has come to an end. Let's move on to other stories now. This is a ground report of NDTV from Pooch. There is an eerie calm at LOC post ceasefire, deserted streets, houses locked, and locals recount Pakistani shelling horror.
I'm in Poonch, which has suffered massive damage due to Pakistani shelling, and Pakistan is just behind these mountains. But here in Poonch, you can see Indian flag tricolor flying high. And what happened here, when Pakistan started shelling, they shelled this madrasa also. This was the under construction part of the madrasa, and first shell landed here. You can see this. And then another shell hit the residential quarters rooms of the teachers of this madrasa. And in this room, Maulana Muhammad Iqbal was killed. Another teacher was also injured in shelling from Pakistan. So when we talk about Poonch, it is Gurdwara and a madrasa that were hit in Pakistani shelling. But after killing of Maulana Iqbal, some of the news outlets tried to show that perhaps they use his picture and showing a terrorist from Pakistan has been killed in Muzaffarabad. And that is what has hurt the people, students in this madrasa who are patriotic, who are nationalists. I'm joined by Maulana Saeed. Saeed साहब, आपको भी बहुत उस वक्त होगा जब ये बम गिरे इस पे कई लोग?
एक्चुअली हुआ ये कि 6 तारीख को जब ये
7 तारीख को
6 तारीख की शाम को जब हमला हुआ रात को जब हमला हुआ तो उस वक्त तो खौफ हिरास का आलम था पूरे पुंछ में। जब सुबह 7 तारीख की सुबह को हम चूँकि यहाँ पर हमारे पास लगभग हॉस्टल में
Breaking news coming in. We just broke the story. I think Vishnu Shom is joining us live on this. Vishnu, of course, the details will emerge a little later, but for the benefit of our viewers, just explain to us when was the last DGMO talks and how crucial are these, hotline conversations?
Well, these hotline conversations are absolutely important. While there has been some sort of contact which is open between the missions, the Pakistani embassy or High Commission over here and the Indian embassy over there, etc. It's the Director General of Military Operations and his Pakistani counterpart who have that hotline which is always open. So when India went in with our strikes after the Pahalgam terror attack, our Director General of Military Operations called up the Pakistanis and said that, look, we don't want to escalate further. They were rebuffed at that stage. But then as a result of India's persistent military operations in targeting several Pakistani air bases, their Director General of Military Operations called us up and said, look, let's get into a ceasefire situation. And then that ceasefire situation, apart from the first day, has by and large held. There was supposed to be a review of the ceasefire situation today. Presumably that has taken place. The conversation between the Pakistani and the Indian DGMO has taken place. But we've been told to wait until there is some sort of a statement, some sort of clarity on what exactly has emerged in these talks.
All right, Vishnu, thank you so much. In fact, our reporters who have been reporting from the front line continue to get us reports from the ground of near normalcy, but also a sense of hope that this is how things will remain. Here's another ground report.
We have been traveling in various border villages, and right now we have come to one of the villages in border area that is only 3 kilometers away from that international border. We will talk to these people who show that there is total normalcy, and we will talk to the leaders who have come here. So BJP leader is with us. So sir, we have been seeing that you have been roaming from one village to another village. Finally, you have come to another village. Have you seen that the people are totally peaceful? There is total normal life.
Your question is quite right. At the moment, earlier there was a great panic. But now we are sitting in Jalalabad constituency, which is again a border area, and a village called Tandiya Kadim. So, ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਥੋਂ border ਹੈ ਇਹ 1.5-2 ਕਿਲੋਮੀਟਰ ਹੀ ਹੈ. We are from the international border. But today people are very, very in upbeat mood, and their morale is very high. Because उनको ये भी मालूम हो गया कि जो सीज़ फायर हो रहा है ये पाकिस्तान की रिक्वेस्ट से हो रहा है. हमारे डायरेक्टर जनरल जो ऑपरेशंस हैं आर्मी के, उनसे बात हुई. आज 12 बजे की मीटिंग थी, उसका भी रिज़ल्ट आ रहा है. लेकिन मोदी साहब की वन थिंग वाज वेरी वेरी क्लियर. उन्होंने ही सेड कि भी ही कैन कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ एनी अदर थिंग बट कैन नॉट कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ ऑन पाकिस्तान्स एटीट्यूड to train the terrorism, to give them the funding, to train them and then send them to India कि जहाँ हमारा अमन चैन भाईचारा वो ख़राब करें.
अब देख रहे हैं airports have been resumed, all the services have been resumed. So here the people, they have already migrated from a border area to the safer places. Have they come back?
Of course they are very much back. बहुत कम families थी जो गए हैं, लेकिन ज़्यादा हमारे लोग जो हैं वो बॉर्डर पे जो रहने वाले हैं, they always stay at the border. Whether it was, I remember I was very small when 1965 war was there, then 71 war was there, एंड नाउ मेरे साथ ये मुजाहिदिया जी हैं और इधर राना हमारे यूथ लीडर हैं, हमारे मंडल के प्रधान भी हैं, बहुत से लोग मेरे साथ आए हुए हैं। और जो भी बॉर्डर के गांव हैं ना, वहाँ से बहुत कम लोग माइग्रेट किए थे, लेकिन जो किए थे वो वापस आ गए। उनकी मजबूरी थी, कुछ बच्चे छोटे होते हैं, कुछ उनकी घर की मजबूरियाँ होती, इसलिए उन्हें जाना पड़ा, लेकिन दे आर बैक टू देयर हाउसेस।
And amidst the state-of-the-art weaponry that Indian forces deployed in the Operation Sindur against Pakistani terrorists was built in Bangalore, Sky Striker. The unmanned aircraft system is made by Adani-owned Alpha Designs. The Sky Striker flies like an unmanned aircraft system and strikes like a missile. It is classified as a loitering munition designed for long-range precision tactical strikes. The Sky Striker has a low acoustic signature, enabling stealthy low-altitude missions powered by electric propulsion. It can identify, track and engage operator-designated targets using a 55 or 10 kg warhead housed within its fuselage. These suicide drones were produced at a manufacturing facility in western Bengaluru through a collaborative partnership between Alpha Design based in Bengaluru and Elbit Security Systems of Israel. And amidst India-Pakistan conflict, Pakistan's PR stunt has put it on the back foot as well. Pakistan tried to do a copycat press conference, but without giving any proof of its claims. The international media is also taken on Pakistan.
Released verified footage of targeted military operations. The Pakistani side, in fact, also held a presser. They held a late evening press conference, in fact, and it was visibly, modeled on India's earlier briefing. However, this even quickly drew international criticism for what analysts and international analysts are now terming a presentation without proof. Now, you see, unlike India's very detailed visual and multi-service representation, Pakistan's response, it lacked any sort of video evidence, credible imagery, or even official documentation. Observers, including neutral international media outlets, have also pointed out this glaring absence of substantiating material, prompting growing skepticism, ever-growing skepticism, in fact, over the credibility, the very credibility of the source of Pakistan's narrative. Commentators, not only this, commentators worldwide are in fact now highlighting what they described as a missed opportunity for transparency. Now, this is Pakistan's claims remain unsupported and unsubstantiated. The contrast has left Islamabad facing uncomfortable questions, and rightly so, from the global community that also demands clarity and accountability, especially in matters where military engagement is, in the picture. Now, as security mounts, as scrutiny mounts, Pakistan's information strategy desperately finds itself in an increasing difficult position.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. News Night, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360.
And it is stumps for Virat Kohli in Test cricket. One of the most loved cricketers of the nation has walked away after 9,230 runs in 123 tests in 14 glorious years in whites. In the interim, he captained India in 68 tests and won 40 of them, becoming India's most successful test captain too. He stops 770 from the test club for 10,000 runs. Virat leaves behind a Virat-sized hole in Test cricket of his 30 Test stunts. The most recent 100 not out came in the first Test against Australia in November. Last year, it was his first in 15 innings across 16 months. And so cricket's greatest showman leaves its grandest stage, not with a final century, wave of the bat or guard of honor, but with a post to his 271 million Instagram followers. He will be remembered as the man who dragged the India Test side into the 21st century. What made Captain Kohli, in fact past Captain Kohli, retire, and what happens now?
Off the mark with a gorgeous cover drive to the boundary for 4.
That's a proper Virat Kohli special. Up there, cover driving, extension of the elbow. Beautiful to watch. What a shot.
Off his toes, there are few better sides in the game than Kohli hitting that ball.
That is a glorious, exquisite drive from Kohli.
Safe pair of hands for Virat Kohli.
You could keep watching this day in and day out, still you won't get bored.
Oh, that's a super shot. Exquisite. Nicely played.
Full ball on the leg stump, forget it. Goes to the boundary in a flash.
Those are the kind of shots that went off Kohli's bat when he was at his best.
I think his contribution to Indian cricket, to the world cricket in test format has been par excellence. Superb. His performance has been superb. So salute to his performance, and we will miss him in test cricket, but it's purely his personal decision. Okay, besides, policy is very clear. We don't pressurize or ask any player to take retirement or not to take retirement. It's purely up to the player to decide. So I think he has taken a personal decision, and we all should respect that personal decision.
आज शायद क्रिकेट की बात भी करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था कि विराट कोहली ने टेस्ट क्रिकेट से रिटायरमेंट ले ली. कई भारतीयों की तरह वो मेरे भी फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैं.
I must salute him for his tremendous contribution to Indian cricket, and as a coach I am really proud of him, what he has done for the country and what example he has set for the youngsters, So, but emotionally, yeah, it hurts that we won't be seeing him in whites again for the country. But I really appreciate and backs his decision fully. So hopefully this time he'll be there to win the World Cup for India, and he'll be 100% committed to it.
देखिए, लग रहा था ये होना तो था ही, पर ऐसे एकदम से होगा ये मुझे लग नहीं रहा था, क्योंकि मुझे लगा था ये टेस्ट सीरीज़ खेलेगा, क्योंकि जिस तरह की फॉर्म में है और जिस तरह की मेंटरशिप की इंडियन टीम को ज़रूरत है, और स्पेशली इंग्लैंड का दौरा हमेशा एक लिटमस टेस्ट रहता है. बट मुझे लगता है कि अगर सोचा है, सोच के किया होगा और इतना कुछ अचीव करा है तो बिल्कुल सही है. आई एम विद हिम, बट थोड़ा दिल उदास सा है, क्योंकि मुझे लगता था कि एक बड़ा सा मैच होता, फेयरवेल होता टेस्ट मैच. लास्ट दफ़ा इंडियन टीम में विराट कोहली टेस्ट मैच खेलता हुआ नज़र आता तो मज़ा लगाता, पर बुरी यादें हैं कब से, जब मेरे पास पहली बार हमारी एकेडमी में आया था 12 साल का, तब से, और अब इतना कुछ अचीव करके एक वन ऑफ द लेजेंड्स ऑफ द गेम.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
Prime Minister Modi to address the nation at 8 p.m. post this entire tension and conflict on Operation Sindoor. DGMO briefing video proof of the strikes at Pakistani Air Force bases, all military bases and facilities of India intact.
From ashes to ashes and from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं.
Adani Defence made drones used in Operation Sindoor. Adani owned Alpha Designs builds drones. Sky Striker drone made in Bengaluru. United States-China agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer United States-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli announces retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14 years career for India, says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ankit Tyagi, you are with NDTV. The top two stories of the day at this moment that we are talking about, of course, the briefing by the Indian Armed Forces exposing Pakistan's lies and the surreal world, the make-believe world that the Pakistanis are living in as far as the successes of Operation Sindoor is concerned. The other big story in just less than an hour now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first address on Operation Sindoor. Remember, this is the first time that the Prime Minister would be speaking after India commenced punitive action on Pakistan under Operation Sindoor on the night of 7th of this month, while Pakistan and punitive action was taken on the terror infrastructure of Pakistan, and then the further escalation and how Indian Army responded to, in fact, safeguard the territorial integrity and safety of the people of this country. So both these very, very important events which are going to take place. I will first focus on what the press conference of the Director Generals of Operation of the Air Force, Army and the Navy, in fact, spoke about. They not only yesterday when they presented the proofs and visuals of the destruction that Pakistan had to face in India's punitive strikes. They also spoke about, our airfields and military installation, the safety of those, and they are completely operational, and the Indian Armed Forces are absolutely ready if there is any further escalation or any misadventure by Pakistan. Now, the DGMOs of both the countries, as it was discussed and decided earlier, have spoken. So we have a confirmation that the DGMO of India and Pakistan, as it was discussed earlier, the understanding which was arrived that they will speak on the 12th of May. They have spoken. We'll get you the details as soon as they in fact start trickling in. All our sources in the defense in the Indian Army have said that very soon we'll know exactly what the conversation was like. Remember, last evening was the first evening in the last few days that there was no significant action as far as the line of control, the international border and the skies, the airspace between India and Pakistan is concerned. Let me first very quickly play out for you at this moment some reactions and the press conference which was addressed earlier by Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, who in fact spoke about India's punitive strikes on Pakistan.
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimyar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side.
आतंकियों पर हमारे सटीक हमले लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल और इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री को पार करे बिना किए गए थे। हमें पूरा अंदेशा था कि पाकिस्तान का वार भी बॉर्डर के उस पार से ही होगा। इसलिए हमने अपनी एयर डिफेंस की पूरी तैयारी पहले से ही कर ली थी। हमारी इन्वेंट्री में शामिल काउंटर मैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर के साधन और एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स का इंडियन एयरफोर्स के इसी प्रकार के सिस्टम्स के साथ एक अनोखा मिश्रण किया गया। इसलिए आपने देखा कि जब जब पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ने हमारे एयरफील्ड्स और लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस में 9 और 10 मई की रात को लगातार हमले किए, वो इस मजबूत एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड के सामने विफल हो गए। तो कोई मौका नहीं था कि पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ये मल्टी टियर डिफेंस को पार करके पीछे हमारी एयरफील्ड्स या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस को टारगेट कर पाए।
We had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorists, which compelled us to respond in kind.
Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space.
Let me very quickly at this moment bring in for more perspective on what we heard and how things are at this moment. I'm being joined by Air Marshal Anil Khosla, former Vice Chief of Air Staff. He's with us at this moment. So thank you for speaking to NDTV. Let me begin by asking you very, very comprehensive, detailed, press conferences and briefings by the DG operations of all the three wings of the armed forces. Particularly what stands out is two things, sir. Number one, India's capability, the integrated air defense system that worked with absolute wonders, as far as Pakistan's attacks were concerned, and how easily we were able to make these ingresses and attack Pakistani Air Force bases, sir.
It stands out both offensive and the defensive capabilities. And our capabilities have increased over in the last decade in leaps and bounds. And there are still gaps as far as capacity is concerned, but that is also being addressed. But if you see from Balakot to now, there's so much of difference in capability enhancement of the three services. And this is a classic, example of what is showing. It is showing. Air defense-wise, we've been able to neutralize whatever projectiles were thrown at us from across the border and LOC. Small or big, and there's no negligible damage on our side. And we have been able to engage their targets, military and terror, basically terror infrastructure, the ecosystem, at far ranges throughout their country. And with very great precision, with no collateral damage, and that with a big standoff ranges. That is a big message to Pakistan. If you notice, I'll just take 30 seconds more. The last strike which we did, where we got fed up of him escalating slowly, and we indicated, if you see what briefing has been given by the three DGMO, DGNO, and DG Air Ops, we targeted airfields all over Pakistan, even in the heart of Punjab, as far as Karachi and other places. So those red dots. And if you see, notice the type of targets, from runways to hangars to command control centers to AD radars to surface-to-air missile centers. If you see the kind of targets which have been, it indicates that we can take on every type of target system in your military targets. Yes. We can take on wherever you are. That is the message which went on.
I also want your expertise, sir, on the fact, like we were talking about the defensive capabilities, we'll come to the offensive one in just a moment, about how, top-class performance there has been, and especially of the indigenous air defense weapon systems like Akash, SAM and anti-drone systems which are being manufactured, which are being made inside our own country, something that Pakistan dearly misses, isn't it? Everything that they have is exported largely from China, while our indigenous systems are also, have shown in this, at least in this skirmish, that they are top-notch.
You're right. And if you see other wars also, Russia, Ukraine, as well as Israel, Hamas, two things stand out. One is that you have to be self-sufficient. You have to be Atmanirbhar. Nobody is going to come and give you, nobody's going to give you latest technology. You have to have your own defense industry going so that you can scale up the production as and when required. And these, which the government has initiated and a lot of results are showing. And these weapon systems which were inducted, the indigenous one, this was a, baptism by fire, and they performed well. So I'm sure all the military as well as the defense industry is reading the occurrences very, very carefully, and they will improve upon it, implement all the shortcomings or gaps if there are any. And the best part is that in future, our defense industry will grow and improve on all these weapons, and that is a good sign.
A big worry for India also is, of course, we share a very, I won't call it hostile at this moment, but of course, China standing on the other side, which is, of course, one of the biggest sponsors and supporter of Pakistan. What do you make of the largely Chinese weaponry that was on display from the Pakistani side and the way we handle it? It also has lessons, if God forbids there is any conflict as far as China is concerned for us as well.
Yeah, so it's not only India. I think the whole world is looking for Chinese equipment and their performance, because the Chinese, country where there's a lot of enigma attached to it. It's a very, very secretive country. And there are a lot of claims have been made by China in every field in terms of technology, in terms of weapon systems, in terms of platforms, in terms of equipment, and the performance which they claim that they are latest and they are better than even American or US weapons and systems. So the whole world is watching how will they perform. And the and Pakistan Army has almost whatever percentage you want to call it, 70, 80 majority is Chinese equipment. So the whole world is watching, and so will we be. At the moment, the exact details are not there, and in public domain, they shouldn't come out also. I think the military will study in detail how they have performed. And with our friend, we have a lot of friendly countries where we do exercises with this, and information will be exchanged with them, and we will come, a picture will become clearer that how they performed as compared to the rest of the world.
My last question to you, sir. As somebody who, of course, led the Indian Air Force, I just want to understand from you, what are the big takeaways for the Indian Air Force, from this conflict, and how are those going to be implemented if there is any escalation further from the Pakistani side?
At the moment, I think it's too early to draw conclusions. And once detailed analysis is done of the events, Indian Air Force, I can tell you from my past experience, every event which happens, every exercise which takes place, and every live event like this which takes place, it is studied in detail, and the lessons are drawn at different levels, tactical level, strategic level, gaps in our equipment, and improvements required in organizational every aspect under every vertical which is related to military operations. And these lessons are converted into to-do list and addressed and monitored till the time they are completed. So in this case also, the lessons will be drawn out. The biggest lesson at the moment, I think, which is not known also to everyone, and is that we have capability-wise, we have grown quite a bit. We have every type of capability. You've seen the example in terms of, reach, in terms of standoff, in terms of precision. All sort of capabilities. But capacity is another issue which we need to address, which everyone knows. That is a war endurance we need to improve, because we have a situation on both our borders which are not very, very user-friendly.
So thank you so much for taking the time out and speaking to NDTV. Very important to learn from experts, because remember, every conflict, every war or any kind of exercise is also an occasion for the armed forces to build on from there, because every conflict then becomes very, very different. Let me also bring in at this moment Lieutenant General Rajinder Singh, former DG Infantry, and Lieutenant General Rameshwar Roy, Defense Analyst, former Corps Commander, Jammu and Kashmir. Gentlemen, thank you so much for speaking to us at this moment. Let me start with you, General Singh. You know, what are your big takeaways, sir, as this conflict now, at least we have had one night of relative peace and calm across the line of control, the international border and of airspace. Now, there will be a lot of talk about what are the big lessons that the armed forces have drawn from this entire live action.
Ankit, the big takeaways, as I look at it, are actually mainly 4 of them. First and foremost is the takeaway about our decision-making process. It would be quite clear to Pakistan that India's decision-making will be swift and it will be firm. The second big takeaway is the might of the Indian armed forces, about the Air Force, Air Marshal Khosla has just now talked about. And I would only like to add one thing, that it clearly proved the efficacy of our integrated air defense system. It also proved the efficacy of our capability to go and strike deep into the enemy territory and take out their air assets. Another important facet, which was quite clear to one and all, is the fact that the kind of integration between the armed forces which we were able to achieve was quite evident. Now, the third important point was that in this operation, it was quite evident by after seeing 100% strike on the enemy terrorist camps, that the intelligence that we got about those terrorist camps was absolutely top rate. We were able to pinpoint as to where the terrorists were located, and out of those 28 so-called terrorist camps, it was identified that in 9 of them these terrorists are located, and the pinpoint locations were given to the armed forces so that they could strike them. They could strike them with precision and with absolute professionalism and efficiency. The fourth and the last takeaway of this particular thing is that the nuclear bogey of Pakistan has been called. And I think Pakistan will know once and for all that it is not easy to take India for granted.
Lieutenant General Rameshwar Roy, you know, it's very intriguing because there was a lot of, let me say, intrigue about the Turkish drone systems that were provided to Pakistan and also the Chinese military hardware that Pakistan uses. In fact, you know, many analysts were saying that the Turkish drones were one of the most feared across the army, you know, across the military world, because what we saw, the kind of havoc that they reaped and the advantage that they gave Azerbaijan in their battle over Armenia. Now, that question of the Turkish drones have also been answered in many ways by the Indian air defense systems. It was waves and waves of Turkish drones coming towards India, which was more or less with almost 100% accuracy destroyed in air by the Indian air defense systems.
Ankit, first of all, no two battlefields can really be compared. You know, how they performed in a particular theater is not a question that we should ask ourselves. Basically, the issue here is that our approach was very well thought out. I'll say not only thought out, but it was think through approach, you know. We maintained our offensive capabilities. At the same time, we did not forget about defensive capabilities, you know, that nothing would come on us. So what had happened was, as a result of all this, that we followed a multi-layer integrated air defense system alongside a very accurate intelligence information about the target acquisition and how those targets would be neutralized. I would say that from an arsenal that you have, a range that you have, you know, you have to pick up the right kind of a weapon to deal with the right kind of a target. So I would say this matching of the weapon technology or the weapon to destruction of the target was so finely tuned that we left no scope for any errors in that. And that we must complement our tri-service organizations. It has been a complete integration of Army, Navy and the Air Force, one. Secondly, the men have shown an excellent technology absorption. Two, very good intelligence system has backed up this entire operation through and through right until today. Fourth part is that while we have followed this approach, we did not let our guards down. So what has happened is that whatever we tried to destroy of the adversary, whatever adversary tried to throw on us to take on the targets on our side, we were well prepared for it. And not only that we were well prepared for it, we had integrated our systems in such a manner which so beautifully meshed with the kind of targets, like if somebody feels that we would have fired a higher level weaponry for dealing with the drones, surely it was not the case. Because they are the low flying objects, therefore a lower kind of a active integrated defense system came into being. So what I'm trying to say is that this entire process was an example of think through process and not only thought through process.
Absolutely. Lieutenant General, Singh, let me bring you in on this, on the question of which is being debated across the country. Even former veterans have expressed their views on this topic. Should India have pressed forward when we had the upper hand as far as these punitive strikes on Pakistan is concerned? Was the ceasefire, understanding reached a little too early for India's comfort?
No. As far as my opinion is concerned, I think before we come to the answer to this particular question, it is pertinent to see as to what was our initial objective that we had set for ourselves. We had set for ourselves our initial objective of going and striking the terrorist camps and undertaking a kind of an operation which is non-escalatory. It was not our intention to escalate this to a level more than what we were trying to do, that is to target the terrorist camps. Now, the reason that why we had to go and strike deep, the reason why we had to strike multiple targets of Pakistan and also some of their vital air bases was because of the actions of Pakistan, that they were trying and targeting our civilians, they were targeting our various military installations, and they were trying to actually widen the scope of contest. So when that was taking place, we had to resort to our punitive measures, in which we were 100% successful. It forced Pakistan to go and seek for ceasefire immediately. I think it was the right time for us to accept that particular plea of the Pakistan entity. I don't think anything more would have come had we carried on with these with this conflict.
I think one debate is very well settled when two countries fight, and if after your punitive strikes the other country doesn't have the capability to hit back or respond, if not more but in equal measure, that very clearly tells you who has had the last word as far as that conflict is concerned. And in this case, of course, that's India. But Lieutenant General Roy, if I may bring you in at this moment, sir, I just want to understand from you, because we saw many things different, and like you said, no two conflicts or no two theaters are same, but a marked change from what we saw even in the information warfare post Balakot and Uri surgical strikes this time, and specifically when the DGMOs came out and the Director Generals of Operations from all the three wings came out. We have seen how prepared this time we were for the narrative and the questions that were raised at that point of time as well.
Ankit, absolutely. Let me also say that, the biggest dilemma that the Pakistan has had was that, we had mentioned after our strike on 7th of May that we have struck all the 9 terrorist camps, which were our target in response to their action of 22nd April. Now, Pakistan's dilemma was they did not have equivalent of those targets on our side because we don't have any terrorist camps here in our country. So they had no option but to go in for either the counter value targets that we have or the counter force targets that we have. Unfortunately, they went in for counter force targets, which are pure military targets, and they affect our operational capabilities. They did not know that our integration of all the 3 services was so complete this time that not only the Army and the Air Force, Navy itself was also deployed in the Bay of Arabian Sea. So we had the Army, Navy, Air Force fully coordinated in deployment mode, and therefore our response capability was from north to south, as is also evident even after we had struck the terrorist camp, the last one that is further down south of Bawalpur, which was well about 100 kilometers deep inside Pakistan territory. We also have struck Karachi ports because of our Navy deployment there and coordinating it with the Air Force. Therefore, the point I'm trying to make is that the range of targets that we had in Pakistan were much more in addition to the terrorist targets.
Right.
And Pakistan did a foolish thing of attacking our counter, not the counter value targets, but the counter force targets, which was affecting our force capability. Therefore, we had already told them. We told, in fact, all the 5 nations, that is United States, Russia, Britain, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, that look, we have carried out our action in 25 minutes in response to their action of 22nd April, which was done by the terrorists. Hereafter, if Pakistan does anything, they will be moving up the escalatory ladder, and therefore we have no hesitation in going up that ladder. Yes, apparently it appeared that when we moved on that ladder, that the Army, Navy, and the Air Force, all 3 integrated forces got the momentum that we wanted.
Right.
Now the point is, should we keep up that momentum? And the momentum was halted by the ceasefire. But the point is, we already in a way had achieved our objectives, and leadership of the country is very resolute, and they had very clearly told the world that, look, we have achieved our aim. If hereafter Pakistan does anything, they have to be punished, and they are then going overboard.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly what happened.
One thing is very clear, that a new Lakshman Rekha, new red line, and the complete change of rule of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned has been drawn in the current context with Operation Sindur, and the line that Pakistan had, or the long rope that they had, that has been shortened. The response is going to be swift if there is any, once again, the same kind of act of terror which is repeated on Indian soil, whether it is perpetrated by the Pakistani army or elements controlled by them. There is going to be a big cost that Pakistan will have to pay. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with me this evening. With that, we are slipping into a short break. On the other side, we'll shift our focus completely on the other big event, ladies and gentlemen. In just about 40 minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to address the nation, his first address to the nation on Operation Sindoor, post-Operation Sindoor. Remember, the Prime Minister has been closely watching the events. Now it is his time to speak to the nation at 8 p.m.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics, I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail.
In just about 28 minutes from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will begin his address to the nation, his first address post-Operation Sindur, which was started as punitive strikes in Pakistan on their terror infrastructure resulted in a 48-hour conflict, full-blown war-like situation between India and Pakistan. Prime Minister would be speaking for the very first time. Remember, he has been We've seen the number of meetings every single day throughout the last 4-5 days that the Prime Minister has taken. In fact, we were told that the Prime Minister monitored the Operation Sindur, the beginning of it, throughout the night as well. My colleague Aishwarya is with me at this moment. This is going to be an important address to the nation. Aishwarya, Prime Minister speaking for the first time. Many were wondering, while Shehbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, has spoken not one, not two, but multiple times to, in his country, prematurely also jumping around and claiming victory. When will Prime Minister Narendra Modi speak? And tonight, in just about 27 minutes, that is going to happen.
Well, Ankit, after Pahalgam terror attack, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who spoke for the very first time at a rally in Bihar. And he switched from Hindi to English to address globally, to address the world about India's intention to hit terrorists, to punish them, to identify them. And that's what the objective of Operation Sindoor was. Indian armed forces were given free hand, and India proved that they can hit and strike the terror infrastructures, be it on the mainland of Pakistan or in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It is those terrorists who were neutralized, their infrastructures were demolished, there were specific targets that the Indian Armed Forces launched, and of course the Indian Armed Forces also provided every evidence to the world that how India has attacked them deeply. And it was after a full-blown 48 hours of the conflict between Indian Armed Forces and Pakistani Army, the ceasefire was announced. But India made a statement that no terrorist activity will be tolerated in the near future. The sources in the government have earlier stated that it is Prime Minister's straight message, a red line has been drawn, that in the near future, if there is a terror activity in the country, then that will be considered as an act of war and India will act accordingly. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding series of meetings, chairing those, reviewing what is happening along with the line of control and also at the international border. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been chairing several rounds of meetings with the top security officials, and when the nod came in for Operation Sindoor, it was Prime Minister who day and night monitored the situation. Yes, of course, at this point in time, there is entire Pakistani media, the Western media, who is trying to propagate and peddle the fake narrative around entire Operation Sindoor, but Indian Armed Forces have given every visual proof to it. It has been come on the visual evidence, the proof by the border security force, which is there out in open when Pakistani's army was have been firing. It was those terrorists who want to, come into the Indian territory, and those were neutralized as well.
Right.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be speaking for the first time, and he will, tell the objectives of Operation Sindoor that was successful in its mission. The Indian Armed Forces had been lauded, just not by the government, but by the opposition as well. And of course, as they said, justice is delivered. And now all eyes would be on Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with all those details, just to understand, because, ladies and gentlemen, of course, one part of it will be the military operations that took place and what compelled Prime Minister to take those decisions. One part also is of, expectation of a political fallout of this, and possibly an upper hand that the BJP and the Prime Minister could claim. I'm being joined at this moment by Amitabh Tiwari, political strategist, who is joining us at this moment. We also have Dr. Tara Kartha, former Director, National Security and Council Secretariat, to understand the implications globally of this operation. We'll also be going across to Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, in just a short while from now. Amitabh, before I come to you, let me start with Dr. Tara Kartha. Lot has been said, ma'am, about whether you want to call it the public relation fallout of this operation for India globally, and the way it has been presented. While Pakistan on one hand is claiming victory within their own country, living in that fantasy world, how is this entire operation and what India has done being seen across the globe?
See, first and foremost, the whole titling of Operation Sindur, that was, I believe, PM's idea. That was an emotional message inside the country. It was so solid. Number two is outside, you've sent a message, I will fight under the nuclear overhang. We will still get our objective despite this huge, talk of nuclear weapons and etc. All that stuff there. We still got our objectives through. Number three is a lot of people are going to find it very difficult to digest that. Because that, sorry to say this, but that a brown country can actually do this and do its work thoroughly well is difficult for people to actually accept. But I would give credit to our international academics and things to understand. Maybe they should study this war, see how, in terms, like I said, I think in another channel, what marked this war, what marked it was the selection and maintenance of aim. That is the fundamental principle of war. You said, I will attack terrorist camps, and that is precisely what you did.
Right.
So that is brilliant. And your Ukraine and Gaza should tell you, the second brilliant thing is you also walked out at the right time.
Yes. Amitabh, let me bring you in at this moment. What are the two messages? One, of course, for the domestic, one, of course, for a message across the border, which the military, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has been able to send. What about the message to the domestic audience? What are you expecting in the address tonight?
See, clearly in the address tonight, I think Prime Minister Modi will clearly, first of all, thank the armed forces and the people and the opposition parties for their unwavering support. Secondly, I think he would lay down clearly what were the objectives of Operation Sindur, what are our accomplishments, how we have exceeded the expectations or achieved the objectives. Thirdly, how we have sent a clear signal to Pakistan, as we have also announced that any act of terrorism in the future will be considered as an act of war. So what is the strategic importance of this statement? How it is also a message that I think he will also dwell upon the fact as to why India accepted a ceasefire at this point of time after the accomplishment of the objectives, perhaps because he has already made a statement in the past that this is not an era of war. Correct. When he has made a position, such a position during the Russia-Ukraine conflict, I think he will try to harp on that factor. So there are many facets of this which he will bring before the people, and there will be something new which he will bring to the table, perhaps.
Can I also probe you, Amitabh, a little bit? Can I also probe you a little bit about the timing of this address? Because, like I was asking Aishwarya, throughout this entire conflict, at least from 7th onwards, there was a lot of demand, at least there was a lot of expectation of the Prime Minister to come out, speak to the nation, tell our country what is going on as the hostilities were rising, when the tensions were rising at that point of time. The Prime Minister chose not to. We kept seeing the visuals of him in the meeting, so on and so forth. And then, of course, after the announcement of the ceasefire understanding, 24 hours after that ceasefire understanding, the Prime Minister decides to speak. So tell our viewers a little bit more about what do you think about the timing of this address?
No, essentially, he had clearly...
Go ahead, Amitabh.
Essentially, he had clearly given the armed forces the powers and the right to respond accordingly. So what he has done is that, of course, he has led this operation, but he has given the armed forces on the ground who have fought this limited war, who were at the forefront, to take the highlight, I would say, to a certain extent, by holding pressers from the MEA, now with the DGMO. And now, once the limited war is over, we have had a calm night yesterday, and the operation, at least this phase of the operation, is over. Now he has chosen this time to come and speak in front of the Indian populace and also give a message, perhaps, to the global audience and to the audience in Pakistan as what could be the future course of action and why he took this decision to take a ceasefire at this
Dr. Kartha, do you also see somewhere in Prime Minister's speech today a message to the global audience? Because a lot has been written, spoken, critiqued about the fact that the ceasefire understanding was announced by United States President Donald Trump even before both the countries, in fact, formally spoke anything about it. India then, of course, through sources have been saying that this was initiated by Pakistanis, brokered by America, because they went running to America after we hit them very, very hard. But that is also a debate that the Prime Minister would also want to, put a stop or an end to, that there is no way that there is a scope for any third party to mediate between India and Pakistan.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's any question of that. That while we are appreciative, I mean, I think this is what he's going to say, is that we appreciate the US role. I mean, I'm talking of the NSA, Marco Rubio, who did play a role. I mean, let's give him the credit where it is due. But the point is, we can do this, and there is also a sort of on social media, there's a lot of talk that why did we stop? There is very little understanding on the ground of the seriousness of war. So I think when we stopped, when we did, was brilliant. And that has to be conveyed. And I think the PM who has been helming all these things, he is not a PM who will sit at home and, let things slide. He is at the leading from the front. He would know this. And I think that message will also go out. We got our objectives. We are happy with the US, but however, we will make our own decisions. No question of mediation on Kashmir. We are done. Article 370, we are done. That's it.
Neerja Chaudhary, with us finally. Neerja, thank you for joining us at this moment. Let me start by asking you, of course, a big moment as far as our country's history and the chapters being written are concerned. What do you expect from Prime Minister's speech this evening? Are you expecting like a claiming big victory kind of a speech which will be loaded with a lot of political connotations for the domestic audience as well?
Yeah, I think the Prime Minister being Prime Minister, he will probably strike high notes after Operation Sindur, which was a very evocative one. And it had the support of women, it had the support of families. People felt enough is enough signal had to be given to Pakistan. But if you go out on the street and talk to the panwala, the driver, the cleaning woman, ordinary people, the villager, they are happy that the war is not going to be a prolonged one. The war has come to an end. We struck at the, terror camps, and we showed Pakistan that this, it would have to pay a high price if it went in for or sponsored terror attacks. So I think overall, certainly it has resonated with women in large numbers, that Operation Sindur. Sindur has certain connotations. And with families who felt the barbarity of what had happened in Pahalgam, with, which had really this time terrorized the women of India. And somewhere their loss had to be avenged because their husbands were killed in front of them at point blank range. And therefore there was grief and pain and anger in the country. So that loss had to be avenged. And I think by, precision strikes, India did that. But India did not want a war. And it made that very clear even after the precision strikes. So yes, given all this, but certainly the BJP leadership has come in for criticism, with America. Why did it go in for ceasefire so quickly? There were people amongst its own ranks that felt, Pakistan would be brought on its knees. So maybe it became a victim of its own shrill rhetoric by some of the people in the BJP.
Yes.
And also that, this third party intervention, I think the Prime Minister will probably clarify. Kashmir has it come center stage again instead of terror.
Okay.
Will India and Pakistan be hyphenated? These are all question marks.
Yes.
And I think somewhere the Prime Minister will probably clarify this evening.
May I ask you, or just stretch this further into the political message, Neerja? Already we are seeing news reports that the BJP has planned Tiranga Yatras across the country coming May 13th and onwards. There is somewhere, of course, it's not for the first time. Every political leadership, after what they would perceive, or at least there is a strategic military objective which has been achieved, there is going to be some political dividend that they would want out of that. How do you see that playing out in the days to come? And also the opposition, which has been quite completely supporting the government so far, but now, of course, as the tensions of the war-like situation would come down, the heat in the political discourse will rise.
Yeah, absolutely. The opposition will play its role and should play its role. And you will go back to the cacophony of our India's democracy. So that is to be expected. And of course, there are no elections around the corner. It's Bihar 6 months down the line. And of course, elections next year. But Tiranga Yatras, yes, I think national unity, national resolve should be the theme that should be pursued. I hope very much that there'll be no attempt to equate Pakistan with the Muslims in India. Because the Muslims and Hindus have stood as one, even though the design of the Pahalgam terror attacks was to create a backlash in the country. And that was defeated. Kashmiris have spoken with the rest of India. There we've seen women power in evidence. So I think we should encash on all those things to move forward very resolutely.
Amitabh, very quickly, let me bring you in, because even though the opposition this time, and we have seen at least a sense of responsibility across the political aisle when it came to these kind of tensions between India and Pakistan. Opposition, in fact, saying that they have complete faith and support they've given to the Prime Minister and the armed forces. But there was one demand that the opposition kept raising, at least that they said that in the all-party meetings, Prime Minister should have been present. Now there is also a demand of an all-party meeting. Do you see some sort of an addressal by the Prime Minister in the upcoming address as well?
See, I think clearly the opposition is demanding demanding a joint parliament session at this point of time. Maybe a joint parliament session is not warranted because a lot of things cannot be discussed openly about the strategic initiatives and the military operations. But I think the government in the days to come is likely to call for an all-party meeting. They had called an all-party meeting to apprise them of this situation after the Pahalgam attack and had taken into confidence. And I think the NDA government is likely to hold an all-party meeting soon and assuage the concerns of the opposition with regard to this ceasefire and many questions they have in mind. However, the opposition as well, I hope and that they would also probably join in the celebrations, because India needs to put up a united front and a united face to the global audience and to Pakistan on this historic occasion.
Well, days will tell whether we are able to send that message, or is it too much to ask, as Neerja put it, in the cacophony of the Indian democracy. As the dust settles and the heat comes down on the international border between India and Pakistan, I presume fireworks to begin very, very soon within our borders between the political parties. Thank you so much, Neerja, Amitabh, and Dr. Kartha, for joining me at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, just about less than 10 minutes, 8 minutes at this moment, the clock is showing on NDTV. Prime Minister will speak. And post that, of course, the big takeaways, the complete dissection of what the Prime Minister says to the nation coming up here on NDTV. I'm slipping into a short break. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Motorola Expost of the day. ICC bids goodbye to Virat Kohli after he announced his retirement. ICC has put out a post and said, whites off, crown intact. Virat Kohli bids goodbye to Test cricket, leaving behind an unmatched legacy.
गोल्ड क्लास ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Naval Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever.
First address by Prime Minister Narendra Modi after the success of Operation Sindur. Prime Minister Modi to address the nation any moment now. Video proof of strikes at the Pakistan air bases released by India. Forces say our military bases are intact, fully prepared. Pakistan Army is responsible for their losses.
And from dust to dust. If Thomo don't get here, then Lily surely must. Jo Durdasha, कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं।
Adani made a drone used in Operation Sindur. Adani owned Alpha Designs builds these drones, and these drones are made in Bengaluru. United States and China agreed to roll back tariffs by 115%. Investors cheer US-China trade deal. And Virat Kohli announces retirement from Test cricket after legendary 14-year career for India. Says he's walking away with a heart full of gratitude. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the nation any moment now. This crucial address comes at a very important juncture after the success of Operation Sindur and also after the ceasefire agreement was reached. In fact, understanding was reached two countries. Today was also the day that DGMO level talks happened between India and Pakistan. This address particularly is crucial because how does the Prime Minister sees the India-Pakistan equations from here onwards. Remember, the indication that has come in from sources is that this is the new normal which has been established between India and Pakistan, where India carried out, Operation Sindur, which ensured terror launch pads in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir were completely destroyed and decimated, including one in Muridke and also in Bahawalpur, which were seen as the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. Thereafter, we saw Operation Sindur Point 3, the details of which were shared by the DGMOs, who said that India also managed to carry out airstrikes against the military bases inside Pakistan, very close to Karachi.
देश का सामर्थ्य और उसका संयम दोनों देखा है। मैं सबसे पहले भारत की पराक्रमी सेनाओं को, सशस्त्र बलों को, हमारी खुफिया एजेंसियों को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को, हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए असीम शौर्य का प्रदर्शन किया। मैं उनकी वीरता को, उनके साहस को, उनके पराक्रम को आज समर्पित करता हूं। हमारे देश की हर माता को, देश की हर बहन को और देश की हर बेटी को ये पराक्रम समर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने जो बर्बरता दिखाई थी, उसने देश और दुनिया को झकझोर दिया था। छुट्टियां मना रहे निर्दोष मासूम नागरिकों को धर्म पूछकर उनके परिवार के सामने, उनके बच्चों के सामने बेरहमी से मार डालना, यह आतंक का बहुत बीभत्स चेहरा था, क्रूरता थी। ये देश के सद्भाव को तोड़ने की घिनौनी कोशिश भी थी। मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से ये पीड़ा बहुत बड़ी थी। इस आतंकी हमले के बाद सारा राष्ट्र, हर नागरिक, हर समाज, हर वर्ग, हर राजनीतिक दल एक स्वर में आतंक के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई के लिए उठ खड़ा हुआ। हमने आतंकवादियों को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए भारत की सेनाओं को पूरी छूट दे दी और आज हर आतंकी, आतंक का हर संगठन जान चुका है कि हमारी बहनों बेटियों के माथे से सिंदूर हटाने का अंजाम क्या होता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, ये देश के कोटि कोटि लोगों की भावनाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर न्याय की अखंड प्रतिज्ञा है। 6 मई की देर रात, 7 मई की सुबह पूरी दुनिया ने इस प्रतिज्ञा को परिणाम में बदलते देखा है। भारत की सेनाओं ने पाकिस्तान में आतंक के ठिकानों पर, उनके ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स पर सटीक प्रहार किया। आतंकियों ने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि भारत इतना बड़ा फैसला ले सकता है। लेकिन जब देश एकजुट होता है, नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना से भरा होता है, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि होता है, तो फौलादी फैसले लिए जाते हैं, परिणाम लाकर दिखाए जाते हैं। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं, बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिदके जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था, इसलिए भारत ने आतंक के ये हेडक्वार्टर्स उजाड़ दिए। भारत के इन हमलों में 100 से अधिक खूंखार आतंकवादियों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया है। आतंक के बहुत सारे आका बीते 2.5-3 दशकों से खुलेआम पाकिस्तान में घूम रहे थे, जो भारत के खिलाफ साजिशें करते थे। उन्हें भारत ने एक झटके में खत्म कर दिया। साथियों, भारत की इस कार्रवाई से पाकिस्तान घोर निराशा में गिर गया था, हताशा में गिर गया था, बौखला गया था। और इसी बौखलाहट में उसने एक और दुस्साहस किया। आतंक पर भारत की कार्रवाई का साथ देने के बजाय पाकिस्तान ने भारत पर ही हमला करना शुरू कर दिया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे स्कूलों, कॉलेजों को, गुरुद्वारों को, मंदिरों को, सामान्य नागरिकों के घरों को निशाना बनाया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना बनाया। लेकिन इसमें भी पाकिस्तान खुद बेनकाब हो गया। दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स, पाकिस्तान की मिसाइलें भारत के सामने तिनके की तरह बिखर गई। भारत के सशक्त एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ने उन्हें आसमान में ही नष्ट कर दिया। पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया। भारत के ड्रोन्स, भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था, और बुरी तरह पीटने के बाद इसी मजबूरी में 10 मई की दोपहर को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने हमारे डीजीएमओ को संपर्क किया। तब तक हम आतंकवाद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बड़े पैमाने पर तबाह कर चुके थे। आतंकियों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया था। पाकिस्तान के सीने में बसाए गए आतंक के अड्डों को हमने खंडहर बना दिया था। इसलिए जब पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुहार लगाई गई, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। साथियों, भारत की तीनों सेनाएं, हमारी एयरफोर्स, हमारी आर्मी और हमारी नेवी, हमारी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स बीएसएफ, भारत के अर्धसैनिक बल लगातार अलर्ट पर है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आतंक के खिलाफ भारत की नीति है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का यह बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की। इस ऑपरेशन के दौरान हमारे मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की प्रामाणिकता सिद्ध हुई। आज दुनिया देख रही है 21वीं सदी के वॉरफेयर में मेड इन इंडिया डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट्स, इसका समय आ चुका है। साथियों, हर प्रकार के आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सभी का एकजुट रहना हमारी एकता, हमारी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। निश्चित तौर पर ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, लेकिन ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस, ये एक बेहतर दुनिया की गारंटी है। साथियों, पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते, और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर, पीओके, उस पर ही होगी। प्रिय देशवासियों, आज बुद्ध पूर्णिमा है। भगवान बुद्ध ने हमें शांति का रास्ता दिखाया है। शांति का मार्ग भी शक्ति से होकर जाता है। मानवता शांति और समृद्धि की तरफ बढ़े, हर भारतीय शांति से जी सके, विकसित भारत के सपने को पूरा कर सके, इसके लिए भारत का शक्तिशाली होना बहुत जरूरी है। और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर इस शक्ति का इस्तेमाल भी जरूरी है। और पिछले कुछ दिनों में भारत ने यही किया है। मैं एक बार फिर भारत की सेना और सशस्त्र बलों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। हम भारतवासी के हौसले, हर भारतवासी का एकजुटता का शपथ, संकल्प, मैं उसे नमन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय।
Modi's address to the nation has come to an end. There was a lot of anticipation around his speech, a powerful message that has been delivered by the Prime Minister as to why this operation was called Operation Sindur. And Prime Minister Modi says that Operation Sindur is the pledge for justice, and world has seen how the pledge India made can be turned into a reality. Forces launched precision strikes on terrorists inside Pakistan, and no one imagined the scale of our action. Prime Minister Modi going on to say that the world's most terror attacks linked to the sites in Muridke and Bahawalpur have been terror universities, and India has managed to successfully destroy the terror headquarters. Many terror bosses ran free in Pakistan, is what the Prime Minister says. Prime Minister went on to say that Pakistan attacked schools, colleges, gurudwaras and mandirs. Pakistan targeted our military installations. One of the big takeaways certainly from the Prime Minister's speech is that we have only postponed our military action. Let me get a quick word from Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia. Rajiv Dogra, former ambassador, is also joining us. We have Neeja Chaudhary, senior journalist, and Rajat Sethi, political analyst. Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia, a quick word from you on what Prime Minister Modi said, your big takeaway.
I think it's a excellent, very clear-cut directions given by him to the armed forces. He has said zero tolerance to terrorism. He has said that though it's not an era for wars, but terror will not lead us anywhere, and we have to have zero tolerance. That is one message. The message which he has given addresses four constituencies basically. One is addressed to Pakistan to behave. Two, to the Indian public for standing firm. Three, to the armed forces for doing a good job. And four, to the international community that we are responsible, resurgent, risen nation, and we are with you in this global war for terror. So these four constituencies have been addressed by the Prime Minister in a very critical manner, very straightforward manner. And you see, he has also spoken about our operations, that these operations have not been called off, they've just been postponed, and if there is something required, we'll go ahead and do it. There'll be cost and consequences for Pakistan in all domains, especially in the kinetic domain. Zero tolerance for terrorism is something which has always been, and this is now linked to no nuclear blackmail. You know, Pakistan, under the nuclear rattling and nuclear posturing, has always supported terrorism. Within 35 years that we've been seeing Pakistan bleed India with terrorist acts everywhere, not only J&K, but outside J&K. It's only after 2016 surgical strikes that the attacks, terrorist attacks outside of J&K stopped. And then we had 2019 Pulwama, and now this. So Operation Sindur has had a very clear message. A very graduated response has been given in 2016, 2019, and now. And what has Trump has said that it will continue. We will not tolerate terrorism at all. And Pakistan, which is the epicenter of terrorism, which has been which has been responding to terrorism in 9/11 and 7th of July, London bombings, anywhere in the world, if you see terror strikes, they go back to a Pakistan connect. That connect is immediate. There's no thinking about it. So that is what he has brought out to the international community to support us.
When, Lieutenant General, when the Prime Minister says that we have only postponed our military action, that's a message which is going clearly that this is an ongoing operation, that if a new red line has been defined by India, then if Pakistan does any kind of misadventure in future, then India will ensure another Operation Sindur if it were to, make any, perhaps carry out any terror operation inside India.
Yes, absolutely. Firstly, I think Operation Sindur is still continuing. In a way, it has been put on a hold. It is not that it's not there. It is there. And if Pakistan reacts now, does something, you see, Pahalgam was the first shot fired of Pakistan. I don't think these are not non-state actors. These are state actors. And that's what the Prime Minister said. These are state actors. They're state terrorism. I don't know why some of us call it non-state actors. So what he said is Operation Sindur, the first shot fired with them, we have fired the last shot, and if Pakistan does something more, the shots will continue. That is what Operation Sindur is all about. That there will be cost and consequence of Pakistan in the kinetic domain, in the military domain, in all domains, diplomatic domain, and also water. That is a very important one. And Pakistan got to pay the cost for this. They cannot endlessly, seamlessly, go on with impunity, go on with terrorism. So that is the message Pakistan has
made, Lieutenant General, particularly with regards to how this is the new normal between India and Pakistan, and how Operation Sindur is the new security doctrine of India, where India's actions will be decisive, surgical in nature if Pakistan were to target citizens of India, and this is a sovereign right of a country such as ours. Aishwarya is also joining us. Aishwarya, won't tolerate nuclear blackmail is what the Prime Minister says. He goes on to say, we watch Pakistan's actions or on terror closely, and we have set a new normal in war on terror. These are strong words, something that was needed at this point, and perhaps Prime Minister Modi, known for his excellent communication skills, has communicated it rather effectively.
Well, a straight line has been drawn and a very, very strong message from Prime Minister Narendra Modi after a successful Operation Sindoor, but it has not ended. This is going to be our policy against terrorism. Operation Sindoor will continue. Straight message from Prime Minister Narendra Modi that blackmailing or nuclear will not be continuing. Terror and talks can't go hand in hand. Terror and trade can't go hand in hand. It is the blood and water can't flow together are the words of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, also hailing our Indian armed forces and the indigenous missiles and the weapons that had demolished, neutralized the Pakistani terror bases over there. Prime Minister Narendra Modi went on to say that we will watch Pakistan's action on terror very closely, and if any such activity would be again be done, then it will be considered as an act of war. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also emphasizing on the Indus Water Treaty, as he stated that the water and blood can't go hand in hand. It's a reply that has been given, a befitting reply in fact has been given to the Pakistani government. They will not see Pakistani government and the terror organizations separate in the near future if such activities will be happening. So very, very strong words, a straight message. Red line has been drawn by the Indian government on terrorism. Also, Prime Minister sending across a message to all the Indians that the kind of unity that was showcased during these last few days is something that is India's strong and had put India forward in these tough times.
All right, Shivarur is also joining us from Srinagar. Shiv, according to you, the big takeaway of Prime Minister's speech?
Maria, the Prime Minister making it absolutely clear that no blackmail, nuclear blackmail, will ever be tolerated as a ruse to allow terrorism to flourish. The Prime Minister has basically enunciated a new paradigm in terms of the rules of engagement with Pakistan. He has clearly stated what NDTV had reported. In fact, you had broken that story, Maria, 2 days ago, that the paradigm and the way Pakistan's military will be indistinguishable from terror targets as the new rules of engagement is precisely what has come now literally from the Prime Minister of the country. This is something that completely changes policy as far as Pakistan is concerned. It basically means that a terror attack on India will now invite the kind of targeting that we saw in phase 3 of Operation Sindoor, where the Indian Air Force bombed Pakistan Air Force air bases, facilities of the military in Pakistan, and possibly even strategic sites. So this is easily the biggest headline today. The rest of it was, of course, an enunciation of India's pain, India's agony. But the bulk of it, I think, was a warning that the nuclear overhang, the nuclear umbrella, the nuclear shield that Pakistan wields in order to allow terrorism to flourish on its soil, most of it pointed at India, will no longer be a deterrent against Indian action on its military. It doesn't get bigger than coming from the Prime Minister, and it doesn't come bigger, Maria, especially that it comes from the Prime Minister 2 days after those attacks happened and 2 days after a ceasefire understanding of some kind has taken place. This changes the entire rules of the game that have existed since the 70s and 80s. And I just wonder what the next provocation will lead to.
All right, Shiv, thank you so much for joining us from Srinagar there. Let's bring in the guests, and I'm going to bring in Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. Ambassador Dogra, Prime Minister says that Operation Sindoor is not over. India will give back to terror and terrorists and their backers in a language they understand. This address to the nation coming after ceasefire, coming at a time when there is a misinformation campaign going online, a sort of narrative building which is being done by the Western media and also by the Pakistanis. India did not go into this as with the intention of a war. It was not about a prolonged war. It was just about teaching lessons to Pakistan and particularly to the terror outfits operating from Pakistan. Go ahead, sir. Your big takeaway of the Prime Minister's speech.
Let me start with the multiple takeaways, and I'll save the biggest takeaway for the latter part of my intervention. One, it was a well-drafted speech. It was comprehensive, covered all aspects, and covered all the addresses that he had in mind. It was meant to assuage those who lost their dearest ones, and to tell them that, look, we've taken retribution, your loss cannot be recovered, but the nation is with you. That was point one. The second one was to the nation as such, that look, we are now in a new normal, in fact, the term you used yourself, where we will not just wait for giving an equal response, but we will give a response which shuts up Pakistan. And that is what Air Force did. The third was to the world. And this is what I was hinting at when I began. You know, people might question that, look, this is a prime minister who had told President Putin that this is not the age of war. Prime Minister chose very carefully to address those people and to give them the message that he wished to convey. And that is a very powerful message. He said, this is not the age of war, but this is not the age of terror also. So the linkage is very clear, and the linkage is very significant, that don't push us. Otherwise, the response would be such that you would regret it. So earlier, we were absorbing the shocks. We were absorbing the violence from terrorists. We were absorbing Pakistan's brazen attitude, where they said, okay, give us the proof. Where is the proof? This time, it is a different picture altogether. The proof lies with every bullet that is fired on an Indian, for an Indian establishment, for an Indian soldier. So that is the message which Prime Minister has conveyed very clearly. That, and also the question in many people's mind is that is this the end of the operation? To that also he clarified, sthagit hua hai. That means it's a temporary pause, and it depends on Pakistan's behavior.
We have only postponed our military action is the message that is coming in from the Prime Minister, perhaps one of the biggest takeaways. We have only postponed military action is what Prime Minister Modi has said. Neerja Chaudhary, according to you, what are the big takeaways?
Look, it was a point-by-point tough speech by the Prime Minister. It wasn't his rhetorical speeches that he has often made. And he countered the points that have arisen after the ceasefire. It was very significant that he made it clear because, you know, America has talked about brokering this peace, the ceasefire, and it has talked about India and Pakistan meeting at a neutral place. It is Donald Trump has talked about, you know, helping India and Pakistan resolve the Kashmir issue. The Prime Minister is very clear, terror and talk cannot go together. Trade and terror cannot go together. Pani और खून एक साथ नहीं जा सकता है. Those 3 points, he made it very clear. When we talk, it will be on India's terms. And if when we talk, POK is going to be part of those talks. So he's made India stand very clear. In the last hours, there has been, reservations and criticism on this count. And I think he also said, if Pakistan has to survive, it should eliminate its terror structure. And you're right, the Operation Sindur, and he went into it with very evocatively about what it had meant for the women of India. He said it has only be put on hold. We will see how whether Pakistan comes up to scratch or not. So I think he did not mince his words today. And very significantly, at the end when he says today is Buddha Purnima, which is a day of peace. And you remember, Maria, it was Buddha Purnima when Indira Gandhi went in for the nuclear test in 1974. It was Buddha Purnima again when Atal Bihari Vajpayee went in for the nuclear test in 1998. It's very significant that today when he spoke, it's again Buddha Purnima. And he talks about the strength of India, and only strong India can lead to peace.
Thank you for pointing that out, Nija Chaudhary. A veteran journalist like you knows these nuances so well. So thank you so much, ma'am. Let me bring in Rajat Sethi. Rajat, Prime Minister Modi says, "Ye nyay ki akhand pratigya hai." It's an unbroken promise of justice. That's what Operation Sindoor was. And this is an operation which is ongoing. It reflects the sentiments of our people. He also says that it was Pakistan which urged us to reach a ceasefire. He has given the entire timeline clearly.
Yes, Maria, indeed. It was not just me. I believe several of our colleagues and friends felt the similar goosebumps that I felt while Prime Minister was speaking. There was a statesmanly-like strategic composure that he brought in. There was also a very steely resolve. That resolve was so steely that he was visibly, expressing his, firm resolve, looking straight into the eyes of Pakistanis. And I believe he was able to convey the message loud and clear. And I believe some sensible minds within Pakistan, instead of dancing on the streets of London and in the streets of Karachi and Islamabad, would pay heeds to what is being said by Prime Minister. India wants to be left alone and carry on with its developmental march. But if they don't heed to what Prime Minister has said, the repercussions would be severe, more severe, and more severe. And I think Prime Minister, who better than him, who could have come in, cleared the air that was being deliberately peddled by Pakistan and some of the stakeholders of Pakistan's success story around the world, would have got the message loud and clear that you will not be setting the agenda between the talks of India and Pakistan whenever that happens. And he was clear, crystal clear, that that the operation, the objectives of the operation were very specific, very clear. There was certain misconception even drawn in locally also within the country, where people felt that while you are on your way, why don't you snatch away Baluchistan and take back POK? No military operation works like this. And I believe Prime Minister, right from the outset of his speech, was consistent in his message that this operation was meant to destroy these universities of terrorism that were operating. And it should not be seen that India was an aggressor or a territorial aggressor of any kind. That was not the intent. So therefore, none of the analysts who come on television, like all of us who were baying for more, he has also said that that was not the objective. And I believe with those given objectives of the operation was a thundering success. And this message should go out to everybody in the world. Whosoever is going to write, once the dust settles, is going to analyze every which way that we could demonstrate. Our armed forces demonstrated an enormous and a thumping victory in this operation.
Power is important when needed. Road to peace also goes through power. Pakistan will have to root out terror for its own sake. I think this is a strong message that is coming in from the Prime Minister in this address to the nation. Please continue to be with us. We are taking a short break and then I'll be back with all the panelists for their final comments.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Naval Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen
Just a few minutes back, Prime Minister Modi has addressed the nation, giving several important talking points and headlines, certainly where he says that terror and talk cannot go together, terror and trade cannot go together, and water and blood cannot flow together. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said, and then I go to the guests.
पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर पीओके उस पर ही होगी।
Let me bring in Ambassador Dogra again. Ambassador Dogra, I think besides setting the new normal, the Prime Minister here also pushing the envelope and sending a message that if there will be ever any talks with Pakistan, it can be only on POK and terror.
Well, the message couldn't be clearer. He also particularly referred to Pani or Khoon, which is something which Pakistani politicians have been screaming about for the last few days, ever since we put the Indus Water Treaty on suspension, that if water doesn't flow, then there'll be Indian blood. So that is a message loud and clear which Prime Minister has given. Another thing which I want to point out, and in fact you had referred to it before the intermission, before you went into the break, and that is that the information war has started with this particular unfortunate episode. And it is true that initially Pakistan had the upper hand. But I think hats off to the combined briefing led by Foreign Secretary with the participation of young officers from Ministry of Defense. The message started going out to the world that the Indian story is more solid, it has substance, and there's a need now for the world to have a new normal. And then the last 2-3 days, the defense Director Generals of various wings, various Army, Navy, and Air Force, they were just brilliant. And what a contrast they made to the Pakistani spokesperson who was hysterical. So the Indian story is getting told, but there's another interesting connection to the three spokespersons of the Ministry of Defense, especially the Air Forces spokesperson. He read out a couplet from Ramayana about, the ocean not parting when Lord Ram wanted to cross over to Lanka. And then the second part of that couplet is about, if there is force, only then the love can be found. Meaning that the force must be applied to make the other side agree to cooperate. And that is what Prime Minister is also hinting at. That, look, this is a pause, but don't think that we have given up on our resolve. So, all along the coordination between various wings of the government and the messaging at the political level has been brilliant. I hope it continues this way, because for a long time we were reticent in expressing our view, in projecting our view to the world. That's why we lost the Kashmir case in the world opinion. This time we are on the ball and we are ahead of the curve as far as Pakistan's disinformation is concerned. So it's very heartening that Prime Minister has been clear, he's not minced his words, and he's informed Pakistan of the direction that we are taking, and he's given them caution.
Okay, Neerja Chaudhary and Rajat Sethi, coming to you as well. Neerja, underlining that India will not tolerate any nuclear blackmail, Prime Minister has said clearly that that Operation Sindoor against Pakistan has only been kept in abeyance, and that future will depend on their behavior. So Pakistan clearly is on notice here.
You know, that of course, Pakistan is on notice. You know, there have been two sets of criticism that have come since the declaration of the ceasefire. One is that why go in for a ceasefire suddenly at this time if India had the advantage? Why didn't we just continue till we brought Pakistan to its knees? So he's made it very clear that that ceasefire is not it's put in abeyance. It's just postponed the military action, and we've accepted the ceasefire, and that Pakistan, as you say, is on hold. The second thing was that Kashmir has come center stage instead of terror. And people were criticizing that we'd accepted America's third-party intervention. America talked about India and Pakistan meeting at a neutral place, and that Donald Trump had talked about helping India and Pakistan resolve its whole problem on Kashmir. The Prime Minister has made it very clear. It is terror and terror alone. That is the central issue. He said it again and again in different ways. You know, that terror and trade can't go together, terror and talks can't go together. And as also, you know, if we talk, it'll only be on terror. And of course, POK will also be part of that agenda. So he's brought the focus back to terror, which was the reason why we went in for that precision action against the terrorist outfits and headquarters and centers inside Punjab, inside Pakistan, as well as inside POK. So I think he's attempted to counter the criticism that has come about the ceasefire in the last 24 hours or so.
Okay, we have just enough time for Rajat Sethi. Rajat Sethi, you know, it is a battle of narrative. We have been talking about it. The Prime Minister's speech perhaps sets the record straight. You know, it is coming after the ceasefire, and there has been relative calm along the international border and LOC, no action whatsoever. The DGMO level talks have also come to an end. So this is the right time to address the nation. But there are also political, you know, fallout of this, because there are a lot of questions being asked from the opposition as was expected.
So, Maria, I don't think Prime Minister would be too worried about a weakened opposition that much, on at least on the nationalistic subjects on muscular foreign policy or muscular military policy. Prime Minister Modi holds his ground pretty well. I don't think that is what is of concern. But the disinformation warfare that was unleashed by Pakistan and some of the supporters who wanted to see Pakistan in a better light around the world, they have spun in a narrative which I believe our officials sitting in embassies and high commissions around the world must ensure that the speech of Prime Minister is translated in the respective languages. And it is the message that he's trying to put out. It is their job to ensure that every key newspaper carries the message of Prime Minister. And I believe this is where the efforts, the amount of efforts that we were expecting, barring a couple of embassies and high commissioners coming out and speaking, we did not see that much. And I believe this is where this confusion that hyphenation of India and Pakistan was brought about, which was wrong. It seemed like the two of us are quarreling over Kashmir. That was wrong. It was an action taken against terrorism as the core point got missed in this whole unraveling of disinformation warfare. And I believe Prime Minister, what he said categorically, he brought in new paradigms. He said there is a new normal. He's made a very important point when he said that army, the defense establishment of Pakistan, the political establishment and the terror establishment are one and same. No Prime Minister and nobody has officially made it a doctrinal truth. Now, this is a new normal which has to be now communicated to everybody around the world. They need to see and understand why we are saying that terror is the same. These are the same set of institutions within Pakistan, and they cannot be delineated. I think this message is now up to us, all our spokespersons, country spokespersons, analysts. Everybody should actually go to the town and ensure every word of Prime Minister Modi reverberates across the world.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Neeja Chaudhary, Rajat Sethi, Rajiv Dogra and Lieutenant General Vinod Bhatia. Of course, there will be a lot of analysis which will be done of the Prime Minister's address to the nation. Vishnu Shom is right here in the studio to take this entire discussion forward. Vishnu?
Can I just suggest, Maria, that this is Prime Minister Modi's biggest foreign policy moment, and there have been so many. And I'm saying foreign policy because he's established certain principles.
Absolutely.
If you strike us, we will strike you. This operation is not over. Nuclear blackmail not going to be tolerated. How is this not perhaps his finest foreign policy moment?
Defining moment.
I think that's something that needs to be looked at as well. Hello, welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. The big story that we are tracking this evening, the Prime Minister's speech, what he's had to say in the last little while. Very, very important remarks. The Prime Minister putting Pakistan on notice. Op Sindur is been put on hold. It's not over. Op Sindur is now India's policy on dealing with terror. We took the war to the heart of Pakistan. So many important remarks which have been mentioned by the Prime Minister. Let's quickly track the headlines at this stage. The Prime Minister puts Pakistan on notice. Op Sindur is now India's policy on terror. We will not tolerate nuclear blackmail. We will watch Pakistan's actions on terror closely. We've set a new normal in the war on terror. A beaten Pakistan begged the world for a ceasefire. We've destroyed Pakistani bases and army infrastructure, says the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister says talks with Pakistan, but only on terror and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. On Indus River waters, water and blood, Mr. Modi says, cannot flow together. Well, some important breaking news now coming in. We've got details of the Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan speaking and what happened. And what we now learn is that both sides have agreed to continue the truce, that's the ceasefire which exists. But the basic point that India has mentioned to Pakistan is that this has to be premised on not a single shot being fired by either side, and that there has to be a consideration of troop reduction. There has to be an effort to draw down soldiers who are in the front lines right now to reduce those tensions. There cannot be any inimical action against each other. The talks were held at about 5 p.m. And the issues, as I mentioned, were related to continuing the commitment that both sides must not fire a single shot. So those were a couple of the important points which have just come up. We've just got those details of those talks between the Directors General of Military Operations. I think I want to talk a little bit about the DGMO. It's headed by a Lieutenant General on our side. There's presumably a Lieutenant General on the Pakistani side. When India struck the terror camps in Pakistan, in Muridke, in Bahawalpur, and in other areas, we called up their Director General of Military Operations and said, look, we've done this, we don't want to escalate. We were rebuffed and our DGMO was told, no, expect a Pakistani retaliation. In a little more than 48 hours, that same Pakistani DGMO called up our DGMO and said, no, wait, perhaps we need to be talking about a ceasefire. And now, today, on the 12th, there is talk about how to take that forward. These are important steps, but perhaps steps because India was able to hit Pakistan hard on the ground, not just at terror camps, but also in military bases. Let's bring up a couple of key points in the map before we listen once again to what the Prime Minister had to say in what I feel is a key aspect of his foreign policy. These were the terror targets, first up, that India hit out at. Bahawalpur, way west of the Punjab and Rajasthan frontier. It was a very deep strike. The Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters. Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Several camps further north. These are shallow. These are just across the line of control, but these were all struck by India. All right. Now, what happened afterwards is what we know about is the military strike. So let's bring out the military strikes which India conducted on Pakistan when they decided to come in. And I'd just like you to focus for a moment, because we've not really spoken about this enough, on this Malir cantonment, right? Focus, zoom in right over here on Malir cantonment. What is Malir cantonment? In one word, Karachi. That's right. The key point over here is that for the first time since the 1971 war, India has struck Karachi in addition to other places. If you can zoom out and come back to me, I'd like to mention that it's not just Karachi which has been struck. And remember, in 1971, the Indian Navy had a huge role to play when we hit Karachi harbour. We've hit them again in Karachi, but we've also hit targets in the Lahore area and indeed in the Rawalpindi area as well. The Noor Khan Air Base, Murid Air Base, Pasroor, places in Lahore, Chunia, some of these were radar sites, some of these were command and control sites. Sargodha, a very important center of the Pakistani Air Force. Rafiki, this is the heart of the Pakistan Air Force. And therefore, when India struck in the manner that we were able to do, the Pakistani Director General of Military Operations came right back to us and said that, look, perhaps we do need to start talking about a ceasefire. And hopefully, because we don't want a war that goes on, hopefully that results in a drawing down of forces and it results in a lasting ceasefire. But if there's terrorism again, the Prime Minister has made it clear that India will strike. There's one more image that we'd like to bring out over here, and this actually brings together all of it. The markings, the writing in white are all of the terror targets that we have struck. Muridke, all of those up there, some in Muzaffarabad, and the marking in yellow are all the military targets that India has been able to strike, including, as I mentioned, Karachi itself. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister has had to say.
पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर पीओके उस पर ही होगी। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का ये बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की।
All right, and you can listen to that entire speech of the Prime Minister at 9:30 p.m. In a little while from now. Joining us now, Ambassador Dilip Sinha, Major General Yash Moore, Air Marshal VPS Rana, and Sandeep Shastri and Sajjan Kumar will help us analyze the significance of these remarks. Air Marshal Rana, let me come to you first. How are the remarks made by the Prime Minister directly linked to the ability of the Indian Air Force in sending out a strong message by carrying out very precise targeting and strikes of a number of Pakistani air bases? How have those strikes ultimately boiled down to what the situation presently is?
Thanks, Vishnu. First of all, I think in this entire Op Sindoor, the messaging and symbolism has been very, very perfect, right from day one when we chose the name until this day when the Prime Minister delivered that address of his. He was as precise as probably the Indian Air Force strikes were. Very straight, hard-hitting, to the point, precise. So I think in that 15-minute address, he just summarized our entire strategic mindset, our entire capability, and our intent for the futuristic warfare or futuristic response, so to say. As far as the Air Force actions were the objectives that were given to us, we have done from day one. It has been a very, very graduated response. All the time, it has been to send a message across that you need to just stop here. We first selection of all the, you covered that in a great detail, those 9 targets are very, very carefully chosen. Every single target of that had some signature of past in it, and Prime Minister linked it with the global terrorism. Those all 9 were very, very carefully chosen, and very precise attack was done on. And thereafter, when Pakistan did not stop, they came next. Then even the next one was also very calibrated, only to the air defense system, only to the radars. Again, not going to the larger military infrastructure. But again, that message again was not taken, and then they attacked all our civilian targets and also our airfield, and we were left.
I want to go across to Ambassador Sinha as well. I found the other key point that the Prime Minister mentioned was on nuclear blackmail, where he said quite clearly that, look, we won't live under this threat of nuclear blackmail. Again, I think that's one of his strongest statements. What's the significance of that?
It is very significant because all this while, not only Pakistan, but the entire world has been saying that these are 2 nuclear power states, and any action by India will result in a nuclear encounter between the 2 countries. And that was one of the points that was mentioned for India to hold back on any kind of conventional retaliation against Pakistan. But this time, we have made it clear to Pakistan that it cannot hide behind this nuclear threat. Its nuclear threat bluff has been called, and that India will retaliate against Pakistan for any of its actions, be it in the field of terrorism or attacks by its forces on our defense establishments. And while we will not escalate the matter, but if Pakistan believes that it can hold out the nuclear threat, then that will not hold back India from acting against Pakistan.
And Ambassador, I think the Indus Water Treaty, the remarks that water and blood cannot flow together, I mean, we aren't even thinking about conversations on the Indus Water Treaty at this stage. All that India and Pakistan might talk about is Pakistan occupied Kashmir and terrorism, and that's it. I mean, so he's decided that this is it. This is the relationship with Pakistan.
Yes, that the Prime Minister has made very clear, because India has been very unhappy with Pakistan's attitude towards the Indus Waters Treaty and cooperation in this field for the last several years now. In fact, last year, India had proposed to Pakistan to discuss modifications in the treaty to bring it up to date with modern developments. But Pakistan has refused to do that.
Right.
So now that we have kept the treaty in abeyance, the Prime Minister has made it clear that there'll be no talks on the treaty itself now. Any talk will have to be on Pakistan's sponsorship of terrorism.
Okay. General Yashmore, it just strikes me that, you know, in terms of the attacks on Pakistani air bases, it just, the satellite imagery is absolutely clear. You know, there's no, unlike Balakot when there wasn't really satellite imagery from our side, this time there is. And it's just very specific targets which have been struck. We didn't escalate it beyond a certain point. I think the messaging at this level of retaliation was that, look what we can do. Had this escalated further, then we could have really saturated those air bases, because it's quite evident that they were unable to defend against our missiles, whether it's the BrahMos, the Scalp, the Hammer, or whatever else that it is that we used. Would you agree?
Yeah, Vishnu, I think in this entire way, the way we launched Operation Sindur, the initial briefing where we got the 2 officers along with the Foreign Secretary, and then last 2 days, the way our DGMOs, the Army DGMO, Air and Naval rep, along with them, I think it was brilliant. There's no zingoism, there's no rhetoric. The professional and the brilliant manner in which this entire operation has been planned and executed, the tri-service synergy was visible, the synergy at the national level was visible, and it appeared that, yeah, finally the entire system of the CCS and working downwards towards various ministries was absolutely brilliant, very well done. And the way our officers conducted themselves was very good, very professional. Now, coming to the manner in which we chose the airfields, I think again a great messaging. You know, hitting into the desert sector of southern Sindh, hitting Malir cantonment where 5 corps of Pakistan is situated. And I must tell my audience that if a decision in any future war we really have to seek, it has to come in the desert sector. There are open spaces there, and that is where the might of the Indian mechanized forces, along with our Air Force, and the Navy, only theater where the Navy, Air Force and Army can really bring its entire might and make Pakistan, come to its knees will be in the southern sector. So that is why it conveyed many things. It conveyed the messaging was very clear, signaling was very clear, choosing of targets were very clear. So hats off. And seeing at the Jacobabad and Malir being hit, pinpoint hit by our weapon systems, by the Air Force, and showing it to the world, I think that is where in the escalatory ladder, we retained the initiative. Vishnu, is very important when we go proactive. Part of our proactive strategy is to hit hard and then hit harder and continue hitting harder in the escalatory cycle. Don't let the enemy recover from where we've started. But when we caused, there was a pause, which the Prime Minister said, it is a pause in Operation Sindur, I think coming on our own terms, and it largely conveys this message to our Indian audience as well as to Pakistan very, very clearly. Vishnu.
All right. Sandeep Shastri, we've spoken about so many aspects of India's foreign policy. But in terms of what the Prime Minister said today, wouldn't you say that over the last so many years, we've seen so many strands of India's foreign policy, this could actually be one of the defining hallmarks of India's foreign policy in terms of where we stand against the fight for terror, how we will walk the talk, and the message to Pakistan. This is a more assertive India militarily and diplomatically than we've seen in our history. Would you agree? Would you agree, Sandeep Shastri?
Vishnu, you have made the point extremely succinctly. I would expand on that in three important terms. Number one, if you look at the Prime Minister's speech, it was a clear message at three levels. It was a message back to people at home as to what we have been able to achieve in the last week. Secondly, clearly it was a message to Pakistan in terms of what they can expect us to do based on what they have already seen happening. And thirdly, I think most importantly also, it was a message to the entire world that, and this was towards the end of the Prime Minister's speech, we have this reference to the world and the fact that the world would have seen how we can protect our interests. So I think for me, the first important calibration comes in this multiple messaging that speech had. Secondly, I think, Vishnu, if you look at in terms of the new language of dialogue, the Prime Minister made very clear that we are setting the terms and not responding to what another nation would do, save if it is an action done by a terrorist group. Let's also remember, Vishnu, there was some talk once the ceasefire was announced that when we could have struck more, we have taken a step back. I think the Prime Minister was addressing that point also when he said Operation Sindur has not concluded, but then there is a pause to it. And depending on actions which happen in the future, we could still see things taking place. Third and last, Vishnu, I think if you look at the terms of dialogue, you see a new language of politics, new language of dealing with Pakistan, which is coming into play. There is distinctly a different approach to Pakistan. The whole question of only two unfinished businesses, the wiping out of terror and the recovery of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Now that has been made very clear. And the wonderful playing with three words that no talks when there is terror, no trade when there is terror, and the whole question of no sharing of water when there is spilling of blood. I thought all these 3 points are reflective of a changed way of dealing with our neighbor and a changed way of defining and deciding the contours of international politics from India's perspective.
Sajjan Kumar, a debate, it's unfortunate in a sense that there would be a political debate in this country, but it appears to be unfolding now with Jairam Ramesh asking questions on whether what the ceasefire agreement that was signed had to do with Donald Trump and his statements. The US president in the last little while has said, if you stop it, we'll do trade. In other words, if India and Pakistan stop the fighting, we'll do trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. nobody has used trade like I do. And so the Congress party is asking questions about this. So my question is twofold. Number one, the US may have had an important role, but the sense that I get is that it was because Pakistan felt that its military operations against India couldn't be sustained, given the fact that they were unable to hit their targets on our soil, that they decided that, look, they need to step back, number one. And number two, isn't it rather strange for the Congress party to be raising this now at a time when the wounds are still so raw?
Yes, Vishnu, that's very unfortunate, particularly at a time when India and Pakistan were just in the midst of the war. And like Operation Balakot, this is also the time wherein the opposition, primarily the Congress, is trying to question the credibility of the entire operation, military operation, by questioning the government of the day. And that's why this inability to differentiate between a government and the state and their interest, something which is quite unfortunate. Why? Because remember, there is something which is a Twitter war, and we are not the experts. When ceasefire was announced and Trump's tweet came, certainly because it was a war, conflict going on, and there was a desire among a collective desire among the Indians to see Pakistan being punished more and more. So initially there was a bit disappointment, and that was a generic sentiment. But now that the dust has been settled, Pakistan has not denied that their DGMO has reached out to India, and there are credible evidences, satellite imagery and everything that you have shown, and that's very obvious. The collective, there is a collective satisfaction among the Indian, and from the bottom perspective is, remember, that people are going to like that India has crossed the Rubicon from defensive offense to offensive defense. And for the first time, blood and water cannot flow together. That is a new normal. And that is why this time it's going to, entire nation is going to be satisfied that India has moved into the offensive defense strategy, wherein you will enter and target the enemies and terrorists, even if they are across the border. And we are not going to be blackmailed. At this juncture, when entire opposition, and in fact, what is surprising, that many politicians like OSC and others, you see, their conduct has been quite worthy of the applaud. And at this particular time, when Congress leaders are seeing these things in terms of political pettiness, maybe out of the fear that these actions are going to give the ruling party some political advantage. If that is the concern, this is not the time, certainly. And that's a very unfortunate development, because as a generic feeling and looking from the bottom up, as a generic citizen, we do feel that the collective psyche is now extremely satisfied, because we do feel that India has entered really into a new normal of offensive defense, wherein you won't take actions only when you are struck, and only when it is compelled upon you, you will take the preemptive measure and go inside the territory of your most dreaded neighbor. Yes, Vishnu.
Right, Ambassador Sinha, final word to you. I find the remarks of Donald Trump bizarre. Frankly, at this stage, when there's so much to suggest that India hasn't been blackmailed by Pakistan, and while America, the close strategic partner, all that is great, but I don't necessarily know or believe that it was because of America's pressure that we stopped this. What is your sense?
Well, you said it, Vishnu. Trump's behavior is bizarre, and his tweets are even more bizarre. I don't think we should pay too much attention to them. What is important is that it is the Pakistanis who approached the Americans and asked them to intervene. The Americans, when they told us, we said that it has to be the DGMO who must call and offer whatever he has to offer. And it's then that DGMO called our DGMO and then offered a truce. So while, yes, the Americans did play a role in the sense that the Pakistanis approached them for help, but it was eventually our firmness in the matter that ensured that the understanding on a ceasefire came after a proposal was made by Pakistan to our DGMO, who accepted the proposal. And that is how this came about. I don't think the idea that all night American diplomats were talking to various people, I think it's more accurate to say that our forces were blasting various installations in Pakistan that led to Pakistan accepting that it could not continue the war any further, and it had to ask for ceasefire, but it won't approach us directly. And it was then that they were told to come to India directly.
Well, we're going to play out the speech of the Prime Minister now. Let's listen in. I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. We'll take a short break and come back with a very hard-hitting address by the Prime Minister. Stay tuned.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future.
Sunday ho ya Monday, roz khao ande.
It's missing something. I feel like it needs a frame over.
What's a frame over?
Now that's a focus.
Stylish frames.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
एनर्जी हो जाती है कम खाओ अंडे एनर्जेटिक रहो हरदम स्ट्रेंथ और मिले हर रोज with proteins and minerals का daily dose eggs are cool yes eggs are cool yes eggs are cool
Sunday ho ya Monday, roz khao.
प्रिय देशवासियों, नमस्कार। हम सभी ने बीते दिनों में देश का सामर्थ्य और उसका संयम दोनों देखा है। मैं सबसे पहले भारत की पराक्रमी सेनाओं को, सशस्त्र बलों को, हमारी खुफिया एजेंसियों को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को, हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए असीम शौर्य का प्रदर्शन किया। मैं उनकी वीरता को, उनके साहस को, उनके पराक्रम को आज समर्पित करता हूं हमारे देश की हर माता को, देश की हर बहन को और देश की हर बेटी को ये पराक्रम समर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने जो बर्बरता दिखाई थी, उसने देश और दुनिया को झकझोर दिया था। छुट्टियां मना रहे निर्दोष मासूम नागरिकों को धर्म पूछकर उनके परिवार के सामने, उनके बच्चों के सामने बेरहमी से मार डालना, यह आतंक का बहुत विभत्स चेहरा था, क्रूरता थी। ये देश के सद्भाव को तोड़ने की घिनौनी कोशिश भी थी। मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से ये पीड़ा बहुत बड़ी थी। इस आतंकी हमले के बाद सारा राष्ट्र, हर नागरिक, हर समाज, हर वर्ग, हर राजनीतिक दल एक स्वर में आतंक के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई के लिए उठ खड़ा हुआ। हमने आतंकवादियों को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए भारत की सेनाओं को पूरी छूट दे दी और आज हर आतंकी, आतंक का हर संगठन जान चुका है कि हमारी बहनों बेटियों के माथे से सिंदूर हटाने का अंजाम क्या होता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, ये देश के कोटि कोटि लोगों की भावनाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर न्याय की अखंड प्रतिज्ञा है। 6 मई की देर रात, 7 मई की सुबह पूरी दुनिया ने इस प्रतिज्ञा को परिणाम में बदलते देखा है। भारत की सेनाओं ने पाकिस्तान में आतंक के ठिकानों पर, उनके ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स पर सटीक प्रहार किया। आतंकियों ने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि भारत इतना बड़ा फैसला ले सकता है। लेकिन जब देश एकजुट होता है, नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना से भरा होता है, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि होता है, तो फौलादी फैसले लिए जाते हैं, परिणाम लाकर दिखाए जाते हैं। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं, बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिदके जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था, इसलिए भारत ने आतंक के ये हेडक्वार्टर्स उजाड़ दिए। भारत के इन हमलों में 100 से अधिक खूंखार आतंकवादियों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया है। आतंक के बहुत सारे आका बीते 2.5-3 दशकों से खुलेआम पाकिस्तान में घूम रहे थे, जो भारत के खिलाफ साजिशें करते थे। उन्हें भारत ने एक झटके में खत्म कर दिया। साथियों, भारत की इस कार्रवाई से पाकिस्तान घोर निराशा में गिर गया था, हताशा में गिर गया था, बौखला गया था। और इसी बौखलाहट में उसने एक और दुस्साहस किया। आतंक पर भारत की कार्रवाई का साथ देने के बजाय पाकिस्तान ने भारत पर ही हमला करना शुरू कर दिया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे स्कूलों, कॉलेजों को, गुरुद्वारों को, मंदिरों को, सामान्य नागरिकों के घरों को निशाना बनाया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना बनाया। लेकिन इसमें भी पाकिस्तान खुद बेनकाब हो गया। दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स, पाकिस्तान की मिसाइलें भारत के सामने तिनके की तरह बिखर गई। भारत के सशक्त एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ने उन्हें आसमान में ही नष्ट कर दिया। पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया। भारत के ड्रोन्स, भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया, जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था और बुरी तरह पीटने के बाद इसी मजबूरी में 10 मई की दोपहर को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने हमारे डीजीएमओ को संपर्क किया। तब तक हम आतंकवाद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बड़े पैमाने पर तबाह कर चुके थे। आतंकियों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया था। पाकिस्तान के सीने में बसाए गए आतंक के अड्डों को हमने खंडहर बना दिया था। इसलिए जब पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुहार लगाई गई, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। साथियों, भारत की तीनों सेनाएं, हमारी एयरफोर्स, हमारी आर्मी और हमारी नेवी, हमारी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स बीएसएफ, भारत के अर्धसैनिक बल लगातार अलर्ट पर है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आतंक के खिलाफ भारत की नीति है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का ये बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की। इस ऑपरेशन के दौरान हमारे मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की प्रामाणिकता सिद्ध हुई। आज दुनिया देख रही है 21वीं सदी के वॉरफेयर में मेड इन इंडिया डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट्स, इसका समय आ चुका है। साथियों, हर प्रकार के आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सभी का एकजुट रहना, हमारी एकता हमारी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। निश्चित तौर पर ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, लेकिन ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस, ये एक बेहतर दुनिया की गारंटी है। साथियों, पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर पीओके उस पर ही होगी। प्रिय देशवासियों, आज बुद्ध पूर्णिमा है। भगवान बुद्ध ने हमें शांति का रास्ता दिखाया है। शांति का मार्ग भी शक्ति से होकर जाता है। मानवता शांति और समृद्धि की तरफ बढ़े, हर भारतीय शांति से जी सके, विकसित भारत के सपने को पूरा कर सके, इसके लिए भारत का शक्तिशाली होना बहुत जरूरी है। और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर इस शक्ति का इस्तेमाल भी जरूरी है। और पिछले कुछ दिनों में भारत ने यही किया है। मैं एक बार फिर भारत की सेना और सशस्त्र बलों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। हम भारतवासी के हौसले, हर भारतवासी का एकजुटता का शपथ, संकल्प, मैं उसे नमन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय।
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's on.
गोल्ड ग्लास क्लियर ग्लास, पार हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India.
टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा।
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. It's been a big day today. You have the new Narendra Modi doctrine that is now for the world to see. The Prime Minister earlier today has made it absolutely clear that yes, this is an India that does believe that this is not an era of war. But then this is also not an era of terrorism. He makes that very, very clear. On your screens are multiple other notable quotes of what the Prime Minister has said. He spoke for about 22 minutes. And every word, ladies and gentlemen, every word of what he has said today is echoing not just in Pakistan, but echoing across the world. Because he also has a message for all those who believe in monkey balancing. He also is making it very clear that yes, we will talk to Pakistan, but not on Kashmir. Absolutely not on Kashmir. Let's talk on the POK. Let's talk on terror. And he also makes it absolutely clear now that nuclear blackmail is not going to be tolerated. This is the new normal for the new India. And that is the Prime Minister speaking at the end of the day that earlier also saw that second round of briefing by the DGMO that has again put out Pakistan to dry. Why I say this? Because every time, remember, you have our forces speaking, and we'll see if we can also put out those images that were used during the DGMO briefing earlier today, where point by point, they are telling you of the Pak targets, remember, that have been hit, and you see before and after. You will notice the difference. No matter what the Western media might want to tell you, no matter what Pakistan might want to tell you, but that is a reality, that Pak has been hit hard. And Pak came begging for the ceasefire. Pak came begging for talks. But the Prime Minister has said talks and terror not going hand in hand. Talks and trade also will not happen unless you do not root out terror. And he also says that blood and water will not flow together. Let's first up get you highlights of what the Prime Minister has said in just a few minutes before I open this up with a panel of guests and we then decipher what is the road ahead. Will Pakistan ever get the message? And what is this new Modi doctrine that the world now should be aware of?
पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का ये बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की।
And Prime Minister, has also in fact said that the ceasefire is just a pause. It is not an end. We are watching Pakistan. We are watching every action, every nefarious design of Pakistan, and the moment we believe we need to intervene, we will go all out. So the Prime Minister making it very clear, I'm just putting out the talk points again before we get in our panel of guests, that talks only on POK and terror. That is the Prime Minister turning the tables on all those who still believe that Kashmir is an issue, because for India, Kashmir is not an issue anymore. And he also does say that nuclear blackmail will not be tolerated. Let's say good evening to Major General SVP Singh, who's a former ADG Artillery, joining us. Brahmachalani is a strategic affairs expert on the show. It's also a pleasure to have Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla, who's a defense expert on the show. I do see Amitabh Tiwari, a political analyst. And we are also waiting for Veena Sikri, a noted former diplomat, to join us in just a moment. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. It's a big day. We've seen a lot of action, a lot of your important conversations here also on NDTV. And today, I think it is the next chapter of India's moment and India's new normal. Brahmachalani, I want to begin by first of telling us your thoughts on what you've heard from the Prime Minister and this new Modi doctrine.
Well, it was a stirring speech, and it actually underlines the shift, both in India's strategic posture towards Pakistan, the paradigm shift, and also a pronounced shift in Modi's own thinking and policy toward Pakistan. We should not forget that Modi landed in Lahore unannounced as a peacemaker in December 2015. So in one decade, from landing in Lahore to launching Operation Sindur, Modi has become completely transformed in terms of his approach toward Pakistan. As far as the nuclear factor is concerned, I think we should not forget that even with the Balakot airstrike or the 2016 surgical strikes, India punctured the myth that Pakistan could employ nuclear blackmail to deter Indian retribution. But I think with Operation Sindoor, we have crossed yet another psychological and tactical threshold. India has redrawn the boundaries of escalation, reinforcing that proxy warfare will no longer go unanswered. And I think India has demonstrated that credible military responses are possible below the nuclear threshold. And this challenges long-held assumptions about the risks of direct military confrontation between two nuclear-armed states. By executing a calibrated and precise operation, India has effectively pierced the perceived immunity conferred by Pakistan's nuclear deterrent. This umbrella has been used by Pakistan to sponsor cross-border terrorism with relative impunity. So in that sense, I think Operation Sindoor will go down in history as marking a new chapter in India's approach toward Pakistan. Now, the Prime Minister says that this is not a ceasefire, but you know, a pause. But ceasefire is a pause. You know, a ceasefire by definition is a temporary cessation of hostilities. So the fact is that once you cease military operations, it's very difficult to revive them quickly. But I think what he is saying metaphorically is that India is putting Pakistan to the test.
Yes.
And it will be watching Pakistan's steps very closely. And if Pakistan were to return to its previous behavior, then Pakistan can expect retribution from India.
Yes, I think those are important points, sir, that you've just outlined. I also do see Veena Sikri on our screens now. Ma'am, good evening and thank you for your time. And I quickly want to get in Major General SVP Singh before I get in our other guests also. Sir, what is your sense of what, you know, possibly the impact of what the Prime Minister today has said? It's not just on Pakistan. I think it is world over. To a lot of people who believe that Kashmir is still an issue that is on the table. Because we say we are ready for conversations, but on POK and on terror.
The Prime Minister's speech, I would like to repeat and echo what Dr. Chalani said. It was a masterful speech. each word measured, each word a message, and a message that India has arrived at the global stage. India is the leader in South Asia, and India will lead from the front through its strategic autonomy and strategic dominance in South Asia as of now. Pakistan must pick up the threads once again from the Prime Minister's speech. They failed to do so when we launched Sindur, where the message was clear that it is for operation for counter-terrorism to eliminate the terror camps and centers which are there, but they did not take the message. They did not take the message that India seeks no territorial aggression. So, having then gone down on their knees during the 3 days of operations, they go to America, their DGMO comes speeding to our DGMO, and then the ceasefire being betrayed. Pakistan betrays its state of the nature of the state which it is, its DNA. And I think they have to really take a new course if they want to live together as a nation, because Pakistan now may be Pakistan for only a short while with what is happening. And strategic autonomy, yes, great, absolutely. Now, what has happened that the Prime Minister, he built up the country, built up the defense forces, the motivation of the forces are built up for this Operation Sindoor. It was at a very apex level. And it was seen how the tri-services functioned. He went planning for a multi-domain operation. It was not required because things just finished with our great work done by the Indian Air Force. And what is greater thing is that the shield of a nation on its national security is the air defense.
Yes.
And that has come out loud and absolutely great pride for India, the way our air defense has reacted and given so much confidence to the nation, to the military itself.
Absolutely.
So I would like to take forward that we have to, I will say, never believe Pakistan. Their DNA is such, they will speak anything, they will come to the table, but they will do another thing. So if there is no firing right now, no bullets to be exchanged, our non-kinetic measures should be totally active. Our air corridors should be protected. Our maritime lanes in the Arabian Sea should be dominated. And of course, our land borders, we have been alert. This time round, if he does anything around the LOC, the so-called LOC, which is gone now, in the Kashmir side, then the artillery which has been pounding them,
yes,
we should now come out extensively with the Pinaka rocket launchers, with even BrahMos. 2 strikes of BrahMos will reduce them further. They were reduced to rubble by the use of BrahMos just 2 days back. So, I mean, that sort of messaging has to go along. We can no longer, we have shed the defensive mentality, and it is now the offensive spirit. It has to be both in action through our military projection of power and also the mind of the people and the governance.
And I think listening to the Prime Minister actually gives you that sense that this is a country in command. No matter what the Western media, no matter what Pakistan might be wanting to tell you, Sabina Sikri and all gentlemen, with your permission, just to get our viewers up to speed with what really are the important takeaways of what the Prime Minister has today said, because it's been a big day. So let's bring up details of at least these 10 points that all of you must know, because these are highlights of how you will see that entire push and that entire movement towards our fight against terror. The Prime Minister says ceasefire is only a pause, not the end. I think this is the unequivocal message that should go out today to the rogue state Pakistan, that any moment that you attempt a misadventure, we are there, we are responding. Let's bring up the second big takeaway as far as what the Prime Minister has said. This is a new normal for a new country, a new India, where he says that Operation Sindoor is going to be the way we will respond. Because interestingly, and you must know this, that earlier India has gone into the POK, we've gone into Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, but this time we've gone into the heartland of the Punjab province in Pakistan, and that has rattled many there. Let's bring up the third important takeaway as far as the Prime Minister's address is concerned. He says we'll reply to terror on our own terms. So a clear message, not just to Pakistan, that has been begging for conversations and a lot of other things, but a lot of other people, a lot of Pak allies who wanted India to talk. They wanted us to dial down tensions, to sit on the negotiation table. So that is the Prime Minister's response to that. Let's bring up the fourth important takeaway as far as the story is concerned. He says, we'll attack the roots of terror. Important distinction that he's also made between the state and the non-state actors. We will go down to eliminate the roots of terror is what Prime Minister says. The fifth important takeaway now is going to be on your screens, and he says, we will not tolerate the nuclear blackmail. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a departure of sorts, because the Prime Minister and India for the very first time is saying this as it is, that no matter what, you could be a nuclear armed state, but India reserves the right to respond. We will not, actually give to any nuclear blackmail, something that India has decided to do this time around. Let's bring up our sixth important takeaway. The Prime Minister says, let's have a conversation. But like I said, only on POK, only on terror. Nothing doing on Kashmir, because Kashmir belongs to India and it is not up for grabs. We are not talking about Kashmir. A message also to America that in a particular statement, remember, had indicated that perhaps Kashmir could be spoken of at a neutral venue. And this, again, is an issue only between India and Pakistan. This brings us to our seventh important takeaway. That's going to go up on your screens. The Prime Minister says blood cannot flow with water. The clear reference is to industry that has been put in. And no matter what, Pakistan could say, because I remember Shehbaz Sharif initially has said that this was an act of war. But the Prime Minister says that nothing doing, blood will not flow with water, period. Let's bring up our eighth important big takeaway on the entire story and the Prime Minister's address, and this follows. The new red line we have drawn, that trade and talks will also not go hand in hand. So all punitive measures that India has exercised so far will continue to remain unless and until Pakistan decides to root away terror. This brings us to our ninth takeaway again. Terror and trade, the Prime Minister again reiterating, will not go hand in hand. Like I said, there have been a lot of sanctions, and he's again reinforcing that we are not giving in to Pakistan. No matter what the world might want us to believe, that India has drawn its own lines and we are not going to go into any kind of trade yet with Pakistan because of terror. This brings us to our final 10th takeaway on the entire address by the Prime Minister. He says road to peace also goes through power. I think this is a very powerful statement, telling you more of what is the difference when it comes to Pakistan that still wants to call itself a democracy, but you have the GHQ, Rawalpindi, the deep state taking all decision, versus an India that collectively says that we will respond to terror on our own terms. So these are just 10 important takeaways, but there is a lot more detail. As always, also on ndtv.com, you can pick up all these details. And I want to take this opportunity now to go back to our panel of guests, and I also want to thank them again for their patience. Veena Sikri, you want to respond to what you've heard so far, and what, according to you, is the biggest message that has been sent by the Prime Minister tonight?
I think the biggest message from our Prime Minister has been that not only is this the new normal, but even as of today, on the Operation Sindur launched by the Indian Defence Forces, this is still in motion. This is, उन्होंने कहा कि स्थगित किया गया है. He said that we are keeping this on because A, we want to avenge the death of innocent tourists and the cruel manner in which they died, and B, why we did that on 7th of May by destroying, terrorist camps, infrastructure in Muridke, Bhavalpur and other places. But still, the Pakistan army escalated and started attacking, colleges and gurdwaras and temples and mosques in India. So on May 10th, we have given the decisive response. And in response to the plea from the DGMO of Pakistan, we have agreed to a ceasefire. But if the ceasefire does not hold, and if there is a violation, as has happened on the first 2 days, but yesterday it was, we understand, very quiet, so then, of course, it will be okay. But we retain the right to continue our attack. So I think, number one, it's very clear that the Indus Water Treaty being kept in abeyance is going to continue. There's going to be no change on that. Number two, if there are talks, they can only be bilateral talks. There's no question of any mediation. And these talks will only have 2 points. One is, one is on return of POK, and the other is how Pakistan, or whether or when they're going to stop their support for terrorist groups.
Yes.
So terrorism and trade, terrorism and talks, these cannot go together. But if they stop the support for terrorist groups, there can be talks on the position on terrorism and so on. So I think that the very important statesman-like message showing Prime Minister's leadership, showing also that we have internal strength now. We've shown on May 10 with those attacks, but the support of the international community also is something that India has been able to achieve in a large measure. You must notice that in the UN Security Council resolution this time that was adopted after the killing of the innocent tourists, the word disputed has not been used in the case of Jammu and Kashmir. So this is a very important development in the UN Security Council. We know that Pakistan did its best to get in that word disputed, but it was not included. So I think the world must recognize that after the 5th of August 2019, when Article 370 was abrogated, there is no longer any locus standi for any country to discuss Jammu and Kashmir. The only point for discussion is the return of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and that is something that we are prepared to talk at any time about. So I think this important message that in reality, the Security Council seems to have recognized this, which is a very, very significant success for India, because I know, having been worked in in the permanent mission to the UN, that this is such an issue which Pakistan was always taking up. That this is an item on the UN agenda. We must take it up. We must take it up. We must. And now another point is that while all these decades, India was very reluctant to take up the issue of Jammu and Kashmir, the issue of terrorism in a big way to counter what Pakistan was doing. Now, again, in the new normal, we are going to take this up with every country. The issue of terrorism, the issue of Pakistan being a state sponsor of terror, putting Pakistan on the FATF blacklist, all these issues are going to be taken up consistently and strongly, and we're not going to be any more pussyfooting around when Pakistan continues its terrorist attacks on India.
Good points. And I was also wondering, how did that IMF loan also come about in the first place? I mean, shouldn't there be people and countries accountable, responsible? When you have India putting out such clear evidence in the public domain, not for the very first time. So I think Veena Sikri makes that fantastic point. Amitabh, I know you've been waiting. Just give me another few minutes, because I want to get in Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla for his thoughts. Sir, do you believe anything that the Prime Minister today has said? This clear departure, this escalation on India's own terms and conditions, will this yield any results? Can Pakistan ever mend its ways?
The jury is out, will be out on that. But let me say that this is a very strong message that the Prime Minister and India has sent. So I think if you look at the hiatus between the last major terrorist outrage in Pulwama and the current one, it's 6 years. Let's hope that, the Pakistanis learn their lesson and never repeat this again. But I think we cannot put it past them. And therefore, we have to be vigilant. And therefore, the Prime Minister has rightly said that we'll be watching and waiting. I also want to point out that in today's messaging, the Prime Minister was not only very emphatic and very firm, but he was also very smart in that he also mentioned that the roots of terrorism in Pakistan have also led to attacks. The 9/11 attacks are tied to Pakistan. The London tube bombing attacks are tied to Pakistan. The Hamas attacks in Israel are tied to Pakistan. There is concrete evidence of people having participated in all these attacks or being trained. And that's why he said this is the university. The university of terrorism lies here. And therefore, he sort of brought out to the notice of the international community, if they really needed to know this, that look, this is not just India's war against terror. It is also, and he brought out, it's also Pakistan's war. He brought out that we are actually helping Pakistan, because he said if Pakistan does not get off this tiger, it's very difficult to, once they have ridden the tiger of terrorism, to get off without being consumed. But if they don't do this, the tiger or the terrorism will consume the country itself. He pointed that out in his speech. So I think it was a very comprehensive view on that. As far as the nuclear blackmail is concerned, I think this is probably the most significant part. The nuclear threshold and the nuclear threat is not only practical, but it's a large mind game as well. And I think he has played the mind game here. We have already demonstrated, as brought out by Dr. Chelani earlier, we've already demonstrated that we have crossed that several times since both states became nuclear weapon states. But this time it has been pretty emphatic. Earlier it was restricted to POK, to the JNK area, etc., etc. Now it has the sort of self-imposed bounds that we put have been lifted. And therefore, this also puts an onus on the armed forces, on the type of weaponry, on the type of tactics, and the type of strategy that we will need to adapt, which we've already been adapting. After the Kargil war, this has already happened. But I think we will need to now further adapt to this. And I think the Prime Minister has pointed to this as well. And lastly, I think I would like to mention that when he says that India will now no longer differentiate between the government sponsoring terrorism and the masterminds of terrorism,
Yes.
I think this is now a very firm acknowledgement that the Pakistani deep state, which is of course the Pakistan army, but not only them, but the Pakistani politicians and the entire, elite of the country are now complicit with the terrorists. So there is no distinction. And I think this will have a lot of diplomatic, political and financial implications for Pakistan going into the future. So
Absolutely.
I think this is a very powerful speech. It is a very defining speech. And I think a lot of things and a lot of strategies and policies are going to flow out of this, which are going to make a huge difference. And I think Pakistan should learn its lesson. You started off with that question.
Yes.
I think listening to this, they should understand that the ground has moved. It is no longer the same as it was before. And so they need to change their entire behavior and approach towards India and terrorism.
Oh, yes, but if their actions are any indication, and I think all of you, Veena ma'am and all gentlemen will agree that this is a Pakistan that is never going to learn its lesson. There clearly has to be more pressure, not just from India, but I think from world across. And that is why there was so much outrage, Amitabh, when the IMF loan was also granted. And not to forget what we just heard Vice Admiral Chawla also saying, that there is no difference now between the state and the non-state actors. And you cannot have good and bad terrorists, like the language that Pakistan was using for the longest time. But Amitabh, as a politician, I mean, I appreciate the fact that there has been a full military force that has attacked Pakistan with all its might. But all this could have been incomplete without the political will. Now, talking of politician, the Narendra Modi, Amitabh, what is your assessment of how far we have come? How important is this moment in our fight against terror?
Clearly, in his tenure, we have come or covered a long distance. One would recall after the attack, the 26/11 attack, India did not pose a very strong response to Pakistan military response. And what we have seen in the last 10 years, Uri, Balakot, and now these attacks, Operation Sindur, is that India has clearly crossed the line in a sense, and has clearly given a very clear intention that it will not tolerate any act of terror. It has also given, in a way, a clear message to also the Western world and sections of media that Pakistan is a global terrorist hub, because some of the countries and Western media have been dilly-dallying and have not taken a very firm stance. When he is applauding the made in India weapons which have been used to tackle the Pakistan strikes, he's also in a way giving a subtle message to Pakistan that they are relying on Chinese imports and supplies, which are no match against India's weaponry systems. So many messages in all, and this is clearly now he has laid out a clear policy, and he will be remembered for laying out a clear policy or template, which is likely to be followed in the future for, God forbid, any terrorist attack which happens in the future, akin to something similar to what Israel has when Hamas or Houthi responds to Israel, that if there is any terror attack on India in the future, India will hit the terror bases. And if Pakistan remains silent, like after Uri or Balakot, all is well and fine. But if it retaliates like it has this time, then the Indian armed forces will respond very strongly and will not hesitate to hit their military installations or air bases. So a template of sorts has been created, and the clear message that there is no difference between the perpetrators and the terrorists is also highlighted by the fact that we have hit around 23 targets, out of which 9 are terror bases, but I think 14 belong to military installations or air bases of Pakistan. So that's a clear message to Pakistan in that sense, and also a clear message to some of the people who were questioning whether it was correct to have this sort of a ceasefire at this moment when India clearly had an edge. So when he talks about that it is not an era of war, he's also perhaps sending a message or a signal that India at this point of time, at this cusp of its history when it is going to become the third largest economy of the world, is not beneficial to be sucked up into a war with a rogue nation. The message has been given, and if there is any further action from Pakistan, a suitable message which was given, because India has bigger goals to achieve and we cannot be compared with Pakistan.
Yes, and you know, I also believe that a lot of people today, not just Pakistan, could be stunned by the audacity of what India has wanted to do. Because like, you know, we were generally discussing that apart from the POK, apart from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, when you go into the Punjab province, when you go into the heartland of Pakistan, no one would have imagined that this is how far India could be willing to come, and they will come there. They will strike at the terror hotbeds, whether in Bahawalpur, whether in Muridke. And you know, the terror outfits of Jaish-e-Mohammed, of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, of the Hizbul Mujahideen. And that is why we've seen a Pakistan that actually went completely rattled. So, Veena and all gentlemen, just give me another few seconds. I want to play out the excerpt where the Prime Minister speaks about this tactic. Why we went deep inside into Pakistan, what did that entail, and why was this so important?
दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स, पाकिस्तान की मिसाइलें भारत के सामने तिनके की तरह बिखर गई। भारत के सशक्त एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ने उन्हें आसमान में ही नष्ट कर दिया। पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया। भारत के ड्रोन्स, भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया, जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था।
So that is the moment where the Prime Minister is not just speaking of the audacity of the attack and why India needed to escalate this, but also saying that this is Pakistan that has been running around the world to whatever little allies it has left, apart from the IMF loan, also wanting to dial down tensions. And it is a Pak DGMO that reached out to our DGMO and who said, let's have a ceasefire, let's have a discussion, and that is where the story stopped. But clearly over the last few hours, you've seen Pakistan not wanting to accept that position. We just have enough time to take second comments from all of our guests, and let's base this now on what is the road ahead, what more can be done, and how do you put Pakistan literally on the map? Brahmachalani, let's go with you first.
Not only did India strike military bases in Pakistani Punjab, it also struck military sites in Sindh, including the Sakar Air Base and an air defense system in the Karachi cantonment. So India sent a very clear message that it can strike at will. Also, the Prime Minister's speech today contained an implicit rebuke of Trump. Trump wants to mediate a Kashmir solution. In fact, Trump has equated the victim India with the perpetrator Pakistan, saying they are both quote-unquote great nations. In other words, a terrorist state like Pakistan, in Trump's view, is a great nation. Now, in his rebuke, Modi, without naming Trump, says that the only negotiations India will have with Pakistan will focus on two issues: cross-border terrorism and the return of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir to India. Prime Minister also said in his speech that in response to India's military reprisals, Pakistan began seeking de-escalation. But that leaves a key question unanswered. If in 3 days, India inflicted so much pain on Pakistan, why did it yield to US pressure and abruptly declare a ceasefire? This military campaign could have gone on for a few more days, maybe 3 or 5 days more, to inflict heavier blows on Pakistan, to leave Pakistan humiliated in the eyes of the Pakistani people, so that the Pakistani military generals could not claim victory as they're claiming now. We could have waited 3-4 more days, just when we had the military momentum, just when our armed forces had seized the upper hand. Just then, abruptly, we declared a ceasefire.
I do know Brahma Chalani has reiterated that point earlier too, and there are a lot of people who still believe that this was the moment. You know, and the entire country, the opposition, everyone believed that this is the moment to ensure that we never ever have another Pahalgam. Major General SVP Singh, sir, what are your thoughts?
I will hit the nail on the head. A pause is a very dangerous thing when you're dealing with Pakistan. A pause is a very dangerous thing. We must be just ready. A nation which is having a twin dagger in its back, if it does anything now, in the next day or so, or a couple of days, we must be swift and rapid, prohibitive reaction from our side, kinetic. That is the way Pakistan can be kept down.
Okay, a very brief comment, but very curt. I think the gentleman has said that, you know, we need to be really on our toes. Veena Sikri, are your thoughts any different from the two gentlemen that you've just heard, or you believe that this was the right moment for a ceasefire?
Yeah, I beg to differ with the two gentlemen who've just spoken before me. I must say that we must remember that it is Prime Minister Modi who has been advising President Putin and all others that this is not the era of war. So I think in keeping with Prime Minister's own policy that it's not the era of war, but at the same time with our absolutely unequivocal policy of opposing terror and hitting back at terror and hitting back at any escalation or any aggression on our soil, it was the right thing that we did, because we made our points on the 7th of May with the attack on the terrorist infrastructure of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba and others, and we made our point even more strongly on the 10th of May with the destruction of so much infrastructure of the Pakistan Air Force bases. So, but we are saying that we don't want war, but we want to tell you that if you hit at us, you're going to get a much worse response, which will bring you to your knees. I think Pakistan was brought to its knees, and that is why they rushed off to the US to seek intervention, as happened in 1999. You know, in Kargil, the same thing happened when it was Nawaz Sharif at that time rushed to Washington to meet Bill Clinton. And this time too, the DGMO and others rushed to the Americans, you know, falling at their feet and saying, oh, please save us, otherwise you're finished, etc., etc. Now, having done all this, we have invited this pause and telling the world and telling Pakistan, we're only going to talk to you about ending of terror, and we're only going to talk to you about return of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. That's it. For the rest, we maintain our right. The Operation Sindur has only been put on hold. It has not been called off. So we maintain our state of preparedness. We maintain our state readiness to hit back at you at any time. And I'm sure all our very specialized experts in the defense forces are continuing with their planning, are continuing with their putting together of all their skills and ability to resist any further, infractions from the Pakistan side. So we have not given up on anything, but we have shown that we are not interested in war. We are interested in protecting our own interests, our own people, and in our own assets, and we have the ability to do so. This is the important demonstration to the world that we have the ability, we have acquired the ability to do so. We will only strengthen this ability in the weeks and months to come, standing at all times ready to resist any form of aggression. And terrorism is an act of war. This is another very important message going out from our side to Pakistan and to the rest of the world.
Oh yes, terrorism is now going to be an act of war is something that the government again has put out very, very clearly. Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla, what are your thoughts, sir? I mean, there could have been more action maybe against Pakistan. Are you a votary of that school of thought?
You know, I'm not one who second guesses policymakers because we are not policymakers. You know, so when you look at it from the outside, it's quite evident that this entire exercise was started by India, very clearly stating at each step that this was not meant to escalate into a war. I mean, it was given in writing. It was given verbally by every spokesperson. At every stage, India has reiterated. So the clear intention that was given was that, look, this is not going to, we don't want to escalate. And there was a reason for that, which we don't have time to go into. So I think, you know, if war is a continuation of politics by other means, this was followed very clearly. The policy was laid down by the government. It was followed by the government. And I think actually when you look at it in hindsight now, what has happened, the policy, new policy, the Modi doctrine, as you've called it, and as it will be called, which has been laid down, I think that's a very solid foundation to now prosecute Pakistan in a more strategic manner. And I think the Indus Water Treaty and other levers of trade and you know, the financial levers that are going to be put into place are going to be to Pakistan's extreme detriment. So I think you know, this is a much more smarter way of achieving what the strategic goal that is, because the weapon systems and the armed forces always there as a hammer, as has been mentioned by the Prime Minister, should Pakistan fall out of line again, and it could very well be used. But to answer your question, this was not meant to be that. It was very clearly stated. So it would have been surprising and against the government's policy if it had escalated. I think the Prime Minister and the government were very clear that, look, this is not meant to escalate. At every stage, it was mentioned in writing and in verbal and repeated by the spokesperson in every briefing. So it was quite clear. And I think now that this message has been sent, and the nuclear Rubicon has been clearly stated will not stand in the way of India prosecuting any further terrorist attacks. And a new line in the sand, as the Prime Minister says, has been drawn. I think it's a very good outcome. You know, there will always be people, Pakistan has claimed victory even after 1971 war. So, you know, that is something that they will continue to do. That's for their internal audience, for their internal legitimacy. I don't think we should be bothered about that. I think the outcome is entirely positive and totally in our favor.
Okay, so you believe this was the right moment, and clearly it's up to the policymakers to decide where they believe that they can pause and where they believe that they need to push forward. Amita, with your permission, I just have another quick follow question with Beena Sikri, because this is something a lot of our viewers have also been asking ever since here on Newsnight. We've been covering the entire issue. Why don't we declare Pakistan a terror state? I mean, what is the process? Why is it so difficult, and why have we not done it so far?
Well, I think I agree with you on that, because I think that Pakistan is definitely a state sponsor of terror. And we have been talking about it in a big way, about Pakistan's support for the terrorist groups, encouraging them and using them against India, particularly in Jammu and Kashmir. I think that we need to get international support on this, because this is the important point. And this is why we need to take this into the international domain and get global support for declaring Pakistan as a state sponsor of terror. And this is a very consistent dialogue we must have. You have put together all the facts and figures, and I think now we have increasing amount of evidence, and this cannot be, there can be no let up on this. You know, all these decades, it was Pakistan was going around the world talking about Jammu and Kashmir, saying how it belongs to them, and getting international support for their point of view. And India, except in the last 10 years, India has been very reluctant to enter this debate, because we've always said, you know, ever since the Shilpa agreement, it can only be done bilaterally. But Pakistan was breaking this with impunity, with complete impunity, telling everybody, you know, their point of view. This state of affairs is not going to be there anymore. And we have quite signaled that we are going to take this to the global community and continue our fight. Even in the IMF, we abstained, you know, which was the strongest kind of vote that we did when the IMF was deciding on giving Pakistan this $1 billion. Because, you know, IMF is bailing them out again and again. But we have to have a
I am
consistent
baffled.
mandate.
If after what Pakistan has done, if after all the evidence that we have in the public domain, you know, if we still need more support, I mean, this obviously cannot be the new normal. Amitabh, I know I'm asking you just to wait, but Brahmachalani, take about a minute, sir, to tell us more about what are your thoughts on this. Is it so difficult to declare Pakistan a terror state?
There are certain powers that have built up Pakistan as a military counterweight to India, including the United States.
Yes.
The US has a veto power in the IMF board, yet beginning with Biden administration, they helped Pakistan secure one bailout after another. Biden even modernized Pakistan's F-16 fleet, made it more lethal against India, helped Pakistan exit the FATF gray list, and now the Trump administration has helped facilitate another $2.4 billion bailout for Pakistan. The US turned a blind eye to Pakistan's acquisition of nuclear weapons because the US believed that Pak nukes could block India from gaining dominance in South Asia. Even today, Pakistan remains, quote unquote, a major non-NATO ally of the US.
Correct.
So not only does Pakistan have China as a close ally, the old establishment in Washington hasn't given up on Pakistan, and that's the reason why Trump and company are now trying to resurrect the Kashmir issue. So global community will not designate Pakistan as a sponsor of terrorism. It is for India to do it. Now, India has expelled the Pakistani air, army and naval attaches from Delhi.
Yes.
The Pakistan High Commission strength has come down to 30.
Yes.
That is twice as many as the number of personnel, diplomatic personnel in the Canadian High Commission in New Delhi. In other words, we are still not treating Pakistan in policy as a terrorist state. Coming back to the earlier discussion, the point that I was trying to make is this, that when Pakistan was begging for truce, why did we accept US mediation? That question has not been answered by anyone.
Okay, you say that question has still not been answered by anyone, but the jury is out there, Veena. I have completely run out of time, but I have to go to Amitabh quickly because we have to see how the story moves from here. Amitabh, we just know that the BJP has also announced a Tiranga Yatra, where the idea is to go to every nook and corner of the country and put out the message of the success of Operation Sindur. Amitabh, how do you see the story moving politically?
So politically, clearly the opposition has demanded that there be a joint session of parliament. If not a joint session of parliament, I think since the BJP-led government had held an all-party meeting during the attacks and even before the attacks, trying to take into confidence all the political parties, I think an all-party meeting could happen in the next few days, wherein the government clears its position as to what sort of harm it has done to the Pakistan establishment and why did it go for a ceasefire, because these are strategic and confidential things which may not be discussed in a joint session of parliament. The BJP would of course try to take credit because see, today's war is not only fought on borders, it is also fought on social media. So clearly when we see that the public of Pakistan is celebrating and a loss, we have to come out and claim credit for the victory and show to the world. We have already, in a sense, in the DGMO operations, clearly before and after those slides, we have learned a lesson from Balakot in that sense. And that clearly shows the extent of damage we have made to Pakistan. So BJP would try to milk it politically. The opposition parties may not be able to oppose it. I think it is better not to oppose it in a sense.
Yes.
And the questions which they are asking, and Brahmaji is also asking as to why the ceasefire was adopted, under whose pressure, all these questions could be discussed in an all-party meeting to take all parties into confidence on the way forward.
All right, Veena Sikri and all gentlemen, I must thank you for this very, very fascinating conversation that we've had. And I hope our viewers have been able to understand at the end of it various layers within layers to this entire story. Thank you to all of you as we also make way for Newsnight's parting shot. What is very clear, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a new normal for a new India. No matter what you say, but this is the new red line. This deal, that is the ceasefire, is just a pause. It's not the end, something that the Prime Minister has said, and that is why every next move, the next move of Pakistan will be watched. Whatever Pakistan does today, we will be closely watching. Our forces are up in guard, and the talks, like the Prime Minister has said, will only and only be on terror, and POK and Kashmir, unfortunately for Pakistan, is not on the table. Thank you so much for watching. We thank you for your time. Good night.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, right. And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
Welcome to this very special ground report from the line of control in Uri. That is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, less than a kilometer behind me near the Indian Army's last post. We have permission to report from here, and we are reporting after the first day and night that has gone without any hostilities since tensions began between India and Pakistan 18 days ago. Over the next half hour, we're going to bring you the highlights of the Second Armed Forces briefing, talks between the two countries, and how much bigger India's military operation against Pakistani targets really is than we ever imagined. It is not without reason that the Indian Navy is called the Silent Service. For 18 days now since hostilities began, very little information has emerged of what the Indian Navy has been up to. At yesterday's briefing, we got the first official word of how the Indian Navy had caged in the entire Pakistan Navy to harbour or close to port, and that Karachi had been on target. Now we know even more from today's briefing. The INS Vikrant Carrier Battle Group, an indigenously built aircraft carrier and its constituent elements, including submarines, aircraft and warships, had confined the Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan military aircraft to the Makran coast of Balochistan, basically meaning that the Pakistan military was unable to perform or conduct any overseas operations because of the presence of the Indian Navy's INS Vikrant, its aircraft, its MiG-29Ks, and all the other elements that were part of it. Another example of how the Silent Service was keeping Pakistan pinned down. A very significant part of today's press briefing by the armed forces was devoted to India's integrated air defense system, considering that the country came under attack by swarm after swarm of hundreds of drones, loitering munitions, possibly even missiles from Pakistan. It's not surprising that the spotlight was put on India's air defense weapons and systems. Very interestingly, after first saying they did not want to talk about specifics of weaponry and otherwise, well, today they went ahead and named some of those weapon systems. And the good news is many of them are indigenous, meaning homegrown, designed and made here in India, which is a huge statement for Atmanirbharta as far as defense and weapons are concerned. The officers particularly mentioned the Akash surface-to-air missile and the Defense Research and Development Organization built anti-drone comprehensive integrated system, which they say did much of the heavy lifting in defeating swarm after swarm of Pakistani drone. There were many sophisticated systems as well, but they, we understand, performed more of a role of deterrence, keeping manned aircraft well within Pakistani airspace and not daring to enter Indian airspace. If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Jammu Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister has put out a loud and an unequivocal message today, not just for Pakistan, but for the world. He says we will talk to Pakistan, but only on terror and on POK, and Kashmir, he says, is definitely not on the table. We get you highlights of that big address and a lot more in just a moment. First up, the headlines. The Prime Minister is putting Pakistan on notice. He says Operation Sindur is only put on hold. It is not over. And he also says that this is now India's policy on terror, and we took this war to the heart of Pakistan.
पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया.
The Prime Minister says we've beaten Pakistan that was begging the world for a ceasefire. We have destroyed Pak bases and their infrastructure. The Prime Minister also reiterating talks with Pakistan will happen only on terror and on POK, reiterating that water and blood cannot flow together.
पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा.
The India-Pak DGMO have earlier held the second round of talks. The truce will continue. Both sides are committed to not firing a single shot. Troop production is also under consideration. And Virat Kohli has announced his retirement from Test cricket after a legendary 14-year career for India. He says he's walking away with a heart that is full of gratitude. The BCCI is making it official. The IPL matches to resume from the 17th of May, 17 matches to be played across 6 venues. So Operation Sindur that smashed the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, remember, was not just an operation, but it was a change in doctrine, a new red line that you've seen India rewriting. It is our policy against terror. The Prime Minister earlier today has said in a televised address, his very first address since India has launched this entire attack at Pakistani terror facilities after Pakistan attacked our civilian facilities and also at our various military installations. Now remember, we have hit them in both Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The Operation Sindur, he also says, has not ended. This is just a pause. He says our guards are up and any kind of misadventure by Pakistan is going to be responded to in kind, is the clear, emphatic word coming in from the Prime Minister, who's also reiterated that the senior officers of all the 3 armed forces have earlier reiterated much in terms of evidence also that we have against Pakistan, and continuing to say that India will be striking at the heart of terror decisively whenever our citizens are attacked.
भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिदके जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था, इसलिए भारत ने आतंक के ये हेडक्वार्टर्स उजाड़ दिए। दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स, पाकिस्तान की मिसाइलें भारत के सामने तिनके की तरह बिखर गई। भारत के सशक्त एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ने उन्हें आसमान में ही नष्ट कर दिया। पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया। भारत के ड्रोन्स, भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते। और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर, पीओके, उस पर ही होगी। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का ये बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की। पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है।
So what is the significance of what the Prime Minister has said, and what is the larger message that he's given to both Pak and the world around? This is our colleague Maria breaking that down.
Operation Sindur is ongoing, and India will not shy away from taking military action against Pakistan in future, is the big message coming in from Prime Minister Modi's address to the nation, as he said very clearly that terror and talks cannot go together, terror and trade cannot go together, and water and blood cannot go together. One of the most defining moment of India's strategic positioning, and also in the perhaps the inflection point or in the military doctrine of India, when the Prime Minister clearly and strategically called out Pakistan, said that it has become, it has used the entire terror apparatus, and spoke about Bahawalpur and Muridke as universities of terror. He also did not rule out any further action against Pakistan if it were to sponsor terror against India in future. Prime Minister Modi also going on to say that this is the new normal, that India has set and defined that new red line in its war against terrorism, that in case if Pakistan were to venture out in future, it should be prepared for another round of Operation Sindur, in which India will go ahead and destroy its terror hubs right inside Pakistan. And I think one of the points that was being debated a lot because there was a lot of chatter on social media, misinformation campaign being carried out by the neighbor and also by the Western media, Prime Minister Modi saying clearly that it was Pakistan which came to India begging for peace, and it was Pakistan which was bearing the brunt of India's onslaught and forced them, their DGMO, to reach out to their counterparts in India. So I think the address to the nation timed after the ceasefire, and also perhaps waited clearly, the Indian establishment and the Prime Minister's office waiting clearly to see as to how the ceasefire goes. There has been a relative night of peace, and that is the reason why Prime Minister addressing the nation and talking about the success of Operation Sindur and how he sees India and Pakistan will go from here onwards, saying clearly that if there will be ever any talks with Pakistan, it will be on terror and Pakistan occupied Kashmir.
Let's tell you more about an important briefing that was held earlier. These were talks also between the DGMOs that were held earlier today, and issues related to continuing the commitment that both sides must not fire a single shot or initiate any aggressive and inimical action against each other has largely been discussed. It was also agreed that both sides consider immediate measures to ensure troop production from the borders and also from the forward areas. Shiv is telling us more.
The two Director Generals of Military Operations, Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai of India and Major General Kashif Abdullah of Pakistan, did speak finally today. It was a hotline conversation that was scheduled for 12, but it got delayed for various reasons, official and procedural. We're told nothing else. And the two officers did speak. It was a brief conversation. The Indian Army has indicated that they both agreed on next steps. Also, that there was a firm commitment from Pakistan's side that was required by India, that there would be no hostility, no shots fired, nothing inimical to the understanding that had been reached following Operation Sindur. Sindoor, something that Pakistan had wanted, this ceasefire. Very importantly, however, is that the two sides have also ensured, and India has insisted, that both sides initiate measures to ensure a reduction in the forward deployment of troops and military hardware in the border areas, the line of control and elsewhere, as a possible confidence-building measure. Because remember, both countries are in a war-like deployment right now, and perhaps the next phase of Operation Sindur could have been, an outbreak of total war. So to reduce those forces, which are, a big threat to each other at this point of time, to build some kind of confidence and cool down temperatures in the frontier areas, is a measure that both sides have committed to ensuring as quickly as possible.
Also, let's tell you more about how the Indian Armed Forces earlier have exposed Pakistan yet again, and this was also their intent to side with terrorists, is what India says. In its press briefing, the Indian Armed Forces have reiterated that Operation Sindoor targeted only and only the terror camps in Pakistan and in POK, and that the Pakistan military itself is responsible for any loss that they have incurred and that they claim. Now, Air Marshal A.K. Bharti also addressed the DGMO conference. He made it very clear that India's fight is against terror, not against the Pak military, not against civilian, and that's why we only struck terror camps on May the 7th. But it is Pakistan's military that sided with terrorists, and then they decided to make this their own fight.
As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Raimyar Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side.
आतंकियों पर हमारे सटीक हमले लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल और इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री को पार करे बिना किए गए थे। हमें पूरा अंदेशा था कि पाकिस्तान का वार भी बॉर्डर के उस पार से ही होगा। इसलिए हमने अपनी एयर डिफेंस की पूरी तैयारी पहले से ही कर ली थी। हमारी इन्वेंट्री में शामिल काउंटर मैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर के साधन और एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स का इंडियन एयरफोर्स के इसी प्रकार के सिस्टम्स के साथ एक अनोखा मिश्रण किया गया। इसलिए आपने देखा कि जब जब पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ने हमारे एयरफील्ड्स और लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस में 9 और 10 मई की रात को लगातार हमले किए, वो इस मजबूत एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड के सामने विफल हो गए। तो कोई मौका नहीं था कि पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ये मल्टी टियर डिफेंस को पार करके पीछे हमारी एयरफील्ड्स या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस को टारगेट कर पाए।
Let's also move on to get you more details. So what sources actually tell us on the India-US talks. Now, what we can confirm to you is that there has been no reference to trade in those conversations. The US Vice President also spoke to the Prime Minister, is again what source-based information is coming forward. And these were also talks, remember, during India's Operation Sindoor. Away to the world of sports, and this is about the BCCI that now has announced the resumption of the IPL 2025. There are going to be a total of 17 matches played across 6 venues starting May the 17th, culminating in the finals that take place on June the 3rd. The revised schedule includes 2 double headers which will be played on 2 Sundays. Now, there are also more details of the playoffs. Let's also get in our colleague Rika, who's breaking that big story for us. Rika, tell our viewers more about the schedule and what happens.
Due to the tension at the border, and now there are 17 more matches left to be played, which is why the tournament is resuming over the weekend. It's going to start on the 17th of May, and it's now going to stretch till the 3rd of June. Earlier, it was to happen till the 26th of May, but now due to the break of 1 week and resumption once again, it's been stretched to 1 more week. The first qualifier will be played on 29th of May, second on 30th. The eliminator is on the 30th. In fact, the second qualifier on 1st June, culminating on June 3rd, which is a weekday. It's a Tuesday, but fans will have to keep up with the fact that the tournament is getting extended. The complexity really lies in the foreign players returning, because most of them have returned home due to the tension that was happening between India and Pakistan. BCCI didn't hold them back after the match at Dharamshala got postponed. While BCCI wants all the foreign players to come back, but in case some of them do not want to come due to the political situation, then the board will have to keep up with their request of not coming back. Overall, it seems that it will have a resumption and will be played in the way it was expected to be. There are some new venues that has been marked in the new schedule. Though these were venues where matches were played originally. They're new because the tournament schedule now has been rejigged to give it a different look.
All right, Rika there getting us more details of that big story. We'll continue to track that as we also head into a quick break on the other side. Lots more coming up.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive, Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Welcome back. Now, US and China have agreed to temporarily lower the tariffs on each other's goods, and this is a move that is all set to cool a lot of these trade tensions and give the world's two largest economies at least 3 more months to resolve their differences. Now, what President Donald Trump earlier has said is that China, quote unquote, has agreed to open up to American businesses, but offered few details about this development and what really have been the other conversations around. Yet he says, and again I quote him, that maybe the most important thing to come out of the high-level trade talks in Geneva, Switzerland over the weekend was this resolution. Now, the combined 145% is what the US levels on most Chinese imports is going to be reduced to a 30%, including the rate that is tied to fentanyl by May the 14th, while the 125% Chinese duties on the US goods now will be dropping to a 10%.
We opened up China. China agreed to open itself up to American business to go in. And it would have been a great thing, I think, for China. They would be able to see things that they haven't seen. They would be able to buy products that they have never been able to buy. Would have been great for American business. I think it would have brought unity between China, better unity between China and the United States. And the bottom line is that they canceled it the last day. We were all set to sign it, and then I went a little bit angry. I got a little angry. I said they canceled the deal. The deal was done. It was all ready to be signed, and people went over. They came back to me, sir, they don't want to sign.
With this, it's time for us to head into another quick break. On the other side, more news and updates.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
speak to me personally. But there was a sense that the selectors were trying to convince him to stay, particularly for the England tour. He's had I think, Indian Test cricket has taken a bit of a beating in its last two series. We lost to New Zealand at home.
Mir to publish with the audio.
And we lost to Australia, and both Kohli and Rohit Sharma, who were the sort of the pillars of their team, they didn't have the kind of results and the scores and the performances that they wanted. So this was coming, but maybe I think it was thought that one between either Rohit or Virat would go to England. It was assumed to be Virat, and he's decided that no, he wants to call it a day, and there's no more of this. And the thing about 10,000 runs, 10,000 test runs, what you say is true, but he's still up there amongst the the top 4 Indian Test batsmen in history.
I'm also actually joined at this hour by Atul Vasan, former India cricketer. Atul, we were talking a little while earlier about Virat Kohli leaving a big hole in Test cricket. Tell us a little bit about, the impact it is going to have on the cricket verse, on the Test verse, so to say, now.
Yeah, I think they're the last of the, the breed who actually brought back Test cricket into relevance, because, you will never get to see players like this, who are so proficient in all the formats and, literally geniuses. And I think lost Indian team, yes, because once somebody goes, it's not the runs he was getting in the last 3 years, it was the presence of the mentorship, that he was there, he gives that assurance. And I think that was much needed. But, the whole world has lost a cash cow. People come and throng to the stadiums to watch him play. And he's like a magnet, because he brings this kind of passion. And he's got so many people to join, to watch cricket all over the world, not just India. And I think his persona also just adds to the picture, because he just saw the runs. And I think even if he would have got 10,000 runs, I mean, he wouldn't have become a better player. And he is the last guy to actually play for these numbers, because a lot of people judge. But when you compare all the formats and, the low-hanging fruit, the T20s, and then you see the kind of cricket is dished out, I don't think so any cricketers who are big stars in the shorter format are willing to go the hard grind which needs to go and where Tendulkar and Virat have reached.
I'm also joined by former India cricketer Dilip Doshi, who lives in the UK. Dilip, the next tour that India is looking forward to is in the UK. How is the British press now reacting to this sudden announcement by Virat Kohli?
First of all, I thank you for inviting me. And just a small correction. I used to live in the UK. I'm just visiting. I live in Mumbai in India.
Okay.
That's one. And secondly, more importantly, when I learned this morning that Virat has retired from Test cricket, it made me very sad from the point of view that he is one of the truly great players that I've ever seen. And I would pay actually money to go and see him. And I think he has brought so much stability to Indian Test cricket team that the others around him have rallied and started realizing that Test cricket is the proper form of cricket. Virat always, if you look at his career, he has always led from the front. Irrespective of whether he was a captain or not, he has an inherent leadership quality of taking the burden on his shoulder. Even if he hasn't scored runs, he would be encouraging the bowlers, running around the field like the youngest player in the team. So I think his enthusiasm and his love for the game would have rubbed off on many, many youngsters who have played with him. And let us hope that his being with a lot of them have inspired many other youngsters to reach higher levels. As Atul was saying that after Sachin, if there is one cricketer that people flock to see, it's Virat. And this is across the world. And I think I don't like to compare people, but Virat has won many games on his own and batting second many times. His quality of his batsmanship and chasing runs has been phenomenal. So I just feel that Test cricket is deprived of a great spectacle. But you also understand that Virat has done enough. and he is left when he is at his peak.
Okay, on that note, let me go over to a fan of Indian cricket, Test cricket, Rishi Chhabra. Rishi, now that Virat Kohli leaves the stage, who is that one man you are going to flock to the stadium for?
Rika, very difficult question because, you know, honestly, the kind of aura that Virat Kohli had created in this Indian cricket team, it's going to be unmatched when it comes to the batters. But, credit to him, he's taken a call on his retirement at his peak. We all saw the kind of, performance that he had in Australia. He wasn't scoring runs. So definitely that was something playing on his mind. But if you talk about, the current players, I think there's just one player who can match the aura of Virat Kohli, Jasprit Bumrah. So, there's a lot to look into the future. I'm sure there will be someone who will live up to the expectations of the fan and the, spectators. But it's going to be very difficult to fill Virat Kohli's shoes. It's going to be next to impossible.
Right. Let's quickly listen into Mr. Rajiv Shukla, who has also reacted on Virat Kohli's announcement of retiring from Test cricket.
I think his contribution to Indian cricket, to the world cricket, in Test format has been par excellence. Superb. His performance has been superb. So salute to his performance, and we will miss him in Test cricket, but it's purely his personal decision. Because besides, policy is very clear. We don't pressurize or ask any player to take retirement or not to take retirement. It's purely up to the player to decide. So I think he has taken a personal decision, and we all should respect that personal decision.
Sharda, the way Virat Kohli decided to walk away, there was no century, no celebration, no guard of honor, just an Instagram post to his 271 million followers. How would you read into that?
I think fans will be upset that there is no farewell. I think this is a new age of social media communication with the fans of how many ever hundreds of millions he has. And that's the way he's chosen to do it. It would have been nice had there been some kind of match where you knew this was going to be the last sort of time that you see a cricketer like him playing Test cricket for India. But this is also a reflection of the generation at which these players are operating in. They said, look, this is what we want to do. We want to play one-day cricket. We want to play a white ball cricket more. And that's the choice we're going to make. And in a way, both Rohit and who just quit about 5 days ago, and Virat have sort of followed in the footsteps of MS Dhoni, who also sent off his retirements in these through social media posts and things of that, and sudden announcements. He's still playing 2020 cricket. So you'll see them around. You won't see them in India whites, and I think Kohli will be missed particularly in that. More than, I mean, that's just in my head. I think he'll be missed in that format quite significantly.
Atul, let me go over to you. These are not the days when any cricketer anymore needs a benefit match. So a final match, a benefit match will not be played. But will BCCI for its own fans want Virat Kohli to play in India one last time?
No, I think we'll see him play cricket in some form, but that is, these old traditions actually just fade away, and Sharda is right, actually. It's the day and age we live in, and they are not big fans of tokenism, symbolism. So I think what he has done, he felt it right. Yes, if he could have given a roadmap that, okay, I'll play, this is my last series, that time also is gone, because players live day to day, and I think he's realized that he's got 2 kids. He is taking too much of bandwidth, because Test cricket is hard. It's just not the time you spend playing a match. It's before and after that, and then that grind actually is something which I don't see any of the other players, the big stars of shorter formats, going for. And I think that's why I feel that who's going to get these fans back to Test cricket? We need players like him, and that is why world cricket is poorer. In revenue-wise also, I think monetary-wise, we lose a lot of moolah, because he brings people, and I think eyeballs will be less. So it's a loss all around. But he is beyond the place where he needs a farewell match, and we'll see him play in other formats. He is probably going to aim for the Olympics. That's where he's heading to.
Right. In fact, I was with him during one of the discussions when he was asked whether he would like to come back for the Olympics. He didn't say very clearly whether 2028 is one last time when we would see him in the T20 format or not. Of course, he's retired from the T20 format, but in some ways he did express his keenness on coming back for that one last match if India reaches the final of the Olympic Games. Going over to Mr. Doshi, what would you really say has been Virat Kohli's biggest legacy in Test cricket?
Virat has always played to win. And this is what I admire most in any sportsman. But, you know, he didn't mind losing if he was trying to win. As you can remember, some series back in Australia, Australia set up almost impossible tasks, but we got very close to it and Virat fought from the front. So the greatest asset that Virat had was a self-belief in himself, willingness to win at any cost meaning sporting manner. And of course, he raised the standards of people around him. And as I said, that he played for a good result. And this is the most sporting behavior from a great cricketer. And I remember that there were times when people would be quite happy to close the shutters and have the game as a draw, and not Virat. And this is one of the things I admire the most. And I hope that there will be some younger players who will take the cue from him and follow in the same vein.
Let's also talk about Virat Kohli's contribution in grooming the fast bowlers. Gautam, would you say that, you know, his foresight in grooming the fast bowlers to take 20 wickets is what also gave India that, that aura in Test cricket which they were missing before?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that pace battery comprising of Bumrah, Shami, Ishant and Umesh to some extent, and the fitness culture. I mean, when we are discussing about Virat's legacy here, the manic, almost the manic obsession for fitness. I mean, these two things had also been two of the biggest, part of his legacy in the way he brought about or he played his cricket. Absolutely.
Sharda, while he also revolutionized the culture of fitness in the Indian dressing room, he's also been criticized